is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital, which feels a little more sane today. We'll explain in a second. But also, we're broadcasting from the wiredtofishcoffee.com studios. You know this. Wired to Fish Coffee is my favorite coffee. They just came out with a brand new Just the News mug. You're going to love this. It's a red tumbler. It keeps your coffee cold or hot for 12 hours. And it's the color of Donald Trump's signature red tie. So go check it out. Wiredtofishcoffee.com. If you use the promo code Just News, you get 10% off in the store and everything. So go support them. They support us and make this broadcast possible. All right, we have a lot to cover today. I just want to wander into some incredible news that happened today. I think in the last 48 hours, we've seen a path to a true balanced budget. Now, it will take a few years. I don't want to lie to you. But two significant things have happened since the big, beautiful bill, which did slow the rate of spending in government by quite a bit. The first is that President Trump is proceeding ahead with more tariffs. And those tariffs have already generated about $80 billion in the first 3 months. They could project $500 to $600 billion of new revenue by the end of the year. That could bring down the deficit in a big way. But the second big option didn't require Congress's help. It required a ruling from the Supreme Court. Just an hour or two ago, the United States Supreme Court ruled that President Trump may proceed with his firings of federal workers. He can reorganize the government the way he sees fit, because American people elected him to do that. That's what the Supreme Court gave him the power to do. It gives the president a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shrink the federal bureaucracy in a way that we could literally not imagine just a few years ago. Those two forces together could put us on a path to a balanced budget. And with that, I want to float another idea that Ben Shapiro, myself, Mark Levin, good friends of mine, have been talking about in the last couple of days. Rather than Elon Musk go out and create a third party, which will only, as history has shown, split the vote, probably let Democrats win, and even with pluralities in some districts, a better option for Elon Musk, put his money and his effort behind the Convention of the States, the effort by states to call a constitutional convention, and for the first time since the founding of this country, rein in the central government with the power the our founding fathers gave us in federalism, in the state rights that we have. That would be a much better investment for Elon Musk. We're going to talk about that all throughout the show today, but a lot better than creating a third party that will only create divisions in the conservative side of this country and let Democrats squeak in, which is what a lot of Americans don't want. All right, Amanda, I'm going to let you have the rest of the headlines. So there's some good ones, including something we've been talking about in the show, agro-terrorism. Brooke Rollins today made some big news on that.
Absolutely. Well, that was within a 2-hour meeting President Trump held with his cabinet earlier today. He made quite a bit of news, so I'm going to go over some of it first. Let's talk about the moment that everyone has been bringing up when the president and Attorney General Pam Bondi were asked about Jeffrey Epstein and the leaked DOJ memo assessing that Epstein had no client list. And it is pretty safe to say that President Trump, he was not a fan of the question. Check it out.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas.
Tense moment there, and Attorney General Pam Bondi also clarified her earlier remarks back from February dealing with the Epstein client list, where she seemed to say that it was on her desk, so she hopefully cleared that up in this quote. Here it is.
In February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day.
So we're going to have more on all of that, along with the great reporting that Just the News is doing around former CIA Director John Brennan and the Steele dossier later in the show with the great Mike Benz. So stay tuned for that. And the president and his cabinet also spoke more about the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, efforts to secure peace around the world, as the Trump administration did between India and Pakistan, as well as Israel and Iran. And the president also weighed in on the New York mayoral race, with President Trump saying that Democrat nominee Zohran Mamdani is, quote, not very capable, and also saying, quote, if a communist gets elected in New York, it can never be the same. And John, president is a native New Yorker. He still has properties that he owns in that city. So he's got a stake. He's got a stake in it.
He did. He was in rare form today. He really was letting people know what he thought. And it's interesting. I mean, he wants to stay focused on the big things. Making New York City a communist city is not one of the big things he wants to focus on, nor Jeffrey Epstein, who's long gone. All right, we're very lucky to kick off the show tonight by a man who has played such an important role in getting the conversation in Congress back to reducing spending, returning common sense, returning peace through strength. He represents the great state of North Carolina. He is Congressman Mark Harrison. He joins us right now. Congressman, good to have you back on the show.
Hey, John and Amanda, it's great to be with you. Thanks for having me tonight.
It's a great honor. I was thinking of you today as that Supreme Court ruling came out. You've been a champion of getting a hold of this federal spending crisis that we're in. And the Supreme Court just gave the president a lot of power. Congress and the president together, a lot of spending savings could be ahead, right?
Well, I hope so. I think this is a major, major ruling that kind of frees the president up to do just what he does best. And we've been seeing it all day, the leadership that's been restored to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And I don't know about your viewers, but just as I was listening and watching the opening to the show and watching that cabinet meeting, how refreshing that the President of the United States opens up a cabinet meeting that ran about an hour and a half to 2 hours for the media to be in, to ask any questions, the way that he handled those questions, the way he turned to his cabinet members to address the transparency is, I think refreshing is the word, because Americans are having their confidence restored in the leadership that we have in Washington, D.C. And that's just important for the republic as a whole, that people once again have confidence in their leaders, don't always have to agree with them, may disagree with them, but they recognize leadership when it shows up. And this ruling today is going to give us a chance to shrink the size of government. That's what we were sent to Washington to do government differently. I think that's the whole reason the American people gave us a majority in the Senate, gave us a majority in the House, and put President Trump back in the White House. And this is a major, major win today.
Yeah.
Well, and you contrast that transparency with what may or may not happen tomorrow, which is former President Joe Biden's doctor having to be subpoenaed to speak up on Capitol Hill and testify to not necessarily how he treated Joe Biden, but what his condition was during his presidency. Do you think that there are folks across this country who maybe didn't vote for President Trump, maybe they didn't vote at all, but they are just appreciating the fact that with this White House, it seems like so much of it is out in the open?
Well, I think you have to appreciate it, regardless of whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. I think Democrats, quite frankly, are just frustrated because of all of the wins that the president just keeps mounting up. And I think because of that frustration, it causes them just to say crazy things. And even to the point of people trying to blame him for this massive, tragic flood that took place in Texas. And I just think that is their reaction to it. But I think any thinking individual that sees the way he is handling this White House, the way he is coming out with confidence, the way he is promoting leadership, it is just refreshing. And I think that great things are ahead. I know Congress is feeling the responsibility to continue to step up. We not only got the big, beautiful bill passed that is going to continue to restore sanity here in this country, and some huge wins in that. In fact, I think I saw today that some 27 or 28 of the executive orders that President Trump had signed since January 20th were actually codified in the one big beautiful bill, which is, again, just a great win. And so yes, I think we're just getting started. We have our decision packages that are going to be coming, and that's going to be critically important as well.
Yeah. So important, because when Congress codifies them, they're much harder to roll back in a future presidency. It's a big win for sure. So I want to turn to the decision by Elon Musk over the 4th of July weekend to announce he wants to create a third political party. I personally think this might be political posturing or a negotiating tool, but some of us, some of my good friends have been talking on social media the last couple of days, Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro, myself, about maybe instead of Elon Musk funding a third party that only splits the conservative or MAGA or Trump vote, that a better way to attack the spending that frustrates him is to finish out the convention of the states movement, get enough states to create a constitutional convention so that those states can take control of a large central government and shrink it down one time. I just want to get your thoughts on what Elon Musk's doing and whether something like the convention state might be a better option for him to pursue.
Well, John, I think it's a great suggestion. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of us were very frustrated, a little bit surprised to hear Elon Musk announce that he was going to form a third party. You know, and I know, if you've been around politics any length of time, this never ends well. It never gets off the ground. It would be a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort put into something that I just don't see happening. And he would be better off to use it. Look, the work that Elon Musk did when he came into this administration, getting Doge off the ground, I cannot tell you the excitement, and go back to what I said earlier about the confidence that American people were having restored in them, just as we saw Doge going to work for the first time in probably nearly 100 years, since many of these federal agencies were formed. Doge was going in, looking under the hood, and giving Americans a snapshot of just how these groups were spending their money, how these agencies were functioning. Yeah. And it was very, very eye-opening to a lot of people. And so, I mean, that's incredible work. And as I said, we've still got work to do to finish what Doge has gotten started. We've just got the first rescission package, which took care of the USAID and NPR and those kind of things. PBS are part of that $9.4 billion rescission package we passed in the House, but we still got to get that done in the Senate. And so hopefully Senator Thune's going to get that on the floor, and they're going to go ahead and get that passed. But there are many more that are yet to come, and a lot of it must be credited to the work that Doge did when they got started. So Elon has done a lot of yeoman's work that I think Americans have appreciated, and there's just better ways. There's a process here that we've got to follow. And I think running out, reacting with a third party is far more reactionary than it is solid thinking in how we move our nation forward. We don't need something that's going to divide conservatives. We don't need something that's going to divide those that want to see our republic restored to its strength once again. And I just believe that effort would be just that. I think the suggestion that you're tossing out about putting that kind of effort into a convention of the states would be well worth it and well spent, because we've got a number of states that have approved that same language and have passed those resolutions to call for that convention of the states.
Huge.
Sir, there's a major threat that it seems this administration definitely does recognize: agro-terrorism, obviously that substance that was revealed a few months ago by the Chinese agents, but also the purchasing of Chinese farmland. We're seeing this in every sector, but the Trump administration took a very strong stand on that today. Pretty historic, don't you think?
Oh, I think it's historic. I think Brooke Rollins is doing a phenomenal job. Serving on the Committee on Agriculture, I remember as a freshman just talking to some of my colleagues when Brooke Rollins stepped into that role as Secretary of Agriculture. And so many of the folks that have been around a number of years said she may very well be the most qualified Secretary of Agriculture that we've had in a generation. I mean, she was raised as a 4-H girl herself on the farm. She understands, she loves the farmers in this nation, and she knows what she's doing. And I thought that was a tremendous comment she made today when she held up her chart in that cabinet meeting that showed the number of states that have farms that have been bought up by China. And it's something we've got to be aware of, and we've got to be willing to take action on.
When you get competence and common sense in Washington, what starts to happen? And we're just seeing the beginning of what could be a very long winning streak for the American taxpayers. Sir, you're a very big part of that. I know how much you worked hard on the big, beautiful bill. Great to have you on the show today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It's always a joy to be with you, and I'm very grateful for what you all do to get just the news out there.
Oh, thank you, sir. That means a lot coming from you. We really appreciate that. All right, folks, we got to take a quick commercial break, pay the bills. When we come back, one of my good friends, one of Amanda's good friends, Mike Benz, the champion of free speech, the man who helped crush a good part of that industrial censorship complex. He's going to join us to talk about what we've been learning about former CIA Director John Brennan, maybe the mistruths he told the American people. We're going to cover that next, right after these messages.
People spend up to half of their waking hours on their smartphones, and big tech reaps trillions from that time while users get absolutely nothing. Mode Mobile is flipping that script. Founded by Dan Novias, Mode Mobile created the Earn Phone. It is a smartphone that pays users simply for doing what they already do: reading, gaming, listening to music, even charging their phones. It's part of a new digital equity model where users finally share in the value of their attention. But why now? 56% of Americans don't have $1,000 in savings, and 45% rely on side hustles just to make ends meet. Mode Mobile has already delivered over $325 million in earnings and savings to more than 50 million users worldwide, earning the title of fastest growing company in software on Deloitte's 2025 list with $75 million in lifetime revenue. And Mode isn't just a hardware company. It's building a platform to license its Earn OS to global carriers and phone makers, unlocking scalable, high-margin growth while reaching underserved markets worldwide. Big tech has monetized attention for decades. Mode Mobile is giving that power back to the people. And they recently closed an oversubscribed $46 million plus funding round and have already reserved their NASDAQ stock ticker. But private investors can still get in ahead of the public market. This is a very rare pre-IPO opportunity to invest in one of the world's largest untapped markets: personal screen time. Learn more at invest.modemobile.com/realamerica. That's invest.modemobile.com/realamerica. Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. President Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi today pushed back very hard on all of the Jeffrey Epstein discourse going on right now. But there's still a lot of people who feel that there is more to the story, and that is because we know the deep state has lied before. They did it during President Trump's first term with the Russia collusion scandal, and we here at Just the News are still uncovering more about the extent of that cover-up. We're going to talk about that in a moment. But as it now looks like, former CIA Director John Brennan may have misled Congress on the Steele dossier. That's within that story that we're going to talk about. So with us now to talk about all of it, the Executive Director of the Foundation for Freedom Online, Mike Benz. Mike, good to see you.
Good to see you, Amanda. Good to see you, John.
All right, let's start with Epstein. I think that the reality is that these agencies, the DOJ, the FBI, the entire intelligence community has lost so much credit with the American people that even if this was true, people just, they're not in a position to believe it. What do you think is true and not true?
Well, I think that the FBI is doing all they can. I believe that Cash and Dan have been honest about what they've seen. This new development this week from the Justice Department really is much more final than coming from the FBI, because the Justice Department would be the keeper of all the interagency traffic. I believe that the Jeffrey Epstein story is much more of a CIA story than an FBI one. Mm-hmm. The fact is it's almost impossible that the CIA would not have been keeping tabs on Jeffrey Epstein since at least 1983, when Jeffrey Epstein was the money fixer for the CIA's main point person in the Iran-Contra scandal. That main point person was Adnan Khashoggi, the wealthiest arms trafficker in the world, and the man who personally acted as the go-between between U.S. intelligence and Iran in the trafficking, the illicit trafficking of arms, which means because it was illicit, there was an arms embargo on Iran. That meant that the sources of funds had to be concealed. And who was the money concealer for Adnan Khashoggi? It was Jeffrey Epstein through his consultancy firm, Intercontinental Assets Group. So one of the things that's frustrated me, and I think millions of people in the country and maybe even around the world, is that this unsettled question about Alex Acosta's apparent statement that Jeffrey Epstein belonged to intelligence and was told to back off, followed by a statements at a public press conference that did not deny that he said that, and then a very, very tepid, shallow DOJ ethics investigation after that, which effectively did not ask him the question point blank, has left a gaping hole in the story here. How much of the Epstein story is explainable simply by Epstein being connective tissue for covert action? This is something the Trump administration has to get a handle on if it wants to reform USAID. The fact is, the Iran-Contra scandal that Jeffrey Epstein was intimately involved in only happened because Congress had blocked USAID funds. And so they had to go through covert arms dealers. They had to go through organized crime. They had to embezzle and launder money rather than simply taking USAID grants to do that. Well, USAID is shutting down now. So you are going to have a Jeffrey Epstein problem on steroids if you do not address the root cause of it, which is rogue action by our intelligence community. And I have not seen any evidence that the DOJ has queried the CIA on this. What conversations has Pam Bondi had with John Ratcliffe? What conversations has John Ratcliffe had with his lieutenants? What search terms did they put into the CIA search systems? What files did they review? Can any of those be declassified? Have they gone back and tracked since the 40 years ago in Iran-Contra? If the CIA was running that operation, we know that they were because this all came out in public hearings and years of investigation by Congress and by the Justice Department. There's no way that their main middleman for the illicit arms, that they were not keeping track of who was running the money when the whole purpose was a covert operation to hide the money.
That's a great point, Mike. I covered a lot of the Iran-Contra scandal, including Lawrence Walsh's investigation, the report, the subsequent hearings, and this is an area of fruitful digging. We'll all start digging in that direction. You're very wise to point it out. I want to talk a little bit about the blow that was delivered to the deep state today, the Supreme Court ruling that the president does have the right to reshape, fire, shrink government, just like the American people elected him to do. This may be the greatest threat to the deep state than anything Donald Trump has tried in the past.
Yes, you can. If there's the sound of weeping, that's Norm Eisen's tears flowing down like rain. He was personally representing the AFL-CIO in this lawsuit to try to have basically federal employees and federal employees unions try to pull out all the stops to block this. It was an overwhelming victory for the Trump administration here, and now the large-scale restructuring of the State Department can proceed, which is. They even held up the shutdown of the Global Engagement Center over this. Right. A rogue district court judge in California just a few weeks ago blocked the shutdown of RFEME, the legacy inheritor of the Global Engagement Center, the State Department's censorship arm, saying that it would need to be treated as part of the reorganization. Well, it looks like it's all systems go now, and it will be very interesting to see what comes next in terms of bureaucratic jujitsu, since the octopus arms of the blob may soon be severed with these mass layoffs.
If there was a ground zero for the deep state, it is the State Department. So it's interesting to watch what's going to happen there. Yeah. That's great. Yeah.
I know you want to ask a John Brennan question, but I want to stay on that for a moment, because if you assume the mentality of people like Norm Eisen and the people that he represented, that would effectively mean that government workers have tenure. And I don't think the American people are supportive of government workers having tenure. Does it seem like that to you? It has become just so congealed?
Well, that's exactly right. It's set up this way for a reason, which is that they want a permanent class in Washington that can take action regardless of how people vote. They call this sometimes bumper cars on democracy, that there are things that effectively the masses should not really be able to vote on, including many aspects of foreign policy where they say there's long-term planning involved. If our country simply changes foreign policy course every 4 years, then there's no stability to our long-term alliances or investments. And while there may be some logic to that, the onus is to convince the American people to continue the structure and direction of our statecraft, not to essentially have a permanent overclass who is immune from democracy itself, the process of voting.
Yeah, such a great point. Two quick questions for you. I'd like to get your take on Elon Musk's decision to create a third party and whether it might be better spent on something like the Convention of the States, getting a constitutional convention for spending, and then also just what we're learning about John Brennan and his testimony. It does seem like there's a potential case here for justice to look at. Just get your thoughts real quickly on those two.
Well, I think on the Convention of States, this is the sort of push that should be put in front of Elon, and that I think the kind of content that Elon tends to like to absorb, the sort of short video or mimetic or infographic type information to bring his attention to that would be very helpful. In terms of the creation of the America Party, from what it sounds, and we can only kind of grok this, it sounds like Elon is not intending to necessarily throw his weight behind have the third party represent kind of like a Ross Perot third party candidate in 2028, but for at least for the upcoming midterms, that it'll effectively operate as a kind of PAC in order to back people in the House and Senate during the 2026 midterms, or at least it'll start off that way, in order to provide financial backing to folks who agree with Elon's vision of primarily domestic, but to some extent perhaps foreign policy, but certainly most. This has come to a head because of the big beautiful bill and Elon's stated opposition to it and personal vow to primary those Republicans and who, in principle, those Republicans who voted for the bill. And so I think that those are the kind of Republicans that Elon is going to potentially be propping up through this America Party in its first iteration. But I think, like many Elon projects, he's kind of got a North Star vision, but highly flexible in terms of the twists and turns that fate deals, and that it'll probably proceed in kind of an ad hoc way, at least for the next year.
I think you're right.
And then on John Brennan, I mean, this is a guy who, to a lot of people in Washington, has a storied career. But if something can be done, if there are some type of repercussions, would it prevent the type of maneuvering that he did that got him in this place to begin with?
I think that's absolutely necessary. I think that these are the sorts of reforms that have long-lasting impact. You don't need to, accountability for everyone is a very difficult thing.
That's right.
But when you can show that, the top dog is not free to do this sends a message to the lieutenants, to the rank and file, and to the system that there's serious pursuit of reforms.
Yeah.
And John Brennan would lie through his teeth in open perjury and swagger out of the building like he owned the place rather than the American people, and was one of the first people to clamor. John Brennan's Twitter account from 2016 to 2020 was almost a running terms of service violation for what seemed at times to be open death threats.
Yeah.
This was the first person calling for Donald Trump's arrest in 2018. In fact, he seemed to suggest in 2018 that a little birdie told him that Donald Trump would die in prison. Well, what goes around comes around.
Right. I remember that era, and I remember watching his timeline with just my jaw on the floor. It was unbelievable, the temerity to tweet those types of things. Mike Benz, the executive director for the Foundation for Freedom Online. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. And after the break, we're going to take a closer look at President Trump's meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last night. What did they talk about? What does it mean for the Middle East? What came out of it? That's next.
Welcome back, America. A little breaking news out of Texas. It's sad news. Governor Greg Abbott just announcing there are still 161 souls missing in Texas. They have not found them. They're not located. Almost all of them are in Kerr County, where the most severe flooding is. We're praying for everybody down there, but that's on top of the more than 109 deaths that have been reported. So some tough news ahead there. We'll keep you up to date at justthenews.com. Be sure to check it out. And, of course, here on Real America's Voice all throughout the night. All right, I want to turn to the issue of Israel. As Amanda said, important 2 days for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington. First meeting with the president behind closed door, then going up to Capitol Hill. Joining us right now, a man who's such a cogent voice on all things Middle East, the executive vice president of the Coalition for Jewish Values and a great friend of the show, Rabbi Yaakov Menken. Rabbi, good to have you on, sir.
Thanks for having me back.
All right. It's a rare moment when an Israeli prime minister makes 3 trips to Washington to meet 3 times with the president in about 6 months. We want a sign of how strong the relationship is since the Biden presidency ended. But your thoughts on what Netanyahu was able to accomplish or not accomplish here so far, and what he needs to succeed for the Israeli people?
I think just the fact that he showed up this third time is a tremendous accomplishment in terms of what it's broadcasting to the world about the closeness of the U.S.-Israel relationship with Donald Trump back in office with his friend Bibi Netanyahu. It's clearly a close personal friendship. Bibi Netanyahu showing his admiration, saying, look, I just sent a letter to the Nobel Peace Prize Committee advocating for you, nominating you for the Donald Trump to receive the Peace Prize for the work that he did. I mean, that is just an amazing gesture. The fact that it's coming from Israel's prime minister really says it all.
Yeah.
Well, and Rabbi, what's so interesting about that letter is that if Israel is advocating for Donald Trump to get the Nobel Peace Prize, you consider all of the peripheral nations that are also experiencing peace and would likely support that effort as well.
Yeah.
It's all about the Abraham Accords. I mean, this is a real accomplishment. You know, it's very unfortunate. You can just see how politicized the Nobel Committee has become from the fact that Donald Trump didn't receive the prize already when he made the most outstanding move for peace in the past 30 years with the Abraham Accords when they were first announced. And, you know, look, I understand you don't give a Nobel Prize for it, but what the Americans just helped Israel do in Iran also advanced the cause of peace tremendously. We're going to feel the ramifications for decades of what these two men have done together.
Yeah, that's true. We're shaping an entire generation of history in the Middle East with this and around the world, really. I want to talk a little bit about what Israel needs to have the sort of peace of mind and security it hasn't had for the last couple of decades. Iran ending nuclear weapons, more partnerships with their Arab neighbors, and then the eradication of Hamas and Hezbollah. Tell us where we are in that process.
Well, you know, it's obvious that the administration knows which end is north, which, by the way, is sadly not in play on so many college campuses across the country. You see how bad the picture is when Israel is the side that is agreeing to every peace deal that's come along since the 1940s. The Arabs have rejected it. The Arabs are rejecting it again. And on the college campus, they say, oh, well, Israel clearly doesn't want peace. I mean, it's the insanity. You look at what Israel is accomplishing with Donald Trump. You know, what they need is a nullified threat from Iran, which they've now largely accomplished. They need the genocidal barbarians pushed away from their border. That's what's happening with Hamas being shoved away. You know, there's even a move from certain sheiks in Hebron to reject the Palestinian Authority and make an independent peace with the Israelis as an emirate of their own around the city of Hebron. Wow. That's a real move towards peace, because the kleptocracy that is the Palestinian Authority is still, you know, they're there to pay to slay. They may not support genocide directly like Hamas, but at least they're funding it. Well, that's going to stop under this emirate.
Wow.
Rabbi, when President Trump brokers peace for Israel, obviously the people of Israel in the homeland, they benefit from that. But I want to ask you about sentiment here stateside, because you have a lot of cultural Jews in this country who are not necessarily practicing, who didn't vote for Donald Trump. But do you think that they see, you know, their family members, their friends back in the homeland experiencing, benefiting from this peace, and maybe it's causing them to, you know, wiggle a little when it comes to their political preference?
It's certainly having an impact. The majority of America's Jews supported what Trump did in Iran. That's a big step forward. That's winning over the voters that he didn't carry. I mean, it's very unfortunate, you know, as you're describing, there's a lot of Jews in this country who are progressives first and Jews second. Jewish is a matter of identity, an accident of birth, whereas progressivism is their ideology. Now we're seeing some of those people realize, you know, which end the bacon is the wrong analogy, right, for Jewish community. Yeah. But you know, they're kind of seeing which end is up.
It's turkey bacon.
Yeah,
and it's kosher.
No doubt about it.
Kosher bacon. That's right.
Rabbi, it's always a great honor. You're a voice of clarity and a voice of common sense in this era of such extraordinary moment.
There was a radio host who said when he comes up to Baltimore, he has to take me out for crab cakes. And then he realized the mistake that he had made.
Whoops.
Yep. Well, have a great day. Thank you so much for this.
It's a great honor to have you on, sir. Thank you for joining us today. Your insights are always greatly appreciated. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more right after this break.
Hello, friends. As we celebrate America's birthday, it's a great time to reflect on the facts. And here's one that really matters. The freedoms that we enjoy today didn't happen by accident. They were built on the foundation of faith, family, hard work, and individual liberty. But those values don't protect themselves. They need people like you and me to stand up for them. And that's why I want to encourage you to join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is working every day to defend the principles that made this country great. And right now, in honor of Independence Day, you can get 5 full years of AMAC membership for just $35. It's an incredible opportunity to stay informed with their magazine, access exclusive discounts, free resources, and most importantly, stand with millions of other Americans who believe in protecting this nation's future. So go to amac.us/justnews right now and join. This July, give America the gift of more patriots standing up for her. Welcome back, everybody. Most of us, unfortunately, are glued to our phones for a very large chunk of the day. We scroll, we stream music, we read the news, we play games, and while we are doing all of that, big tech is making billions off of our attention. And meanwhile, we get nothing. That's what Mode Mobile is trying to change. Mode created the Earn phone, a smartphone that actually pays you just for using it like you normally would. Whether you are charging your phone, you're listening to a playlist, or browsing online, you earn rewards along the way. So now they are looking for investors to truly unlock this $1 trillion plus market. Joining us now to talk about it is Dan Novias, founder of Mode Mobile and creator of the Earn phone. Dan, welcome. Thanks so much for being here.
This is so fun.
Thanks for having me, Amanda. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. What an amazing concept. How did you come up with this?
Well, I mean, we got into this business around 6 years ago. It really came actually from sort of stumbled upon accident, to be honest. We saw that there was a large number of people out there that, wanted to get paid for their attention, wanted to get paid for their data. And we decided to really focus in on that. Could we create a business model out of it? And the more and more we started building into the space, we saw that, it was possible. And if you look at what's happening with companies like Facebook and Google, these are $1 trillion businesses. And a lot of it is being built on the time and attention that you were spending on these services. And so that's kind of how we got into it. And so far, we've had over 50 million people that have, downloaded, used our services, and turned their smartphones into Earn phones.
That is amazing. That is a large amount of people. There's an opportunity here for underserved markets in the phone marketplace, and that's no secret that many Americans say are strapped for cash. Inflation's taking a bite out of a lot of people's budget. How can something like what you're doing help fill in the gap for people trying to struggle to make ends meet?
Yeah, John, I think that's a great insight. I mean, today, this stat is actually from almost 5 years ago, where, $1,000, 56% of Americans don't have $1,000 in their savings account. That is only extrapolated now. We are at the highest amount of credit card debt that we've ever seen as a nation. And, our whole focus is really allowing people to make, we say about $100 a month. We have many people that earn way more than that. And they're essentially doing the things that they're going to do on their smartphone. We take these 40 hours a week. That's what the average person is spending on their smartphone, which is about 1/3 of your waking life, just as to put that into comparison of how much time people are spending on their smartphone. And what we're doing is essentially matching advertisers, doing the things that you're already doing. And then we are giving you a portion of that revenue. So it's not really any rocket science here. It's really, at the end of the day, if you use normal services, that revenue is going to the pockets of big tech. And in our case, we are sharing that revenue back with you. And ultimately, everything's opt-in. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. And the more you do, the more you earn. And people are using those monies to either pay for their bills, pay for their phone plan, get presents for their kids, pay for gas. It's not really meant to supplement your entire income, but it's very similar to the idea of what Uber was able to do for cars or Airbnb for homes. But the thing is that everyone owns a smartphone, and they may not own a car or a home, especially what the cost of things are today.
Yeah, good point.
Well, and Dave, the reality is that unless you have practically every privacy firewall activated on your phone, you're sharing this data anyway, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, advertising, the way it works is, it's essentially trying to match things based on what it thinks that your habits are. It's not like, we're not here really selling any private information or anything of that nature. It's mostly kind of, if you like to trade stocks, for example, a company like Robinhood, their goal is to get you to trade on their platform. So we'll go to Robinhood and, say, hey, what are you willing to pay for someone to open up an account here and deposit $5, and say that's $100. And so what we'll do is we'll say, hey, we're going to give $50 for you if you open up an account here. And, Robinhood may give you another $25 in free shares. So now you're get $75 for doing something that you were going to do anyways. So our goal is really just to create these opportunities for you across every facet of your life, and, reward you for that time. We also reward people for things like reading the news, it could be like watching your show and things of that nature. And we'll work with those advertisers to create comparable models so that people can get rewarded for that time and attention. And it's a win-win for every party in between.
I love it. It's so ingenious. All right, walk us through the two great opportunities there. One, if I'm a user and want to get mode going on my phone, what I do. And then if I'm somebody who wants to put a little money into this because I see this being $1 trillion opportunity, how do I get in on the investment?
Yeah, so you can download our app just by searching the Mode Earn app, or you can buy one of our phones. Our phones are in stores like Walmart and Best Buy, Target, etc. You can just type in Earn Phone, and I'm sure you'll find the store of your preference there. On the investment side, people can actually become an investor. One thing that we did that was really unique is that they were able to actually use the phone and actually buy shares with their points. One of our goals is to be the first company ever before going public with over 1 million shareholders. We're well on our way with that. We have over 50,000 shareholders in our business already as a company. And we've raised a little over $50 million already from the business through these crowdfundings. If they want to learn more about becoming a shareholder in the business, they can go to invest.modemobile.com. And that will kind of give them a brief background of kind of what's happening and how they can take part in the investment opportunity. One thing I think is interesting, especially with your audience, because it's similar demographics. Newsmax did something very similar to this earlier this year, and then they went public, and the company ended up going to a $20 billion valuation when it did IPO. So it's interesting to see a lot of these companies that have really interested audiences going public, and that's kind of the path that we want to take as well, is allowing our user base and our investor base to take part in our journey as we continue to grow as a business.
What a great idea.
Incredible. So cool. All right, everybody. So go to invest.modemobile.com/realamerica. Get more information on this. Dan Novias, such an incredible concept. Love it so much. Thanks so much for joining us. And to our viewers, if you want to learn more about Mode Mobile, go to, again, invest.modemobile.com/realamerica. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. Got a few more stories to wrap up with before we head out for the night on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. I want to get into some final headlines of the day. I was very excited to see this headline that the taking your shoes off at TSA checkpoints is no longer a thing. Thank goodness, because there was only one incident, and then everybody had to take off their stinky shoes and their bare, stinky or sock feet on the floor. It was just disgusting, and I'm so glad that it's done. Hey, you get away with you do away with Quiet Skies program, and it turns out all the other BS goes away too.
I'm just glad to solve the stinky feet problem. I think it's a good deal. Maybe we should tackle that next. That's a Bobby Kennedy thing. Listen, the world's changing because a lot of these things were sugar pills. A lot of what the Homeland Security Department did was create a sugar pill that made us think we were better, but we were no safer. And I think that these are some of those. How many times have you been in the airport and they run behind, all of a sudden they just wave a whole bunch of people through like, well, what about them? How come their shoes don't come off? It's always been a sugar pill. And I think we're getting to a more common sense threat assessment of what's going on. I think that's what the Kristi Noem and team were. I was very impressed with this news conference this morning at 9 o'clock. Yeah. You had Pam Bondi, Brooke Rollins taking the lead, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth being very clear. We're going to have a good story in this tomorrow, that they're tracking more and more foreign investments in land by China and other bad countries around military bases and intelligence assets. This is something that went on without much response by the Biden administration in just a few short months. The Trump people are doing it. I think it's a really big deal. The whole agro-terrorism thing, which we've been talking about on this show for quite a bit. Gruber and I did a little fun special on it as well. We had the Chinese doctor who admitted what was going on inside of China. These are things that could have been addressed in the last presidency and weren't. And now we're getting to the bottom of it. And those are things that are not sugar pills. These are making us safer.
Yeah. And, I think the American people started paying attention when we started hearing about BlackRock and Vanguard, and then, of course, Chinese interests tied into that, purchasing up different entities, industries, farmland, even in Hollywood, you have major talent agencies that are now owned by Chinese. You have empty buildings in downtown Los Angeles that have just been sitting there for years because it's just real estate that China purchased and they haven't filled it. It is a terror threat to this country, and there have been multiple presidents in the past who were asleep at the switch and watched this happen. And, President Trump is the type of person that you bring something to him. This may not have even been on his radar, but I guarantee you, if it wasn't, someone came to him and brought it to his attention, and he saw the insanity of allowing this to take place, and he ended up making it a campaign promise, and look at what he's doing now.
Thank you. I think you did it. The Zohran Mamdani story continues to get more bizarre by the day. I think we're learning more and more about this man, who he's associated with, what he believes, what he says, what other New Yorkers are thinking about doing if he becomes mayor. But I thought there was a great moment today where Prime Minister Netanyahu had an interesting response when asked, "Are you worried that he might jail you if you ever go to New York City?" Yeah. It was a great moment.
Yeah, he said, "I'm going to come there with President Trump, and we'll see," which kind of seems like a
You're probably too young for this, but make my day. Knock never with the commercial. Yeah. Put the battery. Robert Conrad put the battery on his shoulder. Go ahead, knock it off. Make my day. And that's really what Benjamin Netanyahu did. It's pretty funny. Yeah.
All right. So not so much of a laughing matter. Children's health declines in the last 17 years. This recent study found that American kids are more likely to die than children in comparable countries. This is devastating.
Yeah, and it's why MAHA, Making America Healthy, is more than just a slogan. It is a really crucial call to action for all of us. And, I've been working on my health, and we introduce you to products that help me out. We got to get childhood obesity down. We got to get childhood cancer down. We got to get childhood depression down. Diabetes, which is, greatly related to the obesity problem. This is such a opportunity. It's a generational opportunity. Not only for this generation, it could set future children on a much better course than we did.
Absolutely.
We got too comfortable stuffing McDonald's down our throat and 10 candy bars, and it just makes you unhealthy for a long time.
It does. It does. It affects you very, very long term.
Processed food. That's we're finally talking about it.
I know. All right. Speaking of things that will affect you long term, $20 million worth of coke and weed.
Yeah. Coast Guard doing a great job. FBI's doing a great job. This is we're back to law and order. Yeah. We're actually just enforcing the law. Instead of the FBI worrying about school board parents' speech rights, they're actually just arresting bad guys. And it's a great thing. There's a story out in Fox News that just happened a few minutes ago. I have confirmation on my phone it's true. The Justice Department is looking at John Brennan, and the Justice Department is looking at James Comey. That was two questions we've had. Everyone on this show has said they should be doing it. Why aren't they? That's what Jim Jordan said last night. Today we have confirmation. Fox News first breaking that, but my sources pinging me on my phone saying that the story is true. It's a big deal. Yeah. That's just old-fashioned law and order.
Yep. All right. So we just had someone on talking about cell phones. Speaking of that, copper is a huge component of cell phones, and the Trump administration is now saying that there's going to be a new 50% tariff on copper imports coming into this country. That's going to affect a lot of industries.
Oh yeah, plumbing, your smartphones, your smart devices, automotive. Probably a negotiating tactic, like all the original tariff offers are, right? And we settle in a place that's better. Clearly designed, I think, to get Canada's attention. Canada's a big copper producer for us, so we'll see what happens.
Yep. Well, they already blinked once. So there was one other story that I wanted to make sure I hit before we left the show. Iran says it can keep striking the U.S. and Israel for 2 more years.
Great negotiating tactic there. Maybe try a different tact. I think President Trump acknowledging last night he's going to send more defensive weapons to Ukraine was a big deal. He's not a wars guy, but these are defensive weapons, and Putin's been acting more badly, and this is President Trump like, I told you, don't mess with me.
Yeah, Putin's been acting more erratically.
And more violently. He's attacking civilians much more.
And I think President Trump, especially considering what the successes that he has experienced so far, expects Putin to wise up. I certainly hope he does. But anyway, all right, everybody. That's all the time we have for this evening. We're going to be back here tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern. Grant Stinchfield is going to take you through the next hour. See you tomorrow.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. It looks like Washington word games are back. We didn't vote for word games, but that's what we're getting, surprisingly, from this administration, who has a leader that is absolutely known for his straight talk. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm talking about this idea of amnesty. And giving a pass, any kind of pass, to illegal aliens is not going to be acceptable. And I would tell this to the president himself. If I was in the Oval Office, I would say respectfully, Mr. President, MAGA does not want any form of amnesty. Not a work program, not amnesty. To me, they're the same thing. This is the president today.
Is we're getting rid of criminals, but we are doing a work program. Do you want to explain that, please?
No amnesty, mass deportation continues, but in a strategic way, and then ensuring that our farmers have the labor that they need. Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer has been a leader on this. Obviously, this comes out of the Labor Department, but moving toward automation, ensuring that our farmers have that workforce, and moving toward an American workforce. So all of the above.
We've got to give the farmers the people they need, but we're not talking amnesty.
Mr. President, what you're doing is creating a special class of people. So farmers and farm businesses, they get a pass for hiring illegals, but the auto business or the car wash doesn't. Nobody should get a pass. And we were told it might be a little painful, but we're going to get our country back. So if you want to do it strategically, I'll give you a little inside baseball. No one would admit this publicly. But I would have recommended to the president, Mr. President, just don't enforce the farmer stuff right now. Focus on the real bad guys and leave the farmers alone. But don't announce it. Don't make a worker program that does amount to amnesty. Conservatives, as you can imagine, are outraged. The fears about all of this started when the president had said this.
We're working on legislation right now where farmers, look, they know better. They work with them for years. You had cases where, not here, but just even over the years, where people have worked for on a farm for 14, 15 years, and they get thrown out pretty viciously, and we can't do it. We got to work with the farmers and people that have hotels and leisure properties, too. We're going to work with them, and we're going to work very strong and smart, and we're going to put you in charge. We're going to make you responsible, and I think that that's going to make a lot of people happy.
Hospitality, worker programs, but what about manufacturing companies, metal fabricators? You can't create special classes. If you're here illegally, you got to get right. You don't get to sneak in and then get a work permit. That means you were given amnesty for the crime you committed by sneaking into this country. I am sorry, but there is no other way to cut it. Now, I'm told that only about 15% of the agriculture workforce is made up of illegal aliens. We could survive that, okay? What I want to see more of is this, MacArthur Park, okay? MacArthur Park ICE agents and federal agents and the National Guard went into MacArthur Park to show a sign of force. Now, MacArthur Park, for those of you who don't know, has been written about, has been sung about since the 1960s. It's a park in L.A., and it may look good from above, but it is a hellhole. It is overrun with fentanyl. There are drug dealers and needles everywhere. You wouldn't want to send your kid in there without a doubt. It is a brutal, disgusting place and has been since the 1960s. So Trump showing a sign of force. I love this side of the illegal immigration plan. Outrages Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles.
Yes, my comment is they need to leave, and they need to leave right now. They need to leave because this is unacceptable.
Who did you speak with?
Just wait and see.
Mayor Bass.
They will be leaving soon.
So she's upset. She says, oh, there's summer campers there. Summer campers? What in the world summer camp would be in MacArthur Park, which, again, is a place for prostitution and drug dealing and has been for many years. Even the Los Angeles news crew knows this. This guy actually is a friend of mine. His name is Alex Michelson. He works for the Fox 11 News there, the local Fox affiliate. And he confronted Mayor Bass on her comments about, oh, MacArthur Park is such a beautiful place.
They've said that MacArthur Park is run by MS-13, that there are gangs, that there's all sorts of problems, drug use there.
And you know what? We have a police department. Yeah. We have a police department that is clearly...
You think they're doing a good job there, though?
I absolutely think they are, and we've been working together along with the council person. These problems can't be solved overnight. The park is in much better situation than it was. We've had a dramatic drop in violent crime.
How dare you say you have a police department that does not enforce the law in Los Angeles, by the way? And they say it doesn't happen overnight. As I mentioned, you could go back to rock songs from the 1960s talking about don't go to MacArthur Park after dark. So that's Karen Bass for you. She was supposed to be going to meet Gavin Newsom to talk about fire recovery from the Palisades fire back in January. She turned her motorcade around and went straight to try to confront ICE agents, so Gavin Newsom was left all alone.
I want folks to know we have your back, and we'll continue to come back and do what we can to protect our diverse communities, to protect the spirit that defines the best of this city and our state, and to push back against this cruelty. To push back against this cruelty that is being perpetuated by the President of the United States.
Do you know what's cruel? That little kids can't use that park, that little kids can't play there. I would guarantee you any kid that sees the force that came in under the United States military and federal agents with a flag on their shoulder felt a lot safer than MS-13 gang members roaming that park, I promise you that. Joining me now is former Deputy Border Patrol agent in charge and author of the book Treason, JJ Carrell is with us. JJ, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much for having me. What an incredible DEI hire that lady is. Can you imagine a park needs to be cleared out and she can't do it, takes years, and Donald Trump closes the border on day one? It just shows you they don't care.
Well, the people of Los Angeles, I've decided they have Stockholm Syndrome. They embrace their captors because the people of Los Angeles literally are being held hostage right now, and yet they vote for their hostage keepers to stay in office. But, JJ, I want to ask you, let's take this step by step. I first started talking about what I'm calling Washington word games. Amnesty or a work program. To me, you're getting a free pass for breaking into America. Your thoughts?
I think this is a horrible decision or even idea that Donald Trump is being fed by his senior leaders. This will destroy and rip MAGA apart. We did not vote for this. And if you really want to know the truth here, this is the dirty secret. The big ag and big service does not want amnesty. Why? Because if they give amnesty to these illegal aliens, these millions of illegal aliens, then they will demand the proper wage. They will not be able to hire them under the table, get away from paying Social Security tax, get away from workers' comp, get away from every other thing that the regular employer has to pay for a U.S. citizen or a legal resident. So they don't want amnesty. They want Donald Trump just to turn a blind eye and let this go. But it's destroying our economy. And the idea, Grant, the true idea that people are trying to sell me in Washington, D.C. and sell Americans is that our greatest economy the world has ever seen hinges on illegal aliens that are illiterate in their own language. I don't buy that. I just do not. And I believe Trump is making a horrible decision if he moves forward with this.
So the question then becomes to me is who is in the ear of President Trump that is pushing this? Because I know for a fact, well, I don't know for a fact, but I know pretty well, Stephen Miller, who's basically the architect of President Trump's immigration plan, is not going to be for this. I heard Tom Homan, the border czar, a man you know, say that if you're here illegally, you are subject to deportation. That goes for everybody, farm worker, hospitality worker. So it's not them. My only question is, who could it be? I don't know. You know, Ivanka has a very big heart. She's a very compassionate daughter of President Trump. Is she talking to him? Somebody is in President Trump's ear because this doesn't seem to be the idea of his confidence that have gotten this country back under control when it comes to immigration.
No, there is no way it's Tom Homan or Rodney Scott, who's the commissioner of CBP. And I know that, and I'm like you, there's no way Stephen Miller is sitting in the Oval Office nodding his head going, yeah, this is a great idea. There's no way that he is. This man was fighting the illegal immigration battle as a high school teenager in Santa Monica High School. There's no way. So who is? Is it the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins? They're saying that it's her. Donald Trump said, this is who brought it to me. Well, We didn't vote for her. We voted for you, Mr. Trump. We voted for you to deport these millions of people out of our country. Look, the 2030 census is coming, people. If we continue to allow illegal aliens to live and reproduce in our country and get counted in our census, the Electoral College votes will change to the blue, and the House seats will go anywhere from 25 to 62 seats will flip blue. This is a national security issue. Donald Trump, we want them all gone. And here's the thing. You talked about this. We have the H-2B and H-2A visas are for these people, and they're almost 500,000 combined annually. If you need more, then go get more. But don't sit here and sell me this lie that America needs this and that all these people are good people. And one more thing, Grant, which really makes me frustrated, is Donald Trump says, hey, you know what? The far right wants me to deport all these good people. And I'm like, well, hold on a second, sir. The far right is a derogatory term that placed on patriots that got you into office. And I find that repulsive, and I don't like it. I don't like that Donald Trump is promising something, now he's changing it. I don't.
Well, let me just give you a little bit of solitude through all of this. President Trump embraces MAGA, whether we call it the far right or someone that embraces the Constitution. He shoots from the hip at times. Sometimes he doesn't always phrase it in the right way. Somebody else is in his ear on this one. President Trump does know how to change his moves. I think when he sees MAGA get very upset about this, we may see some pivoting here. He's done it before, and I think that's what makes him so great, is his ability to move on this. So let's see how it plays out, JJ Carrell. But I appreciate your strong voice on this. And there's going to be a lot of people that are steaming mad. And JJ, before we go, just real quick, this ICE attack in Alvarado, Texas, not far, maybe 40, 50 miles from me, ambushed ICE agents. Now 10 people have been arrested. They were lured out. And your thoughts real quickly, if you can, for me.
This lays at the feet of the Democrat Party, all of it. All of it. And we're going to see blood spilled of Border Patrol agents and ICE officers because the Democrats are evil and they've called for our head. You cannot call us Nazis and call us vile names and expect nothing to happen. They are allowing this. They are actually perpetuating this into our world, and it's sickening, and they need to be held accountable. AOC and the whole crowd needs to be.
They really do seem to egg it on. JJ Carrell, thank you for your service in the Border Patrol, and also for writing the book Treason. It's great. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, absolutely. All right, I want to turn now. You know, we go from everything going so great with the Trump administration. I was riding high. I'm loving it. And then I got this work program or amnesty, and then Epstein. Oh, one thing MAGA wants is the Epstein files. We want people held accountable. We want those that were paying Epstein. We want everyone surrounding Epstein. And we want some justice for the victims in all of this. The American public deserves it. And then, Mr. President, you were asked about Epstein in the cabinet meeting today. And really, a lot of us were blown away by your answer to the question about will we see the Epstein files.
I just interrupt for 1 second. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration. But
all right, let me give you my thoughts on what's happening here. And I told you this a long time ago, that we would never see these Epstein files. I warned you on this program, and I've been talking about this now for months, that we were never going to get them. My belief is there are people inside this file that have such national security implications, whether it's foreign leaders, whether it's CIA involvement, whether it goes to the highest levels of our own government, except for President Trump. If President Trump was in these files, folks, you would have heard about it under Joe Biden. Get that out of your mind. President Trump isn't in this. I believe, though, Obama knew about Epstein. Biden knew about Epstein. Trump 1 knew about Epstein. Trump 2 now knows about Epstein, and we've never heard anything. Why? Because whatever is in those files is of utmost importance to national security. They're choosing to keep this quiet. Why else would my buddy Dan Bongino and my other buddy Kash Patel, two guys I actually call buddies, looked like they were in pain when they were telling us that there's nothing to see here. Now the DOJ releases a letter saying nothing to see in the Epstein file. Well, then how was Ghislaine Maxwell convicted of anything? How was Epstein convicted? Why was an FBI agent arrested for hiding Epstein files if there's nothing to hide? None of it makes sense to me. But there is a guy out there who is great at making sense of these kinds of things. And he's got great insight, and I'm really honored to have him on the program tonight. Executive Director of the Foundation for Freedom Online, Mike Benz, is with us. Mike, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Grant.
Mike, what in the world is going on?
Well, it's unclear at this point. The leaks to Axios about the no client list confirmation of the FBI assessment that Epstein killed himself, and then the statement from the president that people should just sort of forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown, I think is going to cause long-term indigestion for the MAGA base, given that it was not just the MAGA base, but it was Donald Trump himself who raised the Epstein issue about Hillary Clinton. It was J.D. Vance who tweeted constantly about the mysteries of Epstein and how it looked like he was being let off. It was pretty much everyone at current FBI and DOJ who crusaded on this. And the main issue is that they have not showed their work. We have not had a document dump like Tulsi Gabbard provided with the JFK files. We could say, at least with the JFK files, look, no one expected to find some random cable or paper laying around saying, I killed JFK, signed confession, this is the guy. But what we learned was a tremendous amount through those declassifications about the internal thought process of the intelligence world as it pertained to matters relating to JFK. And the issue with the Epstein case here is Epstein is a part of a much bigger network. And it is my contention that the CIA has had tabs on Jeffrey Epstein since at least 1983. It would be almost impossible for the CIA to not have been keeping tabs on Jeffrey Epstein, because Jeffrey Epstein was the money fixer and money launderer for Adnan Khashoggi, the CIA's main illicit arms trafficker during the Iran-Contra affair. And dating back 30 years, Adnan Khashoggi was the largest arms dealer in the world. He was the CIA and DOD's main guy for transporting and brokering weapons deals, especially ones where the money trail couldn't be tracked. And Jeffrey Epstein was the guy who made the money untrackable. He was a professional money launderer in his first phase from 1981 to 1987. He even had a fake Saudi passport to be able to do dealings with Adnan Khashoggi. It's impossible. The CIA's entire operation rested on the success of Epstein's ability to do this successfully.
Mike, do you think that Epstein's wealth came mostly from the CIA and then blackmailing the people that he had information on? Now we're told by Pam Bondi that it's just child porn he downloaded from the internet, when I'm also hearing that Bill Barr's father was a CIA guy and was the one who recruited Epstein to do some of the things you're talking about here. That's Bill Barr's father, Mike.
Yes, and Bill Barr started his career at the CIA, spent his first 7 years in the CIA, told his high school guidance counselor he wanted to be director of the CIA, only left the CIA after Jimmy Carter's CIA reforms handicapped the CIA. And then Bill Barr, as you mentioned, his father, Donald Barr, was also CIA. He was in the OSS. And then Donald Barr, Bill Barr's father, recruited Jeffrey Epstein to be a math and physics teacher at the prestigious Dalton School in New York without Epstein even having a college degree. It was from there that Epstein met the CEO of Bear Stearns and went on to work for 5 years at Bear Stearns. And then after he was evidently kicked out of Bear Stearns for securities malpractice, he kept relations with the C-suite and then started his own international bounty hunter company called Intercontinental Assets Group. And if I can make this point, Grant, quickly, if Pam Bondi is serious about the Epstein story, she will tell us the communications and search terms she's had with the Central Intelligence Agency. Simply go to the CIA files for Iran-Contra, all files on Adnan Khashoggi and the money laundering and fixing that was done at that time for the transshipment of those weapons. You will find a code name for Jeffrey Epstein in there. And also, I would like to see the public transcripts of the DOJ's internal investigation of Alex Acosta's statement after Alex Acosta, the lead prosecutor, said he let Jeffrey Epstein off because, quote, he belonged to intelligence and leave it alone because it was above my pay grade. Then there was the 350-page report that the Justice Department Ethics Committee did analyzing Acosta's decisions. They said he exercised poor judgment, but the intelligence issue was relegated to a single footnote on page 169, footnote 244. That's all we got on it. I want to know every question the Justice Department asked of Alex Acosta. That should be a public transcript, public record. If you're serious about closing the book on this, show us the books, the pages of the books that you already compiled.
So, Mike, let me ask you this question. As we lay this out, I only see really three possibilities. One is the first, that I said it's so damaging to national security that all of these presidents, all of these higher-ups say, you know what, we can't release it for national security reasons. And I'd rather they just say that and we be outraged they're not giving it up, but I wouldn't feel like I'm being lied to. The other option is there really isn't anything there. I don't buy that. There's just too much to think that there's nothing there. The other is that they've got incriminating things on whoever. Where do you think it, and they're just covering this up, where do you think it falls? Why do they not want us to see this file?
Well, unfortunately, they can't just come out and close the books by saying it's national security, because that admits that it was intelligence. National security classification is an intelligence classification. And the moment they admit that Jeffrey Epstein was part of an intelligence network, that creates a lot more questions than answers. And that retroactively explains the malpractice of the Justice Department throughout his whole treatment from 2008 through 2019. Now, the issue is what you're dealing with here is an international intelligence web. Take his role in Iran-Contra. That was illicit arms trafficking and money laundering for a CIA activity that violated international law. In that one operation alone, you have the CIA in the U.S., you have Israeli intelligence, you have UK intelligence, and you have Saudi intelligence. That's 4 different countries' intelligence agencies running through this single person. So if the CIA wants to, or DOD or NSC wants to protect its relationship with those countries, it's probably got to get a consensus with those intelligence agencies as well.
Mike, I believe the files have all been destroyed. I don't even think the files exist. I think they were probably destroyed a long time ago. I guess I'll ask you one more question, even though I'm over on time, but I'm fascinated by this because of the things that you know. Do you think Trump is the one making the call on this?
I think Trump listens to the sound of the ocean and interprets it on instinct. I think that a lot of different people are in Trump's ear. I agree with your assessment. I don't think Trump is anywhere in these files except on the 1995 flight logs 12 years before there was ever any indictment. Yeah. But there are many figures around Trump world who play a strange role in the 3 degrees from Jeffrey Epstein network, or the 2 degrees, or sometimes even 1 degree. And I think that keeping the coalition together may be a consideration driving the secrecy here. Although I think that Trump does not want to be concerned with the details in the same way that Ronald Reagan did not want to be concerned with the details of Iran-Contra, because that shelters his own reputation if something goes wrong.
You made a connection that I didn't really think about, and that is the Middle East connection right here with everything that we're dealing with the peace that he's trying to make here. Certainly is a great assessment of that could be playing a very large role in this. I hope I can get you back and you can keep us updated on the things that you're thinking about on this story, because I don't want to let this story go, Mike Benz. I know you won't. Where can people follow you?
Follow me on X at Mike Benz Cyber. Attorney General's office, if you're listening, disclose the November 2020 the private transcript of the investigators to Alex Acosta, the lines of query about the intelligence connection. Make that public if you really mean it.
I got notes written down right there, too. I will start pushing that as well. Mike Benz, thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We won't let that story go, folks, because I know it's important to you. All right, a new administration is bringing positive changes to our healthcare system, but to truly make America healthy again, it starts at home with you. The Wellness Company offers top-quality products to keep your family safe and healthy. Their prescription medical kits include life-saving medications and guidebooks, plus they offer parasite cleanses, weight loss solutions, and more to help you live a longer and healthier life. Visit twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. That's twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE and save 10%. All right, there's dirty voter rolls in Orange County, California, and they aren't doing anything about it. The full story next. Election integrity may be one of the most important topics we talk about. We don't give up on that story, okay? In Orange County, California, 17 people self-reported themselves as not U.S. citizens, so they would be removed from the voter rolls. The federal government wants to know who those 17 people are. Orange County refuses to give up that information. Here's Harmeet Dillon. She is with the Civil Rights Division of the Attorney General's office talking about this problem.
Los Angeles County, right next door, in 2017, for bloated voter rolls that included over 1 million voters on the rolls who were dead, duplicate, had moved, or otherwise were not entitled to be enrolled on the voter rolls. They lost, and they had to agree in a settlement to purge their voter rolls. They may be out of compliance with that. That's not my lawsuit. But what I'm telling you is there's no free pass for counties to do whatever they want and craft their own homegrown rules. That is not the law in the United States, and that is why we have filed this lawsuit.
So she's suing Orange County to get this information. Now, 17 people self-reported. How many people didn't self-report? The numbers could be insane. I want to bring in now Orange County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Don Wagner is with us from Orange County. Supervisor Wagner, it's great having you on the program.
Good to be here, Grant. Nice to see you a little later in the day than we normally talk.
Well, I appreciate when you come on my radio show out in Los Angeles. And I'll tell you, you and I have been talking about this a lot. You want the information. You want them to give it to the federal government. What are you being told by your county?
I am being told by our county council that state law prohibits us from providing this information without a bunch of redactions that, to my mind, and it looks like to the Department of Justice's mind, would make the information unusable. Or we are allowed to provide it, but only subject to a protective order, which again basically makes it unusable. I am arguing with county council that state law does not trump what the federal government is entitled to. And if you have nothing to hide, we should turn the information over. If there are irregularities there, good, let us know, because the only interest the County of Orange has in the voter rolls is making sure that everybody who is entitled to vote is allowed to, and no one who is not entitled to vote is on those rolls. Yeah. And that has fallen on deaf ears so far.
So the law basically says you have to keep these records for 2 years and you have to make them available to inspection. It's pretty clear. Orange County isn't doing it. My bigger concern, though, is that these were self-reported people. Not many people are self-reporting themselves as non-citizens who shouldn't be voting. How many people are on this list? When you go as an illegal alien, you can go to the driver's license bureau. You can get a driver's license. They ask you, do you want to register to vote?
Right. One of the problems in California is we do make it so easy to register to vote. For example, at the DMV, you just check a box, and the DMV doesn't do any checking on the person who maybe checks that box. If you've been to a DMV, you know one thing. You want to get out of there as soon as possible. And it would be no surprise to anyone that it's just, yeah, check whatever box. These folks maybe didn't intend to register, maybe didn't intend to vote. Let's get this information out. Let's see how big a problem this is. And let's see if maybe we can convince the people in Sacramento to change the law so that it's not so easy for folks without a right to vote to register to vote.
Well, you and I both know Sacramento's not going to change this law because I believe they actually want the illegals voting to put the favor in their court. Now, you tipped me off to what I think is a blockbuster story. When you get a jury summons and you want to tell the clerk that you can't be a juror, you can check a box that says I'm a non-citizen. Now, it doesn't mean you're illegal. It means you may have a visa, but we don't have anybody but American citizens serving on juries. So if you check non-citizen, that list could be cross-referenced to the voter rolls, and Orange County's not doing it. You tell me no county in California is doing that.
I'm unaware of any county in California that does it. When I first learned that that was the case, I went to the registrar of voters and asked him to join with me in bringing legislation that would change that. And he agreed to his credit, to our registrar's credit, he agreed to help me with that. I went to my board and I said, look, this is self-reported information, and the information comes in part from voter rolls. If those voter rolls are inaccurate, let's clean them. I went to the jury commissioner and I said, can you give us that information? And he said to me, Don, without a court order or without a change in the law, I am not going to give you that information. And so it remains kind of in a black box in the court system. It is never shared with the registrars, and my board and indeed state law prohibits them from sharing it. We ought to change that.
All right. Orange County around the country is known somewhat of a conservative area of California. I don't know if it's as conservative as it once was. Is your board of supervisors in Orange County on board with the idea of cross-referencing all of these different databases to clean up the voter rolls?
No. My board is a 3-2 Democrat majority board, and when I and the registrar proposed this particular piece of legislation, it was shot down 3-2.
Yeah. My assumption is, Supervisor Wagner, that this problem you're talking about in Orange County is not just happening in every county in California, but maybe every county in every blue state across the country. And there may be an awful lot of red states where the same situation is happening in counties as well. The information's out there. You just got to go looking for it. Sometimes it's right under our noses, as in this case. Supervisor Wagner, I appreciate you coming on. As always, thank you, sir.
Brian, my pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good luck with keeping up the fight in California. We need patriots like that to keep fighting in California and so many other blue states across the country. We're going to talk about New York here in a minute. But first, of all the cell phone providers out there, only one stands for freedom, and that's Patriot Mobile. For over 12 years, Patriot Mobile has fought for our rights while offering exceptional nationwide service across all three major networks. Join hundreds of thousands of Americans supporting causes they believe in by switching to Patriot Mobile. It's easy. Activated minutes. Keep your number, phone, or upgrade. Their U.S.-based team is ready to help. Call 972-PATRIOT or visit patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use the promo code RAV for a free month of service. Switch today and make sure you tell them that Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, communism is on the march in New York City. We'll tell you about why this matters. We'll get an inside look from New York itself. clown's name wrong, this Mamdani character out in New York. I like to call him Zofran Mamdani. Isn't that like a nasal spray? I don't know. He's not a very nice man. He's a socialist. He's a communist. He's bad for America. He's one of these America-hating individuals who now stands a good chance of being the next mayor of New York. This is him over the weekend.
My name is Zoran Mamdani, and I'm here to say that as the next mayor of this city, I will be proud
Folks, I'm going to tell you something. Be warned about this guy. That's a massive crowd. Talking about fighting for Haitians, get them off the travel ban, fight Trump. It's all the things I do not want to hear. And that's a big crowd cheering wildly for this guy. Frightening, because he's a self-described socialist who wants to do very bad things to New York. I want to bring in now New York City councilman, a good guy who wants to do good things for New York and is. My buddy Frank Morano is here. Councilman, it's great to have you on the program.
Brent, it's great to talk to you again. Thanks for having me.
All right, what do you make of the Mamdani fever that is taking over New York? It is frightening to me to see.
First of all, the clip that you played, as hyperbolic and as vitriolic as what he was saying there is, and as playing to the lowest common denominator as he was doing in that clip, that's among the least controversial things that he's done and said. If anything, he's toned down his act in the last couple of weeks since winning the Democratic primary. If you look at the comments that he was making as a primary candidate and even before he was a candidate, it's frightening. As a candidate, this is when presumably he's trying to take positions that aren't going to turn off voters. He said that he wants to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, I don't know how he's going to do that, because he's also called for defunding the police, ending incarceration, spending $337 million on violence interrupters, because that's exactly what New Yorkers want. If you have an armed gangbanger who is terrorizing a neighborhood, primarily a minority neighborhood by and large, by the way, the people that you want to send is not an armed, trained police officer. It's basically a social worker. Instead of spending $337 million for that, let's spend $337 million and hire more cops. What he is doing and what he's done and said, I'm not one of these guys that likes to say the sky is falling, all is lost, oh, woe is me, but the ship be sinking, to paraphrase Sugar Ray Richardson. If Mamdani gets elected, it is going to be frightening. Now, we're just talking about where he is in terms of demonizing and demagoguing ethnic groups, doing things like giving Columbus the middle finger, doing things like refusing to sign on to a resolution recognizing the Holocaust. He also wants a rent freeze in New York. Now, a lot of your viewers, Grant, are, I'm sure, having a tough time paying the bills. That may sound great. Do you think any developer is going to build new housing in New York City if there's a shot that there's going to be a rent freeze for 4 years? If he's elected, this could have disastrous implications for the housing market in New York City and everybody else, the job market as well.
Frank, New York City knows all about rent control. You've got all of these rent control situations in New York that's ripe with fraud as it is, hand down from family member to it doesn't work. This is Mamdani talking at a union event, and of course, this is tamed down. I will agree with you, Frank. Lately, he's been tamer, but it's still really bad. Listen.
The most expensive city in the United States of America finally become affordable for the working New Yorkers who make it so special. And to take on inequality, we know the most effective tool is union density. Because as I stand here alongside our ever-expanding coalition, I am confident of not only winning a city hall that puts working people first, but finally bringing an end to the chapter in our city, led by our current mayor.
Frank, you probably don't know this, but I'm half Italian, and my grandfather and my great-grandfather were contractors in New York City. Union contractors, big electrical construction companies. They say the unions ruined New York City. They want to talk about making things cheaper. You're not going to make things cheaper with what he's talking about and making city-run grocery stores, Frank?
Well, look, I think I agree with the fundamental thing that he's bringing up, which is that New York is unaffordable and it's very difficult for middle class and working class families to get a break. What I disagree with is almost all of his policy prescriptions on how he's going to go about fixing that. His broad plan, Grant, very creative. I don't know if you've ever heard about this. It's to raise taxes. Now, I don't know why no politician has ever tried this before, but he wants to raise taxes on both corporations and individuals. Now, what do you think is going to happen if you're a corporation and can move to another state with a lower tax jurisdiction, or in the case of New York City, just a lower tax municipality? They're going to drive jobs out of this city faster than you can say Zofran. Because this is bad news, Grant.
There's a lot of people around the country who don't understand that in New York City, you pay city income tax. That's a foreign idea to most people who live in most towns, especially in red states across the country. I'm in Texas. We don't pay any income tax, not in cities, not in state, not anywhere. And you guys are getting hammered already in New York City. Real quick, if you can, in 30 seconds, how do we beat him?
So there's two schools of thought on that, right? My school of thought is let's use the fact that there's a fractured Democratic field, Cuomo, Adams, both running as independents, and hope that the Democratic vote, which is about 65 to 70% of the vote, hope that vote splinters and allow Curtis Sliwa the opportunity to win with a plurality. Now, the other school of thought says that no, Curtis, Cuomo, and Adams all have to team up in order to beat Mamdani and rally behind one of those folks, presumably Adams or Cuomo, as depending on who you talk to. They think that's the best strategy. So there's still dueling methodologies. I'm expecting some new polling to come out within the next week or two. We'll see where that goes.
I got to get Curtis on the program. He's a friend of mine, like he is yours. I know you support him. He's a Republican candidate in this race. He'd be great. I think he has a very tough time, as you and I talked, of winning in New York. But he would be the man for the job, that's for sure, as opposed to the other two. Councilman Frank Morano in New York City, thank you, my friend. I appreciate it, as always.
Grant, I appreciate you. I appreciate your audience. If folks want to follow me on Twitter, @Frank Morano, I'm tweeting about this race all day long.
All right, sounds good, Frank. We appreciate it, and give him a follow. He's a good man, I'll tell you that much. All right, despite what is happening in New York City, there is a glimmer of hope for our friends in the Northeast. We will show you what I'm talking about next. safe to say we'd like to turn every blue state red across the country. It would help a lot of our fellow Americans. If you're in a blue state right now, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The Association for Mature American Citizens is helping to do that. They don't give up on anybody. They're in California. They're in Maine. They're in all kinds of blue states. I want to bring in now, he's with AMAC, the Association for Mature American Citizens. He's a former Navy intel officer, former Assistant Secretary of State, and he's also now a Republican candidate for Maine governor. Robert Charles is with us. Robert, welcome back to the show.
Hey, it's great to be on your show, always.
All right. You got this Janet Mills character out in Maine. I think she's bad for Maine. She'd be bad for any state. Trump basically said, we're going to get you out of office. You set some fundraising records on that front. Is Trump behind that at all?
You know, I don't know that he's directly behind it, but I'll tell you the spirit of Donald Trump is awake in my campaign every day of the week. You're absolutely right. What's happened here is that common sense is making a comeback in the great state of Maine. We just raised, in 75 days, we just raised $325,000. We literally had probably almost 400 under the $100 mark. We actually raised more money at this stage of the campaign for governor as a Republican than any Republican in the history of the state. So again, if people want to help, they go to bobbyformaine.com. But let me tell you what's really happening. Mainers, it's sort of the opposite of what's going on in New York City. Mainers are sick and tired of being used and abused by the Democrats in this state. They want their taxes cut. They don't want them increased. We have the highest property taxes in the country. They want drug traffickers out of this state. They do not want more illegal aliens here. They want to get rid of them. And so I'll tell you what I think is happening. Part of what's happening here is there is a wake-up call, an inflection point, an alarm ringing in people's ears here in Maine. They're saying, you know what? We have suffered long enough. We want to change. And so it's unbelievable. The sales are billowing. They are filled with energy in all 16 counties of this state.
So, Robert, let me ask you, I grew up in the Northeast. I would go up to vacation in Maine. It's one of the most beautiful states in the country. Yeah. I had always looked at it as somewhat like a Colorado-esque place. You would think this is a pick yourself up by your bootstraps. You'd think it would be ripe for Republican ideals and the free spirit and go out, against cold and you got nobody there to help you but you and your family. Where did it go wrong along the way?
Yeah, excellent question. What happened is by a very small margin, the Democrats have controlled the legislature, and they have, with Mills, had literally the last two cycles as a governor. And what's happened is the Democratic Party, which used to be a Norman Rockwell party, has gone hard left, and it leaves nowhere for Democrats to go, which is why not only will we win the primary, but I really think we'll pull the traditional JFK, Harry Truman, even Carter Clinton Democrats our way, because at the end of the day, Mainers just want that exact description you gave. They want their Norman Rockwell America back. They want their income taxes down. And by the way, when we slash income taxes, all those New York companies that are scared to death now, they can all come back to Maine. We're going to rebuild the growth cycle here. We're going to, literally remake our education system, and we're going to make this state be that place it once was.
What's the percentage of independents, Republicans, and Democrats in your state?
You almost have a 1, 2, 3, a division. And what a lot of the independents, of course, are also, they're also anti-government. They're libertarians. A lot of Mainers are just curmudgeonly folks that want the government, to get out of their face and let them have their life. That's what I grew up with. The town that I'm in right now is one that I grew up in. And, we were basically trained by World War II vets. This was a state very heavily filled with veterans. A lot of the values of the World War II era are the values that Mainers basically want back again. They want to be able to have choices in their life. They don't want mandates.
Are those people not signing up with a particular party?
We have what they call unaffiliateds, and then we have a very strong Republican Party, and the Democrat Party, which used to be more traditional, has gone hard left, and they are now really very hard left. I mean, they're almost unrecognizable.
This is why, Robert Charles, I think you have a really good shot at winning this. And especially money is king in politics, especially in Maine, because it could go a really, really long way. Media is cheap to buy in a state like that compared to where I am in Texas, try to buy a commercial in Dallas or New York City, can you imagine? With that, Robert Charles, I want to say thank you, and I want to give big props to the organization you work with, which is AMAC. And right now, folks, you can get a 5-year AMAC membership for only $35. Go to amac.us/grant. You get the AMAC magazine, all kinds of discounts, and you become part of a movement that's taking this country back. Go to amac.us/grant. All right. When the left tells you who they are, believe them. Next.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump, and they don't know what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Folks, if you're a Democrat, a socialist, a communist, and if you're in America, I will do my best to still keep you safe. I don't want anybody hurt. But these leftists are sickos, man. Listen to what this guy says about the flood victims in Texas.
You guys voted to take this National Weather Service away. You guys voted and cheered on Doe's shutting everything down. I don't care about you people. I hope you suffer worse than anyone. I hope the parents of these kids regret every day voting for Donald Trump.
I hope your parents call you up and scold you because you're out of line. And by the way, the National Weather Service being cut was a total fake news story. They had extra staff on board. But that kind of behavior makes you wonder who raised that, I'm not even calling him a young man, that lunatic.
maybe I'll pick up a gig here and there.
You got Kash Patel, you got Dan Bongino, you got everybody you got to throw out at that point.
No, not really.
Position.
No, because at least they can talk. The answers to her question, to the question posed to her, she double talks and contradicts herself so much, and it's been pointed out so much. She is a bad messenger. I remember we played that clip last week where was it RFK? I think he was saying he was amazed at the people that Trump picked because he would watch them on TV, and he thought, great, they can talk.
Right, yeah.
That would elevate them up the ladder. Yeah. They must have been editing her stuff.
I don't know.
Because she stinks.
So I'll put you down as undecided?
Yeah, I think you could put... you know what? That sounds good.
Yeah. Okay.
Other than that, I am not triggered at all.
No, not
Very
at all.
low key.
I'll take how do we change the subject, Alex, for 500? Oh, look at here. Headline. John Brennan and James Comey under criminal investigation by the FBI tonight. Look at this.
That's a good one.
There you go.
Both former CIA Director John Brennan and former FBI Director James Comey are under a criminal investigation by the FBI after they were referred to the agency right after the cabinet meeting. By the agency by the CIA Director John Ratcliffe. This has to do with wrongdoing by the two of them in the Trump-Russia probe. Former CIA Director John Brennan and former FBI Director James Comey are under criminal investigation for potential wrongdoing related to the Trump-Russia probe, including allegedly making false statements to Congress. How many people do you think we could bring up on that charge?
Oh, there's a long line.
How many Democrats and how many former administration officials could we bring that up on, I wonder?
Tons.
CIA Director Ratcliffe referred evidence of wrongdoing by Brennan to FBI Director Kash Patel for potential prosecution, DOJ sources told Fox News Digital. The sources said that the referral was received and told Fox News Digital that a criminal investigation into Brennan was opened and is underway. DOJ sources declined to provide further details. And so my point of bringing this up, half jokingly, is this is obviously good news because the two of them we know.
Yeah, for sure.
But the timing of it, just seems.
Come on.
It seems like I'll take how do we get the attention off of Epstein for 500, please, Alex.
Come on. This is just low-hanging red meat. Hey, we're going to do an investigation. Now, we can't tell you about the investigation because it's under investigation, so we can't actually talk about the investigation of the people that are being investigated, but they're under investigation. Nothing will ever come of it. It'll disappear because none of these people ever get prosecuted.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And another thing, he didn't commit suicide.
Well, which one do you? I don't even know what you're talking about now. You're talking about Brennan and Clapper, or I'm Brennan and Comey?
They're still alive.
Clapper should be there too, by the way. Or are you still talking about Epstein?
I'm talking about them all. None of them have committed suicide. Don't worry.
Okay, but do you think Brennan and Comey are going anywhere, or this is just a shiny object?
No, Comey's going to continue his walks on the beach, playing with his seashells, and Brennan's going to continue making the rounds on CNN and MSNBC because that's what he does.
Okay.
I don't know.
So you're completely off the reservation with the whole administration at this point.
No.
As far as the
7 to 10, I'm good. But that this is a big one.
Nice,
because this is what we voted for. We voted for a lot of people voted for the immigration, which is going great. What they have, like 1 person and a half get over last month?
Barely.
Nothing's happening there. Perfect.
Well, Tom Homan did recognize finally that 3,000 a day is not enough. So, yes, I think it's going well as far as shutting the border down.
Yes.
But as far as what they're doing on the interior, I think Tom Homan really is now facing the idea, and that's why the one good thing, of course, a couple good things in the bill is obviously over the spending that's going to go to ICE to hopefully supercharge that number from 3,000 a day to what you really need is more like 7,000-8,000 a day.
Right. Yeah, that's what he said.
So.
But yeah, I have no confidence that this will go anywhere because these guys have probably made their deals. They've already got their get out of jail free cards. They know things about people. If you put me away, I might say something about that guy. And they're like,
Let me ask you a couple of questions.
All right, Vin. Yeah, I was going to say, Vin, let's jump in here now. You haven't been here since last week. You've seen this all unfold over the last couple of days. What's your point of view?
I have a different point of view, although, I love Delgado and respect where he's coming from. So I get that. I think people have a right to be upset over this. We expected to see something. But I have a couple of different viewpoints on this. One, there's been the narrative that, Trump's on the list, and that's why it didn't come out.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. If he was on the list, it would be out.
Exactly.
What I believe...
Yeah, the left would have weaponized that would have been years ago.
Oh, yeah. They would have tried to take him down with it.
Yeah.
What I believe has occurred is the CIA and FBI pre-Trump did what they've done to JFK's files and Martin Luther King's files and everything else that's controversial. When they do bad things, they destroyed a lot of documents. And those documents that have been destroyed may very well have the stuff you're talking about in there. When Pam Bondi got a hold of it, and I've been on the fence with Pam Bondi for a little while, but I'm seeing movement. The last 30, 60 days, I'm seeing a lot of movement, including today's announcement, where the DOJ has to be part of this announcement with those rats, Comey, and so on. But I feel like she got stuff. They were ahead of their skis on this one, and they didn't have the goods that they thought they had. And I think it's because people just destroyed all that stuff. So I come from the point of view that I kind of believe her. I don't think that they're holding it back for any reason other than if Trump decided, I want to have something over all these people.
We talked about that too.
Right? And I think that's a legitimate, I can see that playing out, and I can see it being very effective because you've got to marginalize some very, very bad people. But I don't see that happening. So I'm not seeing people turning and, being a part of supporting Trump. I haven't seen any Democrats. Every one of them have turned on him. So I'm not seeing a result there. So I'm not believing that fully. But is it a possibility? Yes.
All right. Here's why
Larry on X says, tell Muscle Arms over there that he's wrong about Pam Bondi. She's just following orders from President Trump. Trump is the one holding back the Epstein files, which is kind of to my point of yesterday.
We talked
saying
about that, yeah.
The buck doesn't really stop at the FBI director or the AG. The buck stops with the guy who can declassify on the spot if he wants to.
I understand that, but there's also you always have that plausible deniability. You want to make sure you give the president latitude. So maybe there's stuff you're going to say, you know what, we're not going to share that with you, Mr. President, because we want you to have plausible deniability to kind of keep you out of that scrum. I understand that part as well. The reason why, who sent me the message about Bondi being awesome?
I think it was Larry.
Larry, Bondi sucks. Here's why. Because of what I said. Her communication skills suck. What Vin said was right. If and I've heard this discussed too, that by the time Bongino and Cash got there, things have been destroyed and they don't have what they were hoping to find, then she should have came out and said, look, we got a lot of stuff in. There was stuff that we were expecting to find. We've learned now that it's been destroyed. There's no way to recreate it. There's no way to find it. We're going to keep working on it and see what we can get. Be honest, but don't sit there and try and tie in, well, it was all these videos of child porn, and she starts talking about child porn like we care about seeing videos. Nobody wants to see videos. We want to see the people who these young kids were trafficked to be held accountable. That's what we're talking about. She's she's trying to control the narrative and send it to, these porn videos are terrible and we don't want these kids ever to have to deal with it. We agree with that. That's not the question though, and it never has been. We want the people who perpetrated these crimes, purportedly, like the Prince Andrews, like the Bill Clintons, allegedly, like the Bill Gates, allegedly. We want the people that are on those lists, and they showed part of that list. That flight log list. You're telling me the flight log list now doesn't exist either, and that all these hundreds of young kids were trafficked for one guy who had cameras around every residence and his plane so he could videotape himself.
Well, when you say allegedly, can I ask you a stupid question? Because I just don't follow. I haven't followed this over the years as closely as you have.
Yes.
How much of this is all allegedly? Meaning, how much of this is just grown from talking heads talking and going and how much of it is actually under oath? How much of it has actually been presented on a factual basis into the public domain through courts or
some of those names? And again, that's been through stuff that was said in the media. Based on the flight log list. and people's trips down there. And they knew they were going down there, which is why Bill Gates is not married anymore to Melinda Gates, because she had a problem.
All right, hold on. Take the break. We'll come back.
But other than that, I'm fine.
Delgado's got some news to do, and he's got 47 clips to go from Epstein. So all those.
Got to put batteries in the pacemaker again there, Rick. We'll get you going.
We're both good.
He's got his comfort doll tonight.
Banana. 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Well, Joe Rogan tonight says, shout out to all the people that still don't believe in conspiracies. Your ability to stick to your guns is inspiring.
It's true. This thing has so much fuel, doesn't it? Just
Eric Erickson says there are a lot of people on the platform who developed large followings because they spread rumors and speculation about Jeffrey Epstein as truth. They are not having a normal one right now as Trump pulls the rug from under them. Well, I don't know. Is that what Trump did? Did Trump pull the rug? I mean, Trump's response wasn't really pulling the rug. Trump's response was almost like, why don't you people all go get a life and let's focus on the important things, which trafficking children, you would think would kind of land on the important scale. On
a huge scale.
So I don't know if he's just misreading the room. He's not up on this. He has no idea what his base feels about this, has no idea what actually this is all about. It was kind of a strange snap at the reporter. I mean, I don't think any of us overlook what's going on, the importance of what's going on in Texas, what's going on in our own government, what's going on with deportations, what we all voted for. I think everybody remembers all of that stuff and all the good stuff he's done in 6 months. I mean, today was just a very strange day to see the turn on the Epstein stuff, the amnesty stuff, and then the starting funds back to Ukraine. I saw people who I know voted for Trump 3 times. I know some who worked on the campaign who are going, I don't even know who this is I'm watching anymore.
Well, there's no funds going to Ukraine.
That may be a little extreme.
That's an overreaction.
There's no funds going to Ukraine. It's weapons in exchange for minerals. That was the deal. They signed that a few months ago, right? So now we have an actual, and we talked about it at the time. It's like, oh, now we actually have skin in it. We have a reason now to kind of throw our weight around a little bit. It's because we have a security interest with this minerals deal. So the only thing they're not getting funds anymore. They're getting weapons.
Okay, I missed. So it said President Trump is going to resume aid to Ukraine. I read that as
funds.
Yeah.
Right.
So, okay, weapons.
It's weapons.
Is anyone happier with that?
I'm more okay with that than financing the little tyrant there. Him and his wife and their lavish.
You don't want to send money. It's okay with sending weapons, I guess. But
sending weapons.
Yeah.
Here's some weapons. You guys, here's the instructions. Figure it out. See if you can use them.
President Trump is realizing that Putin is going to be a harder egg to crack than he originally thought when he said he'd have this thing done in 24 hours, even before he got into the White House, which now he says, I heard him say was sarcastic. He meant that. But I think he's now realizing that maybe this guy's a little more serious about taking all of Ukraine. And he's going to be a little harder of an egg to crack, and that's not going to look good on them, and he doesn't want any part of that. And so maybe I'm sure that's factoring into his decision making here on weapons and whatever's going to come next.
Well, a couple of things on Trump that I think are bugging me because I'm hearing people really, first Iran, people were reacting really strongly because they thought we were going to be in this war. A couple of things that may be happening or not happening. Regarding sending some weapons to Ukraine or this amnesty thing that's going on. We voted for Trump to do a lot of things. And if you voted for Trump, you got to trust him. Because I'm sure what he's dealing with isn't perfect. And sometimes he gets a curveball thrown at him. But you have to trust him. And his Epstein thing, it's just one of those things where I feel like if Trump wanted to push that story aside, there might be a reason for that. And I, for one, at least when I support someone, and I do support Trump, and all the dynamics going on, I do trust him, like I did with the Iran thing. I knew that no matter what, he wasn't going to get us into a prolonged war, but people were freaking out that he was going to get us into a prolonged war.
I subscribe to that as well, Vin, with trusting him. I said that all throughout that war thing, and people said it was going to be this long thing. I said, this is his wheelhouse. His instincts is what we voted on him for.
Right.
But I carry that over to Bongino, too. I'm sorry. I just do. I think he's earned it. What he gave up to go do what he has to do now, I'm not so easily going to just throw him under the bus and cash as well.
Well, you know
Great point on both of those
so
guys.
when they go in there and say, yeah, we came in with all of these preconceived notions. We talked about it as much as anyone else. We heard all the other chatter. We saw what we thought was a big conspiracy here. And then they go in and they see stuff that none of us will ever be able to see. And look at the background on how all of this was captured on the most sophisticated software they have in the world. Sit there on these computers they went in, whatever they did. I'm just not so easily to say, they're all in the tank now. They're all full of it.
I don't agree. No. I agree with everything you said there because Cash and Bongino, I don't know. Everyone he's brought in, even Pam Bondi, probably lesser for her, but even her, this entire team that he has in the cabinet, they're all trying to bring the truth out and do the right thing. And Washington sucks. It's a slum. It's a swamp of corruption. And Trump's dealing with that on a daily basis and powering through it. I mean, you got to trust him. I think that's the bottom line. We talk about this in 3 months, and it's still kind of nonsense. Well, okay, then maybe they're up for criticism.
Well,
but
see, that's the problem. This story is not going away. He wants it to go away. His reaction today was, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about this other stuff. And I'm sorry, Mr. President. Yeah, it's cut number 2. We'll do that in a second. But, Mr. President, this is not going away. And every time your AG, and I've heard other people talk about it, he keeps picking terrible AGs. And Damon was right. The Attorney General is the most important pick. And look at what she's doing. She is creating a bigger problem by opening her trap instead of sending somebody out who's better at this than she is. She is not good. She is not conveying the message. If the evidence was gone, she should have said, look, we got in there. Evidence was destroyed. We can't recover it. We're trying our best. We've got some people we're looking at. People would buy that and be like, okay, that sounds believable. But not this, it was all about protecting the kids. Shut up. We don't want to hear that. Here's cut number 2. Here is where she is burying this administration. Cut 2.
Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney, Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the set?
Yeah, sure.
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas.
It's a tragedy with Epstein.
Like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day.
We never asked.
To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
I respect where you're coming from. I'm not having the same problem.
What's wrong with that, Delgado?
I think Trump put a lid on it. I really do with that comment.
Oh, he did. He made it worse.
He put a lid on it.
This ain't going away.
We know that Epstein's a lowlife. That we can agree on, right?
No, nobody's disputing that.
minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. Slick's going to do sports here right now. Delgado's going to do some news. Vinnie Mac's got some thoughts as well. Yeah. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always on a Tuesday. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. We'll be at the America First Warehouse on Friday night. So if you're in the Long Island area or on the Northeast within a couple hours, if you want to drive and see us at the America First Warehouse, it's always a good time. All 6 of us, of course, are there. Kevin Downey Jr., who will be on the show tomorrow night as well.
Yeah.
We'll be there, obviously, on Friday. Yeah. Love seeing the audience. Love meeting all of you. Those of you who have come already to the warehouse, it's been absolutely great. I think we've done 6-7 shows there now, and we'll be back on Friday after having off the 4th, and we're looking forward to it. So we'll see you at the America First Warehouse, hopefully sometime over the summer, if you can make it up here to this area. It's a great time. It's a great place, great people, and it's a lot of fun. So check it out. Slick, let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Speaking of great people, LFS6B is the code to use at checkout if you're going to shop at MyPillow. It'll give you a great savings. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, well, Wimbledon, the quarterfinals in the books. We're going to talk about the men this segment. Carlos Alcaraz, world #1, cruises past Cam Norrie into Wimbledon semis. ESPN News Services. The 2-time defending champion, Carlos Alcaraz, reached the Wimbledon semifinals by beating unseeded Cam Norrie, the last British player in either singles bracket, 6-2, 6-3, 6-3 on Tuesday. Made easy work there. Alcaraz extended his career-best winning streak to 23 matches, the longest tour-level win streak by any man 22 or younger since Juan Martin del Potro won 23 straight matches in 2008 from Stuttgart to the U.S. Open as a 19-year-old. Alcaraz turned 22 in May. Second-seeded Alcaraz making his 5th main draw appearance, improved to 23-2 at Wimbledon among men to debut in the Open era. It's amazing. Only Bjorn Borg, the great Bjorn Borg, has more match wins in his first 5 appearances at the All England Club. He's going to take on American Taylor Fritz, who's the first American to make it to the semifinals since 2018. So been a minute since we've had an American in the semi. So we shall see. Obviously, we'll report on that as well. I'll get to the women in my next sports segment. Another story I wanted to get to. Netflix show reveals Joe Burrow canceled $3 million purchase after home burglary. This is Clark Dalton of Yardbarker. Joe Burrow nixed an enormous purchase after his home was burglarized last season. In the season 2 of Netflix's Quarterback, released on Tuesday, the Cincinnati Bengals quarterback revealed that he canceled plans to purchase a replica Batmobile for $3 million. Imagine having $3 million to buy a replica Batmobile. Man, I know you would.
I would totally do it.
Burrow first told Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins he had bought the Batmobile during a December episode of HBO's Hard Knocks in season with the AFC North and seemed giddy about the purchase. His excitement waned after the break-in. I didn't end up getting the Batmobile because, I just had other things I wanted to deal with at that point, Burrow said. The show also revealed the 28-year-old QB considered moving from his mansion. We'll see if I end up moving or not, Burrow told former Bengals defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo. Now the whole world knows where I live, but that hasn't really been fun to deal with. That's a problem, According to Baby Legal Records show, Burrow hasn't sold his house, which he purchased for $7.5 million in 2023, just before signing a 5-year, $275 million contract extension. You think he could afford a $7.5 million home on $275? Man, anyway, good stuff there. So Joe Burrow, he nixed the Batmobile, so hopefully he'll find a way to get that back. So I know it's kind of an insignificant story compared to what we're talking about tonight, but I wanted to lighten things up a little bit. Big D, the great Joe Burrow, Cincinnati Bengals, one of the best to do it. Hopefully he'll come back from his injuries and have a good season, because they could use something good to happen in Cincinnati, because my Reds aren't doing anything to make anything good happen in Cincinnati. And Big D, that would be a wrap in sports. Back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Let's do some headlines. Brought to you by Eternal Lifecoin. Our friends at eternallifecoin.com, all one word. Check it out. It's a great piece. Rick Delgado's got the headlines. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well,
should I say headline?
You read the one big headline that was just breaking just before the show. FBI launching a criminal investigation of former CIA Director John Brennan and former FBI Director James Comey, according to DOJ sources. That's the headline. As for the next headline, nobody still believes that Epstein killed himself.
Oh, boy.
It's as simple as that.
Okay.
And nobody believes what Pam Bondi said today.
Pam Bondi.
No. I'll give you an example. Michael Knowles doesn't believe it.
Michael Knowles?
Calling BS.
Yeah, Michael's
Our Glenn Beck.
Michael Knowles?
Yes,
friend of the show, Michael
friend
Knowles.
Of the show.
First guest ever on Live from Studio 6B, Michael Knowles.
I remember that day.
I watched him talk about it today.
on. Got to get him back.
Glenn Beck, calling BS.
Okay.
Brandon Straka, calling BS.
Mm-hmm.
Tucker Carlson, calling BS.
They don't even believe Epstein did any of this stuff. Tucker had
Matt
someone
Gaetz,
on today. Crazy.
Journalists Nick Bryant and Jonathan Sager, calling BS. Harry Enton, no, I'm kidding about him.
Harry Oates, calling it
to the TV
board. Patrick Bet-David, calling BS. I think he was more upset with Pam Bondi, though, to be honest with you, because he didn't have nice things to say about her.
Okay.
And even CNN, Cut 3, Jake Tapper is not buying the story being pitched by Pam Bondi. Cut 3.
Alex, I have to say, I'm with the people that still have questions about this. I kind of don't buy the nothing to see here, and I don't know that the Justice Department helped their case. They released this video. Let's show it. It shows no one entered the area surrounding Epstein's cell in the hours before he died. But there's something significant about this videotape. What is it?
Well, here's one thing that some people on the internet are picking up on, which is that there is about a minute missing between 11:58 p.m., 58 seconds, and 12 a.m., the night that Epstein was apparently killed or died.
Yeah. So that minute is missing, and now we're supposed to believe that, that happens all the time. It's part of the program. That's what it does. It's been doing it since 1999.
I saw that.
BS. You know what else is a big tell? Huge tell. People that have talked about this all the time, Jesse Waters and Greg Gutfeld. On the 5, last 2 days, I've been watching and paying attention to what topics they talk about. Monday's topics, Texas flood. That's understandable. Elon Musk starting a third party. ICE agents under attack. Zoan the Destroyer identifying as black on his college form. No Epstein. That was yesterday.
Listen, we all know
today,
what happened at 11:59 in the minute that's missing.
Pretty
obvious. The only plausible.
Today, more Texas flood.
Rick, it's right here, the missing minute.
Immigration and violence from the left with 10 arrested. Even that's more believable than what
that's what
they're pitching
That's
us.
the missing minute.
Exactly what's right there.
Makes sense to me.
Plausible answer we have.
What did they talk about today? They didn't talk about Epstein. They talked about more of the Texas flood, immigration, and the violence from the left. The leaked memo about Biden advisors telling him to debate early. Like, that's a big story. Nobody cares about that. Netanyahu nominating Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. Who gives a crap? Nobody cares.
We're going to need medication here very quickly.
Liberals politicizing the Texas flood. Big whoop. They do that all the time. What did we find out from... they didn't talk about Epstein again. They're on lockdown. Meanwhile, what do you have? Their most high-profile and viral moment White House reporter, right? He asked a question yesterday, and the clip goes nuclear, and nothing. Crickets from Fox News. Their own guy. It's almost like a disavow. We're going to disavow, what's his name? What is it? Ducey, yeah.
In the press conference?
I always forget his name.
You almost had us so off the rails right now. That's why you can't remember.
That's why
anything.
I can't remember it.
Rant.
And then
it's supposed to be news.
Just before I leave to come here, this is news because I'm going to lose my. I see Trump, a clip of President Trump. I think I even retwixted it. Of him talking about the list, saying there's some very big people on there.
Ooh, ouch.
Well, let's see it.
I don't have it. I didn't. It was late, and I wasn't going to send it to Erin because she would have cut my head off.
How do we know it exists then?
That would have been a good start for the show.
But here is okay. Let's do a cut from yesterday that I didn't get to. Cut number 10. Here's Alina Habba on the Epstein list back in February. Before, I guess,
but
they
in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability.
Yeah, accountability we're never going to see. Even Megyn Kelly came out and calls BS on this.
Here's the clip that I believe you're talking about. I got it for you since you were not able to get it. I believe it's this one.
Yes, this is it.
But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately, I was not one of them.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Probably will be, by the way. Probably.
So if you're able to, you'll be...
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. Now, Kennedy's interesting because it's so many years ago. You know, they do that for danger, too, because, you know, it endangers certain people, et cetera, et cetera. So Kennedy is very different from the Epstein thing. But, yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had no problem with it.
Well, maybe he actually looked at it and said, what's the point of this? This is not what everybody made it out to be.
That's possible.
There's not even real names in here. It just says person one or this guy or this company name or this.
Well, let's see. Prince Andrew is listed.
Is that ever possible in anybody's world?
Prince Andrew is listed. Bill Clinton is listed. According to this article from The Independent, Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton were among more than 100 people named in legal documents linked to pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The disclosure of the court files includes the names of victims, friends, and associates, which, again, you don't want to include the names of victims. We get that. Or people that are just friends with somebody who had nothing to do with it. We get that. The millionaire financier who socialized with royalty and celebrities was accused of running a large network of underage girls for sex. While awaiting trial, he killed himself. Yeah, I remember that one. In his jail cell 2019. As a matter of fact, they released a video. As you saw, we played it. You can't see anything on the video because there's nothing on the video. Because it's not of the actual area that his cell was. Anyhow, but don't worry, Virginia Giuffre, who was a prominent, outspoken victim of Epstein and some of his friends, surprisingly died by suicide just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, that's crazy how that happens. But no, we're just because Mr. Trump is upset that we're talking about it. This reminds me of the John Rich story, right? John Rich telling President Trump, because Trump is like, why do people get mad at me about talking about the vaccine and rally? He goes, because Mr. Trump, he goes, I would boo you. That was not good. Nobody is happy with the vaccine. He didn't understand that. I feel like he might be in the same area here with the Epstein thing, that he's not understanding that people are not very happy that he's just going to try and brush this away because his people have said, hey, there's nothing to see here. I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible.
Look up the John Rich clip and you'll see what I'm talking about. Because Trump didn't understand why he was getting booed at his own rallies whenever he mentioned the COVID vaccine.
All right, live from Studio 6B, more news, hopefully coming up right after this. the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado's going to do some news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Vinnie Mac is here. Vinnie Mac, what's on your mind besides everything we've talked about so far?
Yeah, a lot of things completely different than what we've talked about. And I talk about this next story or this next thing that I picked up or want to talk about and send it out to all the farmers in this country, the hardworking people in 100-degree heat and humidity right now that are farming wheat, that are farming all sorts of stuff. They're working really hard for our country, for our food supply, for all of these things. It's the heart and soul of our country in many ways, our farmers. And they have been victimized because of lax policies regarding the Chinese. And the Chinese have gone out and they bought a lot of farmland, not a little. This is not like a 1%er kind of deal. Well, they announced today the National Farm Security Action Plan, which the U.S. Department of Agriculture actually announced that, which basically now is going to start limiting China ownership of farms, especially near military bases and so on, but it's going to expand to go beyond that. And we have seen in the last 4 years, Chinese nationals completely infiltrate this country. They are everywhere. They're in everything. We're finally doing some things about it. Pete Hegseth, expressed concern about this, big time because they're right by our military installations. Like, sure, buy farmland next to one of our military installations, and then put a drone up there and see what's going on. Right? This is what's going on. It's so stupid. How it was allowed to happen is beyond me. So that's one thing that caught my eye, and I thought it was pretty interesting. The other thing that caught my eye is we've been talking a lot about the corruption and who was running the Biden campaign. The Biden presidency. There were many, many people around. We talked about the auto pen thing. We've talked about all these other people that are in and around him. My view of it has always been Jill Biden. I believe Jill was deeply behind all of these things. There were other bad actors in there trying to make decisions, and a new book has come out now, and it's pointing the finger at Jill Biden. And if you look at the behavior of Jill Biden, you see it. It's right there. She sat in a cabinet meeting. She actually led a cabinet meeting. So here we are looking at a controversy, which the House is investigating Biden, all the people in the Biden administration, his doctor, everybody who worked on these things. But to me, the real culprit, the one who can really enable this, the one who probably protected Joe through this, but then took advantage of the power, was Jill. Dr. Jill Biden, who's in the middle of this controversy, and now books are coming out. People are starting to talk up, and it's great to see and it's great to hear because this is one of the biggest travesties we've seen, I think, in any presidency. Like, we don't mind first ladies getting involved, and if it was a female president, a first male getting involved, I mean, I think that's kind of cool. They have, obviously a place in things, and they should be involved in things, but they should not be making decisions on major policy. They should not be pardoning people left and right for we're using an auto pen, by the way. And she's been kind of busted with that because there's two different signatures. There's a lot of smoke here that points to her and a few other people. So that's been on my mind. And the last thing on my mind is this anti-Semitism in this country has gotten out of control. It's everywhere. We're seeing it in so many institutions. The Anti-Defamation League, I used to know the chairman of the Anti-Defamation League, which basically was out there to try and protect anti-Semitism from spreading further. And it's shocking that we're even talking about this. Anti-Semitism spreading in 2025? I mean, what? Well, how did this possibly happen? Well, the largest teachers union in the United States just cut ties with the Anti-Defamation League because of their pro-Israel and anti-Semitic support. They cut ties with them. This is why our kids are in universities, in high schools, and in grammar schools are being tainted with this absolutely obscene, progressive, liberal rhetoric. And you wonder why all this anti-Semitism is happening, because these people are enabling it. And they go as far as just dropping the Anti-Defamation League over their support. It's disturbing. It's profoundly disturbing. It's one of the things that everyone in our country should be outraged over because it's not right. It's not fair, and it's tainting our country, and we're seeing the effects of that. So those are a couple of things that have been on my mind, Damon, that would drive me crazy outside of Epstein.
Go.
Keeping away from that right now.
All right, 8 minutes to the hour, live from Studio 6B. Here's something that should be on everybody's radar, and you talk about things that are as important, if not more important, than the Epstein stuff that's going on right now currently, would be this clip. And what this leads to, because this is not the answer you want from Tom Homan on this question. Here it is.
He's been very vocal. He wants to do something with farm work and the hospitality industry. So there's some discussions ongoing with that now. I'm not going to get ahead of the president on those decisions. But worksite enforcement, it's like everything else we do, is based on prioritization. Worksite enforcement, there's a lot of criminal leads on worksite enforcement, whether it concerns sex trafficking or forced labor trafficking, abuse of the aliens that are working for them. And so we concentrate on the criminal aspect of worksite enforcement. They're always going to remain the priority. So worksite enforcement continue, but based on prioritization. But there is some discussion going on about farmers. I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that, but I know
So there's going to be a work program for people who are here illegally?
I don't think that decision has been made yet. Again, I don't want to get ahead of the president of that decision. But one thing, he's been very vocal. He wants to do something with.
The last 5 seconds of that are the parts to focus in on.
Yep.
Martha McCallum. So there's going to be a work program for people who are here illegally. Tom Homan's answer, I would have suspected, would have been, no. People voted for mass deportations. Doesn't matter where you're working. His answer was, I don't think a decision has been made yet. I don't want to get ahead of the president.
You're looking at me because we haven't heard the president say anything about this. And until he says it, I'm going to let these people, maybe they hear rumblings.
We haven't heard the president say anything about this. Did you watch the rally on Saturday?
No.
Okay.
I went to a Beach Boys concert, man.
That's right. He's floated this trial balloon at least 2 or 3 times in public.
What did he say?
About farmers, and that the farmers can make better decisions about their help than maybe the federal government can.
I heard that too.
Knowing that they're here illegally. And he talked about it again at the rally on Saturday.
Yeah.
And as I said yesterday, I don't know how you pass this big, beautiful bill that supercharges ICE to go do exactly what everybody voted for, and then you follow it up with this discussion that continues to go on. With John McCain, Gang of 8, old Marco Rubio talking points here of amnesty. That's what it is. There's no other word to apply. They can tell us it's not that. They're not. And you can say no amnesty as much as they want. That is a concerning answer from Tom Homan, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
Because when the question is, so there's going to be a work program for people here illegally, the answer you would think would be a very easy no.
You would think.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to do something for farmers, but this is misguided. To your point, it is amnesty.
Yeah,
Can't
sugarcoat
it.
You got a lot of people on, who don't work.
And this is, again, something that has to be brought to the man at the top. Yep. He has to be asked about it directly.
Yep.
Very directly for a very direct answer. All right, that's a wrap. Hour 1, hour 2 coming back right after this. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday. Glad you're in.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna.
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Here's the deal. If your TV sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B.
All right, Joe, thanks. You are watching live from Studio 6B, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Slick Rick's going to do some more sports. Delgado's going to take some deep breaths.
Even that was more believable, that he made that cut for us than what Bondi said.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. 46.
I know, Joe. I was there when he did the recording. What are you making it sound like it's... What are you talking about?
Like it's not highly edited. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
He was at a Baskin Robbins with him when he did that. Come on.
Went in with
How
him.
many scoops, Joe?
Come on. Vinny Mac's here. He's got some thoughts on some things in hour two. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. There is other news to talk about today. And one of the things we can talk about is the Supreme Court, because even though they're supposed to be on vacay, we got a ruling today. And then some of these rulings, I don't know. I mean, it's just way above my head, but it just seems to me on the most basic level, it's amazing that we're talking about some of these rulings on some of these subjects. Oh, the president is going to be allowed to determine how big the government is. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Didn't know that we needed your opinion or advice or, it's just, these rulings are just crazy. But what's really crazy is the and unfortunately it's not really a laughing matter. It is crazy, and unfortunately we're going to be stuck with her. Is this lightweight put on the court by the most infirmed man to ever hold the office? Of course, that was Joe Biden, and that's Ketanji Brown Jackson, who has at this point almost lost the other liberals on the court. At this point, this decision was 8-1. She's the one.
It's really insane.
Even really Sotomayor, in her opinion today, takes issue with Ketanji Brown Jackson, and we saw the scathing issue that was in the previous opinion, and all of them signed on to it to put it out with that in it. We talked about.
Yeah,
that was written by who was the ACB?
Yeah. Amy
Coney Barrett just torched her, and all the other ones signed on to it, which at the time we pointed out, boy, to have the 6 other justices sign on to that opinion that just torches her as a moron was stunning. I mean, this one may not be as stunning, but I guess it is somewhat just because of who it came from, and that's her colleague on her side of the aisle. That I even have to say that is crazy, on her side of the aisle. It's not supposed to be an aisle. Were these 9?
There's no side she's on because she's so whacked.
So, well, that's the thing. So she's either such a lightweight and in over her head, which is possible, or she thinks that she's going to burn down the country through her decisions and through wearing the black robe on this, which is even more dangerous and also plausible. Either one's not good.
Right. Basically, what she is, she's like the lower court judge.
Yes.
That we're seeing across the country, all these lower court judges. She just happens to be one of those lower court judges that sits in a bigger court. That's all she is.
That's exactly who she is.
And you're right. She is a complete lightweight.
And as we know, Biden put her there, of course, because of the color of her skin. That's why she's there.
Right.
Not because of her not because of her past opinions, not because of her judicial brilliance that we've ever seen on display, not because of some landmark case that nothing. She's there because she was a black woman. And I don't know what her sexual orientation is, but if he knew that, I'm sure that factored in too. However many boxes he could have checked with her is what he was looking for. That's why she's there.
I don't even think he nominated her. I think his team around him nominated her. He just probably rubber stamped it because everything they did was hardcore progressive liberal stuff. This was not a middle of the road presidency. No. I don't think he had any clue at that level.
Andrea Weiberg today in the American Thinker says this woman's lunatic dissent, as it was 8-1 and she's a 1 on an island all by herself now. The lunatic dissent she issued to a Supreme Court order that stayed a California district judge's ruling blocking President Trump from ordering agency heads to produce plans for possible reductions in force. What makes Jackson's dissent even crazier than its lack of any intellectual foundation is her open hostility to her fellow justices and to the President of the United States. And of course, as remember, this all began when Trump ordered Executive Order 14210, implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency Workforce Optimization Initiative. In the order, Trump stated that he wanted to begin a critical transformation of the federal bureaucracy. Every president has done this, every one. He would do this by eliminating waste, bloat, and fraud. To that end, he asked the Director of Office and Management and Budget, OMB, which of course is Russ Vought, and the heads of various agencies to submit plans for shrinking the federal workforce. The stated purpose was to reorganize plans that would make the federal government fulfill its statutory functions more efficiently and affordably. The American Federation of Government Employees, a union that exists only because John F. Kennedy made a promise to the mob, was aghast at the thought that the federal bureaucracy might shrink. So they went to a friendly court in North Carolina, because this is what they do. They go judge shopping. And this judge obliged by holding that executive order was unlawful. And the administration sought to have the order stayed pending appeal to the Ninth Circuit, a request both the District Court and the Ninth Circuit refused. However, the Supreme Court granted the stay. What's so amazing is that the Supreme Court's order has an intelligent concurrence from Justice Sotomayor. Both the order and the concurrence make it clear that the question isn't whether the ultimate plans to shrink the bureaucracy are legitimate. Instead, as Sotomayor writes, Trump is likely to win on his right to issue an executive order that directs agencies to plan reorganizations and reductions in force consistent with applicable law. He cannot be stopped from having the OMB and the agency heads continue to make those plans. So in other words, Trump says, let's get this ready. Let's make some plans. Let's see how we can do this. This group runs to this judge. The judge says, oh, it's unlawful. Well, he hasn't implemented them. He said, let's get the plans for them. So she writes this dissent in an 8-1 judgment, 8-1, and her whole dissent as if the cuts have already been made. And Sotomayor says, what the hell are you looking at, basically? He's asking them to put a plan together for what would be the cuts. Any president, of course, is allowed to do that. That can't be questioned. Which, of course, is entirely correct. So this woman is just...
Her platform is obstruct. I mean, I think it's
even more devious than that.
The Senate voted her in. What was that vote? I mean, who voted for her? We know the Democrats did. What Republicans voted for her?
Plenty of them.
Well, there you go. They stink. They should be removed just like she should be, to allow someone like this with the qualifications just aren't there. If you want to argue that Trump put in these conservative justices And he did. Conservative, by the way, is we follow the Constitution, the one document that governs our entire being as a country. That's reality. But they all were qualified. They all were qualified to be Supreme Court justices. There's not one of them that did not have the proper qualifications in writing dissents and being a judge and having the experience and doing all of that stuff. Not one of them. But this woman had none of that. And our Republican guys still voted, and she got in. So there's blood on a lot of hands here. The Senate, Joe Biden, the minions protecting him, her. I don't know. Can you impeach a Supreme Court justice? I mean, is there a way to actually have someone removed?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
That's the only way.
What grounds do you need to do that?
Two-thirds. You need two-thirds of both houses, I believe.
Yeah, stupid.
Good luck.
That's a good one.
Big numbers to do it.
Right. We can't even,
Well, we can barely
get votes on. We can't even get majority votes on rules to actually get to the vote.
It's an embarrassment, though. Every decision, every one. She's had an embarrassing viewpoint. It's embarrassing for the country to have someone this biased and this dumb in our Supreme Court, the highest court in the land.
Yeah, she went full in. You're not supposed to go full.
You're
never supposed to go full.
I totally with you.
Yeah.
Totally.
By the way, she ends this by saying that I wonder if the Supreme Court justices have ever sent an urgent back channel message to Congress asking that one of their own be impeached.
Yeah.
If they haven't before, they maybe contemplate doing it now. And given how poorly Jackson is performing, thereby demeaning the court, blacks and women, a wise Democrat would side with impeachment. But of course, they're not going to do that.
No.
And by the way, she doesn't know what a woman is, so we should be careful on saying,
Unbelievable.
We don't even know what she knows or what she thinks she even is.
What a sham.
Who knows?
It's a sham to our government, how corrupt it is, that she actually got voted in and she got nominated. It's just a total sham. Nobody cares, particularly Democrats. I mean, the Democrats do not care about the future of this country. They do not care about things being right, about things being followed based on our Constitution. They don't care. Matter of fact, what do they care about? Division. Someone posted something on Facebook earlier. They're like, the Democrats want to start like a civil war. They want to do this, they want to do that. Yeah, maybe it's extreme, but they live on division. This woman is divisive as it gets, but they live on division. This is what they've been running on. So we've been talking about.
Ben, you got to be careful with that. She might not identify as divisive.
She
doesn't know what divisive is.
Could be.
So I'm reminded as I just did a quick search. All 50 Democrats, of course, supported her. You know who the Republicans were?
Yes, I want to know.
There was only 3. That's less than I remembered. I thought it was more than that.
I like that.
But it was 3. You know who they were? Take a guess.
I was saying Mitch McConnell.
No.
What's her name out of Alaska?
Collins.
Susan Collins. Lisa Murkowski. And
Lindsey Graham.
Nope.
Oh, I know the other one. I can't think of the name. I'm going to throw it away. I don't know.
Epstein?
Our favorite banker who used to be from Boston who moved to Utah.
Oh, geez. Mitt Romney?
There you go.
Oh, Mitt
Romney. Yes.
Mitt Romney.
Not Mitch.
They voted as blind sheep, supporting the Democrats that they are, even though they say they're Republicans.
53-47 was the final vote. Those were the 3 Republicans.
Wow.
Good. Collins, Murkowski, and Romney.
Yeah, good. How do you like those votes now? Vote them all out.
They love them.
Yeah.
Every one of them vote out.
Vin, you make it seem like Murkowski and Collins are unhappy with her. They're ecstatic. That's exactly what they wanted. They got taken care of.
All right, more sports news all coming up. Live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. I'll sound like the blues. This month, Tax Network USA proudly celebrates our nation's birthday, honoring freedom, resilience, and financial independence. To mark the occasion, they're offering 10% off all their services through July 4th. Well, guess what? That's passed. So I don't know if they're keeping that going, and you could find out. What do you mean it's the wrong read? Yeah, it's the wrong read. If you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April 15th deadline, or your books are a mess. Don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, up to 25%. For not filing. But there is help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't filed in years. Messy books? Well, no problem. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments and bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call them right now, 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV, and talk to a real expert over at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. Go right now, tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV, or call 1-800-905-8000. All right, folks, it's America's birthday, and you know how we do it here at Studio 6B. We love the fireworks, the parades, the red, white, and blue, but the real way to celebrate, of course, is to stand up and fight for the country. That's exactly what AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is doing every single day. They're leading the charge to defend faith, family, and freedom, and, of course, to push back against the nonsense that's trying to tear the country apart. And right now, AMAC is making it easy for you to jump in and help. In honor of Independence Day, you can get 5 full years of an AMAC membership for just $35. 5 full years of AMAC membership for $35. I didn't do good math, but my math tells me that's about $7 a year. $7 a year. That's 5 years of their magazine, exclusive discounts, free resources, but most importantly, 5 years of being part of a national movement that's got your back and believes in America. Don't sit this one out. Go to amac.us/Studio 6B right now and join. amac.us/Studio 6B and join. Celebrate the great nation and protect it together. amac.us/Studio 6B. Go there now. amac.us/Studio 6B. 5 years for $35. All right, 20 minutes past the hour. I mean, I don't even know how you do a deal like that. That's just ridiculous. 20 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. If you got a kid going to college like I do, and you want to make sure he's got a mattress topper and some good pillows to get a good night's sleep on those first nights away from home.
Yeah.
And towels.
And towels.
That's right.
My wife was showing him the shower caddy that she got for him.
I'm sure that.
I could have videotaped this description.
Oh, really?
I mean, you would think. I mean, just how about just carry your soap and just. Well, you could put your phone in here. You could do this, do that. Just, you know.
So there was a whole.
Here's your moisturizer.
There was a whole presentation.
Oh my God!
Oh, really?
Was she modeling things like, okay, you can hang it here, you can hang it there, you can put
Oh
this in
yeah,
there.
yeah. You put your phone in here, so if you want to.
Are you getting him the soap on a rope? That's him.
Oh, now don't.
I don't know what she's doing. I have no. I'm
not going to jail.
Don't ask me.
He's going to college.
Yeah, I understand, but you don't know what the situation. You know, you don't want to lose your soap.
Yeah.
Where are you going to put the rope?
I did not know that.
Don't go back to that story, please.
Weird, wacky stuff.
Speaking of my lovely wife, let me just say right now, happy anniversary, honey.
Wow.
When is that? Tomorrow?
Happy
Are you off tomorrow?
That's right. You're off tomorrow night.
Because we're going to go out.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah, beautiful. You're going to sit down at Wendy's or do the drive-thru?
20 years.
Yeah.
20 years tomorrow, and that's enough. I know she's not listening, so I can joke.
You were doing pretty well there.
Yeah.
Hey, but your parents are listening. They don't want to hear that.
It sounded like it was from the heart and everything.
My parents,
50.
I don't know.
I thought you were going to say they say it
53, and believe me, both of them think enough.
Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, 20 years, though.
I'm sure the restaurant's going to be nice. Damon's going to carry the
taking
tray.
her to a restaurant.
He's going to carry the tray for her back to the table.
Very nice. Yeah. Get that chicken tartare.
You going to a nice restaurant? You got like nice plans? Going out east? We don't want to tell anybody where because there'll be stalkers. But
There's not going to be any stalkers.
Are you going to get the...
What?
Are you going to get the dips? Yeah. Are you going to get like multiple, like sweet and sour?
I got enough
barbecue.
dip here. Every night. I don't need any more.
I can't say the second half.
So happy anniversary, honey. 20 years.
Yes, happy anniversary.
Well done.
Wow.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Beautiful wife and a great family.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Congratulations.
55. My parents are, I think, 55.
55. Cinque.
Wow.
Cinque.
Yeah.
Is she getting you a shower caddy too?
Yeah.
Anniversary gift.
Honey, I got 2. One for college and one
Wait,
for you.
there's more. Act now.
There was a deal.
And look what you can put here. Yeah, good.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we leave for the Sphere in the morning.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Sure.
Just kidding. All right, 23 past the hour. Did we just do sports?
No.
We haven't talked about it. Oh, I didn't get there.
That was segment 3.
I'm getting off at the next stop, though, okay? I'm having a bus over here.
Oh, God, I'm losing it. All right, let's do sports here. And sports is brought to you by, I think I already said, Mike Lindell. Go buy stuff. That's how I got into this. Your kid going to college. Yes.
You did. There you go.
Slick.
Well, yeah, before we get to the scoreboard, Jeffrey Epstein was... Major League Baseball scores. Here we go, Big D. We haven't got to the scoreboard. We're an hour and 23 minutes in. We got the Orioles right now leading the Mets 6-2, top of the 8th. Bottom 6, Yankees up 4-0, blanking the Mariners. Red Sox 10-0 over the Rockies, bottom of the 8th. Top 8, the Marlins are mauling the Reds, and I mean mauling them, 10-1. The Twins over the Cubs 2-0, bottom 7. Also bottom 7, Brewers lead the Dodgers 2-1. Royals edging the Pirates 3-2, top of the 8th. Top 6, Blue Jays 5-0 over the White Sox. No score there. Nationals and Cardinals in a rain delay right now. Bottom of the 4th, Guardians over the Astros 6-1. Earlier today, Tigers topped the Rays 4-2, and Rangers are taking on the Angels at 9:38. 9:40, Diamondbacks visit the Padres. Phillies are in San Francisco to meet with the Giants at 9:45, and last but not least, the Braves are taking on the Athletics in Oakland, soon to be Vegas, right at 10:05. Let's get to the one more. We're going to talk about women's Wimbledon as well. World #1 ranked Aryna Sabalenka narrowly avoids major upset, advances to Wimbledon's semifinal. Sabalenka beat number 104 ranked Laura Sigmund in 3 sets. This is Ryan Canfield of Fox News. Number 1 ranked Aryna Sabalenka narrowly defeated number 104 ranked Laura Sigmund 4-6, 6-2, 6-4 to advance to the Wimbledon semifinals on Tuesday at the All England Club. Sabalenka, 27, was twice down a break in the 3rd set before she surged and won the final 3 games of the set. She pushed me so much to Sabalenka after the match on the court. After the 1st set, I was just looking at my box thinking, guys, book the tickets. I think we're about to leave this beautiful city, country place. Sabalenka hadn't lost a set in this year's tournament until she dropped the 1st set against Sigmund in the quarterfinal. So pretty good there. And we'll see what happens, but she's going to go on. And she's going to take on, this would be Anisimova in the semifinals on Thursday. Okay. And that should be a good match.
Sure. You watch any Wimbledon, Vin? You're a tennis player.
Yeah, he was watching today.
Definitely watching. I watched the matches today, as many as I could kind of catch. Fight. Yep. I can't watch them all, the whole thing, but I watch as much as I can, yeah. You have any questions on Wimbledon I can answer for you?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Well, I see a lot of people talking about their anniversaries. This audience would be a good example for any young kids on how to stay together. A lot of big numbers. Yeah. So congratulations to all.
Wow.
All right, live from Studio 6B, 26 past the hour. We're back right after this. 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Someone in the chat, I forgot. I'm sorry, I didn't see who it was. Let me see if I can go back. Said, Big D, you saw Cinderella? Yes, I did. Wow. I don't know who it was. Sorry. Yes, I did. I saw Cinderella.
He was the pumpkin.
They opened. It was Cinderella. Extreme was brand new. They only had their first album out, so they were the opening act.
It was CDs by that time.
Yeah,
right?
it was Extreme.
Yeah.
Then it was Cinderella, and the headliner was Quiet Riot.
Wow.
Quiet Riot.
Oh man, what
We're
a
not
show!
gonna take it. Those guys.
Yeah, it was great.
All right, good.
No,
that's Twisted.
No,
that's Twisted Sister.
That's Twisted
That's Dee
Sister.
Snider. He lives over here.
Dee Snider, yeah.
Yeah.
Stay out. We'll handle the music, man. You handle the Wimbledon.
I'll stay ahead of this one.
There's going to be a riot on the chat.
Hey, on July 4th, the only time I watched CNN was on July 4th, and Vanilla Ice was doing Ice Ice Baby. I tuned
We
into
texted
that.
me too. I was like, how ironic, right?
Yeah.
Ice.
Oh, I loved it, man. I flip it through to like Vanilla Ice is going to be performing. I'm
Yeah,
like,
right?
you know what? I'm going to stick with this till I hear the Iceman go. I like him. Ding 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 ding.
Yep.
Ding, ding,
I watched.
ding, 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 ding. Yo,
I watched the NBC 4th of July deal.
What up,
Trisha
yo?
Yearwood performed.
yeah.
I have to say, it was a little more. Even all the liberal performers were a little more pro-America than I actually expected they would be. There was no political statements. There was no. And then I watched the 4th from the Capitol, which also was good.
Yeah.
They both were good.
Yeah.
The fireworks display over the Brooklyn Bridge was sick.
Yeah.
It was so sick. To see that in person must be wild.
Yeah.
It was really good. So
I didn't watch anything. I was out.
Yeah. No Brady Bunch reruns for
No,
you, huh?
I was out doing stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what?
Great.
You know what? I did see some great fireworks as I was driving around this turn. This guy was firing fireworks in the middle of the street. That was nice. Coming around this curve at 45 miles an hour, like holy crap! I had to swerve into other oncoming traffic. This idiot was doing it right in front, right in the lane. But it looked wonderful.
It looked wonderful, didn't it? Yes, good. Good. Well, you
Very
had your
patriotic.
experience.
what were some of what was the audience? What are some of your favorite concerts you've ever been to? Whether you were young or just let's see what your favorite. Give me your best concert you've ever been to. Mine is probably. I don't know. I think I saw Garth Brooks 5 nights in a row at Nassau Coliseum when I was at Hofstra.
Wow.
It was pretty hard to top him. He was pretty sick back then.
I'm going to say Billy Joel at Yankee Stadium.
Okay.
Just simply because the way he controlled the crowd was amazing.
I got about 50 Prince shows, but I'm going to say the one where I was on stage with my wife and him, and we danced for 15 minutes. Man, I'm going to dance to 7 different tracks. That was my best show I ever went to. That was the Musicology tour. It was the largest selling tour in 2004.
Okay.
Wow.
Vin?
I've seen a lot of concerts, so this is a tough one. But
Thank you. The question was, what was your favorite?
Was it Quiet
The
Riot?
Beatles.
one of my favorites.
They came to America.
Yeah, one of my favorite was Tom Petty. 2 months before he passed away, at the in Queens at the old U.S. Open place, the West Side Tennis Club.
Wow.
Amazing concert. I could not believe this guy's catalog. Blew me away.
Yep.
Wow,
maybe it was all the weed they were smoking.
Interesting.
Do me like that.
The Who, Allman Brothers in New Haven. I see a lot of Billy Joel.
Yeah.
Van Halen at the Hollywood Bowl. That's a cool one. Pink Floyd. Paul McCartney I've seen a couple times.
Milli Vanilli?
No, I haven't seen them.
No.
Ozzy, Steve Miller Band.
I introduced Ted Nugent.
Oh, that's right. When you were in the radio business.
Fort Myers. That
Ted
was
Nugent.
a lot of fun.
I saw him open for Leonard Skinner before Ted Nugent was Ted Nugent, and he stole
Who
the
was
show.
he known as?
Ted Nugent.
Fred Nugent?
How about John Denver? Somebody saw John
Before
Denver.
he broke, let's put it that way. And he stole the show. It was great. He was amazing.
I see some other Garth Brooks in there.
You know what was a fun concert? Again, another one from my radio. I brought up on stage, Loverboy. Remember Loverboy?
Yeah.
That's
you won't be lonely till it's over.
In the late 90s. Mike Reno, the lead singer, looked like he ate Mike Reno. He was huge.
That's what happens to these guys.
Somebody said Freddie Fender in El Paso. Oh man, how about the great Kinky Friedman? I never saw Kinky, but I would have loved to seen Kinky Friedman. Speaking of El Paso,
Mr. V saw Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin. If that's
there's some people who have seen some great concerts here.
Yeah. That's epic stuff there. Wow.
Def Leppard was my sister just went to Def Leppard at the Mohegan Sun. because her husband's a big Def Leppard fan, so they just were there. Wow, Frank Sinatra.
Oh, well, that's a great one.
Oh, man.
Leonard Skinner.
You know what? In that respect,
Leonard
too,
Skinner.
I gotta say, I gotta throw a top 5 for me would be Tom Jones at West Point.
Oh, I saw Tom Jones.
Tom Jones,
man,
right? Last new pussy.
Oh my goodness.
I
That's
see a
the
lot of
biggest
Jimmy
voice
Buffett.
I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I probably saw Jimmy Buffett 30 times.
Yep. Wow.
But you don't like him?
All of them were at Jones Beach.
No, I mean, he was probably my favorite of all time.
I was like me with Prince. I saw him 50 times, 50 live shows, front row, probably 25 times. I was front row.
Wow, some people saw some great stuff. Great tours, too, and they're being specific about the tours and where they were.
Well, Peter Frampton.
Good stuff.
That's my guy.
And it's
Mike in the gold suit and the long hair.
Simmons,
That's
Peter
my Frampton.
ZZ Top. Every girl's crazy. And Charlie Daniels.
Boy, I saw someone say Queen. Boy, how would you love to have seen Queen at Wembley?
Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
Queen
man.
at Wembley.
That's coming up, the anniversary, right?
Oh,
Live Aid.
my God.
Isn't that anniversary? It's this week. It's 40 years ago this week. 50,
Live Aid,
40
yeah.
years.
Oh, could you imagine with all of the things they had there, all the I mean, just the way with Freddie, of course, obviously has to be with Freddie, not with what's his name. Well, he's fine, by the way. I think he does a fair job of Adam Lambert, yeah. But man, with Freddie in the day at Wembley,
what a voice!
I can't imagine anything better than that, honestly.
I have to give you that. That's the damn.
I can't imagine anything could be better.
He was
maybe other than Zeppelin.
Right. Speaking of Ice Ice Baby, right? They sampled that Under Pressure song with David Bowie. That was their big hook.
All right. Well, this is not a music show, but I don't know. That stuff interests me. So let's do some news headlines.
Talk about
Rick
Epstein
Delgado, brought to you by EternalLifeCoin.com. Delgado, what else is in the headlines?
All right. Well, we got a bunch of other headlines, believe it or not, Damon, that are out there that don't have anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein. But don't worry, because I'll get back to that because I'm not letting it go. I don't know if you saw this. Your favorite...
So back to the concert talk.
Your favorite man on CNN, Harry Enton, came out with a new poll, and we know Damon, he loves the polls, now doesn't he? Check this out. This is... What? Cut number 9. Here is Harry Enton. It's about Elon Musk and his brand new party. Well, as people said, it's a terrible idea. Well, there's a poll out, and Harry Enton has it. Here, check it out, cut 9.
Yeah, this entire thing makes very little sense to me. It makes about as much sense as selling sand in the desert. What are we talking about here? What is the size of Elon Musk's base? Well, I calculate it to be about 4%, just 4%, 1, 2, 3, 4% of all voters. What is that base made up of? Well, it's those who view Elon Musk favorably and the GOP unfavorably. We're talking just about 4% of all voters out there, because it turns out most of the people who like Elon Musk already like the GOP already. That is, they already have a party for him. In my mind, there is just no base for Elon Musk's third party in the electorate, at least initially speaking.
All right. When we talk about third party.
Yeah, so there you have it, third party. The president, of course, his former first buddy, Elon Musk, introduced the America Party idea on his X platform over the weekend to counter what he calls a one-party system, which Trump quickly dismissed as ridiculous. Enton, of course, doing that poll seems to agree, as his CNN News, that polling seems to agree with Musk's plan. Seems to agree that Musk's plan for a third party is definitely off the rails. So you got that going on.
Well, I think there's more than 4% of people who look at the idea of what Musk is kind of talking about and say, you know, we are sick of Republicans talking like Republicans and conservatives and then governing like liberal Democrats. So I think if you broke it down to, you know, could you see a party? Could you be loyal to a party that had a bunch of Chip Roy, Thomas Massey's, Rand Paul's, and guys who actually, at least when it comes to spending, which I think a lot of people have on their radar of this country going broke, and where we're heading, I think there's more than 4% of people who are sick of the talk when they're not in power, and then the inaction when they are in power.
Sure.
And they get steamrolled in every one of these debt ceiling deals, every one. They never get anything. We never message it right. We never stand up and say what we believe in. So I think there's more than 4% who actually would be very happy to be done with that crap.
I do too. I agree with that. I'm disappointed in Elon because I really bought into him being a part of MAGA and him being a part of Trump. I'm disappointed. On the other hand, if all that hadn't happened, I'd be pretty happy seeing a third party maybe leveling the playing field a little bit, challenging the rhinos and these progressive left wingers. Ross Perot, if you look at Ross Perot's interviews,
he almost did.
This guy was spot on everything.
He was excellent. That's right, I was.
What's that?
I was spot on.
Let me finish. Are you going to let me finish?
Here's where we go. Wait, you have more stories?
He
Let me finish.
In hindsight,
put
he
5
was
pounds of crap in a 4-pound bag.
He was spot on. He was very smart and very clever.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you're splitting the electorate there, and that's
the challenge.
That's why Clinton got elected.
Yeah, that is the challenge. That's why Clinton got elected 100%.
So. In other news, I'm going to take you back in a little bit of time here, Damon, back to February 26th. Matt Margolis from PJ Media headline, Pam Bondi just revealed new information about the Epstein list.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Attorney General Pam Bondi told you I wasn't letting this go, confirmed that the Trump administration is moving forward with the release of the Jeffrey Epstein client list. And guess what? They tried to pull a fast one on us. Well, PBD, that's Patrick Bet-David. This is what he had to say about the reveal. Cut number 4. Check this out.
I don't know what's going on here. I think it's the most sloppiest launch of a news that a big percentage of MAGA voters, Trump voters, wanted to find out. These are people that are Christians. These are people that are family people. These are people that probably have kids, nephews, nieces, who wanted to know what the hell happened here. This is by far the biggest fumble of this administration thus far.
Yeah, but he led by saying, I don't know what's going on here.
Right. Well, there was
that's
a lot.
The point. Nobody does.
There was a lot that was talked about before that as well, where he was questioning everything that, him and all the guys on his podcast were questioning everything that we've heard. They played a bunch of clips as well of things that were said. And now, that led him to go, I don't know what's going on here when they say all this stuff and then they come out and say that. And then you have Matt Gaetz here, cut number 5. I wanted you guys to see this because Matt Gaetz, and we've talked about this part too, the intelligence angle. That was one of the reporters' questions to Trump. Was he part of the intelligence scheme or operation? Here is cut number 5. Matt Gaetz talking about Epstein and his ties to foreign intelligence. Check this out.
I actually think that on Epstein, it was a foreign government that took him out. I don't think it was a domestic enterprise. Really? I do. I'm not going to say which one, but I don't think it was domestic inspired to take out of him. I think that was a foreign operation, government sponsored.
So a foreign operation took out Epstein inside of our prison.
Yes.
So they must have been allowed to.
Oh, I think it was in concert with people in our government.
Wow.
But not at like some, low level guard getting bribed kind of way.
Yeah.
At a state to state level.
Yeah. So there you have it. His words on what he thinks happened to get Mr. Epstein.
I think we know.
I think
we know what he's talking about.
We know. Anyhow, like I said, I'm not letting it go. But I have other news. I do have other news, Dan.
I'm not.
Hopefully tomorrow night you can tell it. 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Glad you've been a part of the show. We always appreciate you giving us a few hours, 8 to 10 weekdays right here, Monday through Friday. Friday, we'll be back at the America First Warehouse. Damon, was Tom Kiefer singing with Cinderella? Yes, he was, and they were still throwing the guitars around their bodies in a circle. It was the original band back when they really just had broken out. Like I said, Extreme had just put their first album out. They were the opening act. Then it was Cinderella. Then it was Quiet Riot. So yes, it was, and they were loud and fantastic. All right, 13 to the hour. Vinnie Mac's here. What else has been on your mind, Vinnie Mac, in the news?
Yeah, I didn't get to talk about the thing in Texas, the flood.
Please, we talked about it last night.
Yeah.
Ben Berkwam had one of the...
he was great.
I got so many emails, more than maybe we've ever gotten last night after the show, about Ben's I don't know.
Very touching.
It's hard to put words to it.
He was amazing. I watched that segment. You guys had him on. I talked today with a pastor, and I talked to him because it's kind of a hard thing to talk about when you see such tragedy. And I wanted to ask him a question, and my question was, in many ways, as a man of faith, and I think we all are here.
Yep.
Something like this happens, and you hear about these young girls, especially, but just everybody, and you say, why? Like, how does it shatter your faith in general? Does it affect you being faithful? And as he was talking to me about it, he said, well, faith is what gets you through it. All these people, it's what gets you through it. And it kind of really dawned on me, like, I was really not questioning faith, but I was asking the question, why? Quite often, like, wow, how can this possibly be possible? And he said some really great things about it, and I think it's just so true. It's a double-edged sword. You think, God's watching out, and he's watching out for these people. On the other hand, he's helping you get through it too. And sometimes it's when your faith is challenged the most when something like this happens, and it's when you need your faith the most when something like this happens. So it was a very interesting dynamic. He really enlightened me with what he was talking about. So I did want to share that because there's so much to this story. You guys covered it very, very well yesterday. What has come out of this story is this cloud seeding thing.
Yeah.
Like, what's up with this cloud seeding? Mm-hmm. And here's the thing about cloud seeding that I don't understand. Let's assume for a second that it's true. I mean, I think it's true. I've heard enough about it, but I heard about it in Florida when they had those hurricanes a couple of years ago, cloud seeding. And I'm like, well, Florida doesn't need rain. Why are they cloud seeding around Florida? And Texas is not the desert. They don't necessarily need rain. Who needs rain is Ethiopia. Maybe some places that absolutely need rain. Why are they cloud seeding in places that don't need rain? But do you have anything on that, Rick, regarding cloud seeding? Well, is there validity to that, number one?
Yeah, the government's been doing this, and companies do it for years. And they finally, I was listening to one of the CEOs of one of the companies, I forget the name of it, and he was talking to Sean Ryan about what they've discovered and how you can tell rain is cloud-seeded rain and regular rain. It's at the concentration. And the way, when they fly and they either go side to side or they go in circles, the way that rain falls, you can tell that's where it came from the seeding. But seeding is something, people want to say, oh, well, it's horse hockey. It's not. It's an actual business. That's why 25 states have laws against
who or why is doing
geoengineering.
It? Who?
Companies.
Why?
Because they want
Who's
more
hiring
rainfall.
them? Right, I mean, I legitimate questions. I'm asking, like, who is hiring people to cloud seed? Is there a purpose for that to help something?
Usually it's used for agricultural purposes in dry areas to produce farming.
Okay. I get it. Then why is it raining? Why are they doing it in
Because that's
Florida?
A dry area.
Well, Texas, maybe.
In Texas is a dry area. The guy's name, here it is. He's with Sean Ryan. Oh, they don't have his name in here. Anyhow, he talks about the cloud seeding. He's the CEO of the company, young guy. But he says he was trying to make the claim that, well, the cloud seeding wasn't responsible for this. But it is part of the equation.
Well, that caught my attention, and I just thought, wow, and cloud seeding has something to do with that. That's pretty outrageous. The other thing that caught my attention...
A couple of numbers here. Again, this is just from
lay it out.
Quickly. It says Western states, at least 8 states in the American West, including Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, Nevada, California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Idaho, fund cloud seeding programs to combat drought and boost snowpack. For example, Wyoming's Water Development Office supports cloud seeding to add water to basins with costs around $1.5 million annually, shared among states in the upper Colorado River Basin. Idaho Power invests $4 million yearly, achieving an 11 to 12% snowpack increase. California's Turlock Irrigation District spends up to $475,000 for a 3 to 5% runoff increase. Texas counties in the rolling plains and water districts like the West Texas Weather Modification Association and the South Texas Weather Modification Association sponsor programs, often contracting Texas-based companies. Federal support, the U.S. Agency for Internal Development, has invested millions in cloud seeding projects, and the federal government committed $2.6 million to seeding efforts in the American West with plans for 200 more seeders. So there's quite a list here. Then it goes to the United Arab Emirates, India, Russia, China, Canada, Iran, Bulgaria, Saudi Arabia, private entities and utilities, ski resorts, agricultural sections, key companies that are hired, RHS Consulting, North American Weather Consultants. There's a whole bunch of stuff here, Vin.
I guess it works. Huh?
And the name of the company, I saw the guy, his name is Augustus Dorico. He's the CEO of Rainmaker Technology. So it's even in the name.
Develops modern cloud seeding systems with radar validation, hired in Los Angeles and beyond. Rainmaker Technology Corporation.
Yeah. And according to this, the Dallas Express, he's going to be taking questions. I guess he's going to be doing an X Live.
Who is?
The CEO of Rainmaker.
Okay.
He was on with Steve Bannon today as well.
Okay.
So
there you go, then.
Yeah, that's
it's real stuff.
Fascinating to see that and hear that. The other thing that caught my attention, and I think we've talked about this just a little bit, and it's where I was alluding to about why the Democrats thrive on division, is these ICE agents being targeted with 2 more attacks. As Delgado noted, people have been arrested.
Yeah.
But the attacks keep coming. And it's ironic to me. It's beyond the defund the police thing. These people, they are the police in a sense, right? The ICE agents are there to arrest people who have broken the law, who are criminals in one way or another. They either broke the law with immigration or they broke the law as immigrants, and they're getting rid of them. The left has demonized them to such a level. And this is the one thing that scares me about the progressive left, because they can create this type of division. People joke about a civil war in this country. They say, "Oh, I'm going to create a civil war." Well, it's not so far-fetched. When this is their motivation, is to create the division. They did it with the Summer of Love. They've done it with everything, and here they are doing it to ICE agents. And I watched the coverage of this. Of course, the conservative coverage is great. They're really going after these folks. But you watch the liberal coverage, and this is acceptable. Just like the L.A. mayor. Thinks it's acceptable to get into these things. They should be arrested, and I hope they will be arrested.
Well, they were arrested. 10 were charged with 3 counts of attempted murder. The 11th person is facing charges of obstruction of justice. And, they're nabbed. And
That's
2
right.
of them are trannies.
Yep.
What are the odds?
That's why Trump is a great president. That wouldn't happen under another administration.
As always, we salute our military, active and inactive, all emergency personnel, all our truckers, all our farmers, everybody that keeps us safe, everybody that keeps the country moving forward. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron Friend, great job as always. Most of all, thank you, live from Studio 6B audience. We appreciate you each and every night. Have a great rest of your night. I will not see you tomorrow night. Rick Delgado, Kevin Downey Jr., Paul Nolan, Slick Rick will take you through a Wednesday. I'll be back on Thursday, and then, of course, Friday, we're at the America First Warehouse. Have a great night, everybody. See you Thursday. The boys will see you tomorrow, right here, live from Studio 6B.
what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks cooler. Claim yours today.
The most annoying thing, at least in my opinion, about TSA is going away in a lot of places. Thank God. Also, the IRS has some new interesting rules that libs are very upset about, but weren't saying anything about not all that long ago. And on a troubling, but we have to confront it front, a lot of younger drivers spend a huge percentage of their time driving on their phones. What in the world do we do about that? All and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to that, and I don't want to sound depressing here because that's not generally the vibe we go to, but there was a big Gallup poll that came out in this last week that shows that the sentiment for pride in the United States is not awesome, and there's a specific group that is doing a lot of that not awesomeness. They tend to be libs, they tend to have blue hair, and for some reason are a lot of times overweight, but we don't need to talk about that. Specifically, let's bring our panelists in, which we're going to have a great time. Jamie Michelle is the founder of Gays Against Groomers, and Jacqueline Harn is the chair for the Georgia Young Republicans. Guys, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. So before we get your comment, I want your reaction to this. This is CNN going over this poll. Well, let's play the video and get your reaction after this. Watch this.
I'm looking into whether or not Americans feel proud to be an American. In 2015, look at this. 4 out of 5 Democrats were extremely or very proud to be an American. That number has plummeted to just 36% now in 2025. Only 24% of Generation Z Democrats are extremely or very proud to be an American. That is actually lower, Erica. That is lower than the percentage who say they have little or no pride to be an American at 32%. Well, this is where the trend line gets interesting, because with Republicans, there is no trend line. There is no trend line. In fact, take a look here. Republicans' pride to be an American, extremely or very proud. In 2015, it was 90% back when Barack Obama was serving his second term. Now in Donald Trump's second term, it's basically the same percentage, 92%.
Jamie, I think we slowed down that's no trend lines. Yeah, Republicans or conservatives overall say, yeah, America is a good idea. This is a good place. Maybe we disagree with the policies of the administration, and that's fine. You can poll that specific way that people think. But at the same time, you're proud to be an American regardless. Unfortunately, though, that's not how the libs take it. What do you think is causing the disastrous downfall of pride in being American? I probably know your answer, but your thoughts.
Yeah, well, I think it basically always comes down to how they're raised and what they're taught. From a very young age, this generation, Gen Z, have been brought up to hate America. More than ever, teachers have been replaced by activists. And I think that, the results of that are starting to foment in a big way. Like, these people are becoming adults now that have gone through this indoctrination their whole lives. And they're told and taught from a young age that America is the bad guy. We're guilty of the greatest sins, and no other country has ever done anything bad. And it's like, I think it's all catching up, and they're just very resentful. And I have always thought, like, if you don't like it here, which is the greatest country on earth, I am happy to sponsor flights, one-way flights to the Middle East, to Gaza. I've always felt like, put your money where your mouth is. They always say America's the worst, but they never leave.
Yeah, that's what you're saying is that America-hating teachers are teaching kids to hate America, and therefore we're getting the result of that. I feel like somebody should defund any sort of department that puts into that. Maybe, I don't know, the Department of Education. I don't know if that's on
That'd
the top
be good.
block.
Yeah,
or whatever. Jacqueline, so you're immersed in young conservatives there in Georgia. Is there, being a swing state? Well, hopefully not, but in the past couple of years, more of a swing state than I think we'd like to see it. What's your kind of sentiment on the ground there of people being proud to be an American?
That's the funny part about it is you hit right on the head. Like, we have teachers in colleges that are teaching this crap. And not even that, going to younger, this is not something that's just magically happened over the last 5 or 6 years, right? The TV shows that younger kids are watching, even in like first grade, second grade, middle school, it's already starting that miniature indoctrination where they are going to college with these ideals. And then they have teachers saying, oh, yeah, actually, ideally, socialism would be great here. But no, America doesn't do that. They think socialism's cool. And it's such a problem where, again, like, if you don't like it, then don't stay here. However, they know that and they enjoy what actually America and the United States does provide for them. I think actually down deep, they know they can't get that anywhere else. And so they're not going to leave. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just these young Democrats. I mean, it's insane. You don't see that on a young Republican side at all. Even during the Democrat presidency, we're still proud to be an American. Because we understand that America is the best place. So both of you guys kind of hinted on the, hey, if you don't like it here, leave, which I don't know if you guys know this. That is bigoted and probably racist, unless, of course, we're all Mexican in Mexico, because there are protests going on there that are hilarious. Like, somebody cue the Alanis Morissette, It Isn't an Ironic song, because there is a protest going on in Mexico City, if you haven't heard about it, people haven't heard about it, where people in Mexico City are saying we are tired of the foreigners, they're not learning our language, they're trying to change our culture to be unrecognizable. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Jamie, I guess considering the protests that we saw, riots that we saw over the last month, of saying, like, yeah, come here, learn the language. We like immigrants, but you need to learn the language, adapt to the culture, and be assimilated to the customs of this country. I don't know. Is the irony too much for anybody else, or is it just me?
Okay, I got to be completely honest. When I first saw this story, I thought that it was a Babylon Bee headline and that was the source of all of this. I'm like, there's no way this is actually happening in Mexico right now. Like, it can't actually be true that these people are demanding all the things that, conservatives and patriotic Americans and just any American with half a brain is saying. Like, it turns out that isn't a bigoted way of thinking. It's just common sense. Like, a country has borders, a country has a culture. And if enough people come in that don't speak that language, that don't follow the customs, that totally stomp all over anything that it means to be Mexican or Mexico, suddenly that country will no longer be Mexico. I mean, Mexico isn't just Mexico, it's Mexicans, right? And that's the same with any country. And it's outrageous that it's thought of to be a bigoted position. But I hope now, and I don't have, I hope, but I don't have much hope that leftists will open their eyes and be like, and instead of saying, oh, they're bigoted also, that maybe they have a wake-up call and think like, oh, maybe the right is onto something. But like I said, I have little hope for that.
I was going to say, I wish I were optimistic about this, but everything that I've seen online is not, oh, hey, there are a lot of similarities here because they're doing the same thing that we should be doing and kicking people out of the country that aren't adapting to the culture, aren't assimilating. But Jacqueline, everything that I've seen is like, but it's different because it's Americans and we're bad and we're going to do the whole colonization thing. And of course, none of that's true, but it doesn't seem like any light bulbs are going off in their head. What is that? What's it going to take for that to happen, if it can?
I don't think it can. I mean, it's only bad when we do it, apparently. that's from this. That's only bad whenever we do it. And that's just what's absolutely insane to me is that I didn't believe this was real at all. But I mean, we would all be canceled over this. If I got on here and said that and somehow that ended up on Twitter, I would be canceled. I would probably be fired from my job. I would no longer be chair of the YRs because, oh my gosh, how dare she say something like that? But it's true. Again, borders are here for a reason. And just because we're trying to protect what we have and what a great country this is, doesn't make it bigoted for us to say, like, yes, actually, I want my borders here. I want to stay safe. They're allowed to say it, so why can't we? But
yeah, I mean, people. if the town that they grew up in and lived in for their entire life all of a sudden is completely different, you don't think it's okay to be mad about that? I don't quite understand the rationale there. Speaking of things that I don't quite understand the rationale behind, I thought libs are big mad about this new IRS announcement saying, hey, we've got bigger fish to fry than going after pastors or religious institutions for taking political stance. Now, we can go probably on a 3-hour podcast about the Johnson Amendment and whether or not nonprofits should be able to engage, religious nonprofits should be able to engage politically. But libs are furious about this because, well, most of the time religious institutions are more conservative. Having said that, it was 2021 when Kamala Harris put a video on 300 churches around the state of Virginia campaigning for Terry McAuliffe. No peeps out of the libs there. Speaking of irony, Jamie, I don't know. Is this a hill that is worth dying on for libs, considering the fact that they break all of the rules that they're now mad about not being enforced?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an example of something that could come right back around and bite them in the butt. They get so upset about certain laws and that are being passed or certain policies that take action in the country. But I would think that there are bigger fish to fry. But, anything that gives the right a break or just is a positive win in any way for, it's not even a partisan issue, this action, but because most religious groups are conservative leaning, now they have a problem. But no, I think that they should probably focus on other things like bringing their love of America back up from plummeting levels.
Yeah, that might help just a little bit. Jacqueline, specifically in your state, you got a senator there that was the opposite of the majority of religious institutions that like I said, kind of slant conservatively. But I believe Raphael Warnock, a senator in Georgia, was big time into the church movement. And I don't think he ever stayed quiet about his political beliefs if he ever was talking in churches. So again, the irony there, what's it going to take to get libs to realize that, hey, you're going to kick yourself in your own butt if you keep dying on these sorts of hills?
Well, they've been doing it for years. Like you mentioned, Raphael Warnock, he's a reverend pastor of his church here in Atlanta, literally said from the pulpit that abortion was okay. But I mean, I'm from a small southern town in Georgia, and every election year, there's always the march to the polls, right? The local African-American person running for office is going to those small African-American churches and literally walking to the polls on a Sunday afternoon where they have early voting available. They've been doing this for years. And so, yes, I mean, obviously it'd be nice if for a change, Republicans could probably do this and not get the hate for it. Same thing in Georgia. In Danesville, Jensen Franklin, who is very much involved with Turning Point Faith, I believe. He, I think, teeters that line historically very well to where I know he got a lot of hate for things that he was saying during sermons. But again, if the radical left can do it and say god-awful things from a pulpit, why can't we actually promote what true values are for the Republican Party?
There is, yeah, and again, at the risk of diving onto a much bigger conversation, there's a guy out here, Pastor Jack Hibbs, who has been baiting the Supreme Court to take this up because he thinks the Johnson Amendment is unconstitutional, and I happen to agree with him. But yeah, it'll get really interesting to see on the constitutionality of that on the long term. But in this particular instances, yeah, it is interesting that libs are freaking out about this so much. Jamie and Jacqueline will be back after the break to discuss what I think is the most annoying freaking thing that TSA has done in the last, and that's saying something, in the last couple decades, as well as checking in with Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
factory reset every night. So every single footage, every single night is going to miss 1 minute of content. That's not just exclusive to this Jeffrey Epstein case, but she is working, she said, to recover that 1 minute of lost footage. And that's all she really said about it in today's cabinet meeting. So no news, but still news coming out.
So yeah, I want to reiterate, if you want a full deep dive, there are several other great shows on this platform, especially the Charlie Kirk show. I'm sure him and Jack Posobiec are talking about it quite a bit. But obviously that's not the only thing going on. Anything else come out of the cabinet meeting that is interesting? There's also President Trump been meeting again with Netanyahu. What else is going on at the White House?
Yeah, so the meeting opened up with a brief kind of explanation as to what's happening over in Texas, what local officials and leaders are doing. And of course, the president did confirm that he is traveling this Friday to Texas with the First Lady to meet with some of those recovery efforts and some of those local officials down there who have been really leading the charge. And huge news coming out as it pertains to tariffs. Of course, we know that the tariff deadline has been pushed to August 1st. And so far this year, the United States has taken about $100 billion in tariff revenue just this year so far. And it could be up to $300 billion by the end of this year. And that's given that, you know, all the other trade deals work out with other countries. So that's huge. And of course, the president also touting the success of Operation Midnight Hammer as it pertains to the Middle East. President Trump also saying that he is meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yet again. He had that meeting last night and dinner with the Israeli Prime Minister. He's meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister again to talk exclusively Gaza, talking about how both sides want to get an end to this war, talk more about proximity talks, talk about, you know, who's going to be leading after Hamas is completely decimated. What does leadership look like in that region? A lot coming out as far as Russia as well. President Trump expressed a lot of dissatisfaction with Russia and how it just continues to keep this war going with Ukraine, against Ukraine. And of course, President Trump also said that we are giving Ukraine those anti-tank busters and also plenty of other missiles to continue the fight and just to make sure that this war comes to an end, because the president says, you know, it's clear Vladimir Putin hasn't really been coming to the table to make efforts to end this war. So, you know what, if this is what it's going to take, then President Trump says, you know what, here's more weapons to Ukraine for the time being.
Yeah, sounds like a lot other things going on at the White House today. Monica Page, make sure to give her a follow on X. We've got a busy rest of the week going to Tampa for the Student Action Summit, Turning Point's one of their flagship events there. So keep up with Monica on X. Monica, thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me, Joe Bob.
Thank you. As if we didn't have enough problems in this country with the legality of things, there's also the moral understanding that, hey, you just shouldn't do some things. And yeah, it's illegal, but it's hard to enforce, and so you just shouldn't do it. Unfortunately, that thought process hasn't permeated to driving. This is my biggest fear overall. I make my wife and daughter drive in the biggest car that we can possibly get because too many people are on their freaking phones nonstop. Let's bring our panel back. Jamie, Michelle, Jacqueline, Harn. Guys, this is a fascinating and troubling and kind of horrifying statistic coming out. 21% of young drivers say that let me rephrase that. I'm getting the statistic entirely wrong. I don't want to mislead people. Young drivers en masse say that on average, 21% of their time driving, which is way worse, is spent checking their phone. Now, obviously, there are rules against this. There are laws against that, but they're so difficult to enforce that it just continues to happen. Jamie, I know I'm trying to effectively ask you to solve world hunger here. But how do you get the message through to young people in this particular instance, but in many other instances, that there are just some things that you shouldn't do, not because you won't get caught, just because it's the right thing to do. It's how you're going to best advance your perspectives in life. What do we do in this situation?
Okay, I got to be honest. This is one aspect, one reason among a few where I'm actually anticipating and okay with the robot revolution. Like when I see Tesla autonomous driving cars, that, you know, when I see statistics like this, the Gen Z and Gen Alpha, I'm just worried they're too checked out and too self-absorbed. And I apologize to our other guest if she is part of Gen Z. But, you know, overall, I think that they're just too distracted. They have the attention spans of ants, maybe less. And I think that the robots here could really keep us all safe because that's terrifying. And,
yeah,
you know, I actually had this thought earlier. I mean, when it worries me for hospitals and doctors and nursing homes, all these things, I worry about these younger generations ending up taking over. And I think robots could help out here, but I wish that wasn't my idea of a solution, unfortunately, but I don't know what can help these kids.
Yeah, it is a tough one. And like Jerry Seinfeld says, that the younger generation, make no mistake, they are here to replace us. Hopefully they do a good job at it. But again, Jacqueline, I kind of think this is emblematic of a kind of bigger problem. Like Jamie was saying, people are just distracted all the time. You know, you've got screen time that's going through the roof. A Harvard study, interestingly enough, in conjunction with this, said that 30% of the time spent on the phone is navigation, 40% is just texting, and 65% of people on their phone is just entertainment. It's, in other words, there's no like necessity to it. It's just, I want to watch this Netflix show, or I'm on my next episode of The Office and I want to keep going. Same kind of question. I know this is very difficult and very broad, but how do we fix this, or at least take steps towards fixing it?
I mean, it's hard. She's 100% right. I am Gen Z, and so I can definitely say this. Yes, we have terrible attention span. It is so bad. Like, and I mean, down on top of it, I don't know if any of y'all have driven through the city of Atlanta. You will see all kinds of things driving through Atlanta. Like, I've seen people on their phones while eating a Chipotle burrito before. All is 7 lanes of traffic going into downtown Atlanta. And so it's a huge problem. I don't know 100% how you fix it. I think generations, as we're having kids, as more generations are obviously having younger children, maybe solving not always just putting a phone or an iPad into their hand to where they being so accustomed to having a screen at all times. I mean, I don't know about y'all. I see that in the grocery store, convenience store, wherever I'm going. If a kid's yelling, all of a sudden a phone or an iPad gets thrown to them, and they're just on it at all times. Yeah. And so we're already keeping that bad precedent going. And so, sure, we can blame the future or the previous generation for that. We're always handing us screens, but it's a problem. It's a definite problem.
Yeah, they didn't raise themselves. That's always worth keeping in perspective. Glad you're doing that. Here's some perspective. I'm not talking about the good TSA members, but the majority of people that work at TSA, I freaking don't understand how you live your life. Why is it that some airports I have to take my laptop out of my bag, the other airports I don't? But both of them say condescendingly, "Sir, you're supposed to keep," as if it's all consistent. Well, hopefully there's some consistency coming in to TSA now. The TSA folks at the federal level have said, hey, we're going to stop making people take their shoes off. It's been happening since 2006 because some idiot tried to light his shoes on fire on a transatlantic flight, and it didn't work. Now all of us have had to take our shoes off for the last 10 years. Jamie, personally, I'm excited about this. Do you think TSA is going to get better after this? I don't know.
I mean, going through airport security is one of the most painful experiences. It's just excruciatingly slow and stupid. I feel like none of their rules make sense. And exactly as you were saying, taking your laptop out at some airports, but not at others, and having to take your jacket off and then your shoes. And like, I feel like the next step is them making us walk through the security on our hands, like doing a handstand through there. It's just, what is the point? So yeah, I agree. I think that this is awesome. I hope that it's implemented nationwide. And then after that, there's more cohesiveness through all the regulations, like, with laptops and jackets and the rest. It's just, I feel like we're in 2025, all this technology is advancing, but TSA is still stuck in, decades behind.
I was going to say, when anybody makes the case for bigger government, I always point to the DMV, but a close runner-up is freaking TSA. Jacqueline, you excited about this? What are your thoughts?
Oh, definitely. I know I think the list when I saw this was Atlanta was on the list for it, and we're one of the busiest airports in the country. And thankfully, I will no longer be having to take my shoes off. But you're right about consistency too. And my biggest problem with TSA is, yes, I understand to a degree they serve their purpose. I am glad no one's allowed to just bring random stuff on planes, but they don't always catch everything. Like, I had a friend recently who flew through the Atlanta airport with a taser in her backpack, did not say a single word, like was flying back, I believe, from Dallas or Houston, and they caught it there. Now she's on some like no-fly list or like bad list or something else. And so if you're going to make us go through all the hoops and obstacles, at least like catch everything in my mind, because I still hear stuff like that and I'm nervous. And also, like, to your point, don't be rude when I ask, hey, do I need to take my laptop out? Like, don't yell at me. Like, yes, of course you take your laptop out. Like, every airport I've been to is a little bit different. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do. Sometimes they want to stand through separately. I don't know. I don't have a little black book of what each airport likes.
Yeah.
Consistency. Consistency is the main concern that I have. And of course, Jacqueline was telling a fictional story for entertainment purposes only about her friend that wasn't actually real. It didn't actually happen, just to protect you and your friend here, liability-wise. But Jamie and Jacqueline, thank you guys so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time. I would love to have you back soon.
Thanks. Have a great night.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we had a great clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Secretary Pete Hegseth, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
How can a mother who has to work be more intentional with the time that she does have with her kids to avoid attachment issues?
There's an exercise in my book. I have a new book out called Raising Mentally Strong Kids. And one of my favorite exercises is special time. 20 minutes a day, do something with your child that your child wants to do. And during that time, no commands, no questions, no directions. It's just time to be together. And it's like gold, that it's not a lot of time, but it's consistent time on a regular basis that helps solidify the bond between you and the child. And if during that time you practice what I call active listening, where you don't talk a lot, you just basically listen and repeat back what they say to you, the bond becomes stronger. And, you know, with 90% of moms working outside the home, they often feel so guilty, they end up doing way too much for their kids. And this way, it's like, look, I have time every day, your time, and it doesn't have to be a lot, but being consistent is magical.
Why should the rate at which the United States performs C-sections greatly alarm us?
C-sections do not allow the baby to go through the birth canal. And that means the baby's microbiome, the 100 trillion bugs in the baby's gut, is not going to get populated in the most healthy way, which is going through birth naturally. So in my mind, that's one of the biggest risks, not to mention the surgery for the mom.
How can you decipher hyperactivity in a child from just kids being kids?
So 30% of 3-year-olds are hyperactive. Only about 5 to 10% of 4-year-olds are hyperactive. So sometimes being hyperactive is just a developmental delay. Sometimes it's the food they eat. I'm so happy that RFK Jr. just banned red dye number 40. If you have a hyperactive child, the first thing to go is, what am I feeding that child? And if you take away some of the ultra-processed foods, you just can't believe the number of kids whose behavior gets better. Plus, your behavior gets better if you stop eating them. And so I think that's the first thing. And I don't think ADHD should be diagnosed before 4, unless it's really by a child psychiatrist who's an expert.
Are we unintentionally training kids to be emotionally fragile by overprotecting them from stress?
Absolutely. If you do too much for a child, you build your self-esteem by stealing theirs. That self-esteem comes from your ability to solve problems, from your ability to contribute. If you're always doing things for them, they're not developing a sense of competence, and competence feeds self-esteem.
You know who Jonathan Haidt is, right?
I do.
He's kind of started this independence challenge, and he's been encouraging parents, you know, let your child, 5, 6, 7 years old, whatever, something that you think emotionally they're capable of doing, do it on their own. So going into a restaurant or a small bakery, getting something, ordering it, coming outside to you by themselves, things like that. And this has really divided parents on the internet. Half of them are up in arms. If I saw a child go into Chick-fil-A by themselves to buy a smoothie, even if his mom was outside, I would call CPS. And then you have the parents that are like, I love this idea. I'm going to encourage my kid at the ball game to walk to the concession stand by himself and come back to me and kind of learn how to do something on his own. Where do you fall in this camp?
I love that. Like, let's help them be competent. But while they're walking to the concession stand, make sure you have your eyes on them so that somebody doesn't grab the kid, right? You always have to have enough anxiety. You don't give them free rein. But the more they can do on their own, the more competent they're going to be. Doing too much for a child is bad for the child.
Can a child's diet in the first 5 years predict their mental health at 25?
Your diet at any age is going to predict your future. I mean, just look at corn dogs. They have 29 ingredients, and most of them you wouldn't recognize as food. And it used to be, when I was growing up, maybe you go out to eat twice a month. And now people go out to eat twice a day or more. And so the food in fast food is just loaded with poisons. And I think we have to be so thoughtful that I think one of the reasons we have more autoimmune disorders is people are eating more at Taco Bell and places like that.
What do the brain scans show of those children exposed to chronic screen time?
So less activity in the dopamine centers of the brain. So the pleasure centers in the brain become less responsive over time. If you hit them over and over and over with video games and phones and iPads, you just wear them out. And it's sort of like we've thrilled their pleasure centers to death. And we should be very worried about it. And I sort of figured it out in 1987. My son was in 6th grade and getting great grades. And then Atari came out with the first video games. And I saw they just stole his attention. And then we started fighting about it. And I'm like, no, we're not fighting about it. And the video games left the house. He said, when are they coming back? I said, I don't think they're ever coming back. And I have seen this since then accelerate to these incredible 3D video games that kids get clearly addicted to. So addicted to their phones, addicted to these video games. And then you wonder why this dramatic increase in ADHD and the use of Ritalin and Adderall, which for the right people, they're miraculous medications, but not when it's environmentally induced ADD.
Well, these kids, some of them are so addictive, they're peeing in, like water bottles and stuff so they don't have to get up from their gaming seat. I've talked to Dr. Nicholas Kardaris about this before, and his specialty is video game addiction in children, and he said that was an epidemic. He noticed they all had Gatorade bottles and stuff filled with pee because they're so addicted they can't even take 2 minutes to have a bathroom break.
Yeah, no, if I'm the parent, we're not having that in our house. There is not anything good about that developmentally for their brains. And then we have to wonder what AI is going to do to their brain. I mean, it's not going away, so we have to, figure out how to use it. But I'm very worried because we're unleashing this technology, video games, cell phones, without any long-term neuroscience study. And Australia banned social media for kids under 16. I love that. It's taking what we know in neuroscience, that exposure to social media is harmful for children and teenagers, and turning it into public policy. California, you cannot start public high school before 8:30 in the morning. And I love that because it's taking what we know in neuroscience and turning it into public policy.
What does neuroscience tell us about the ideal start time for elementary school kids?
So it's probably the same. It's probably 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And it's why I've been a fan for a long time of homeschool, because the one huge benefit of homeschool is not everybody has to get up at 6 o'clock. And, mom can sleep later. Dad can sleep later. The kids can sleep later. And sleep is probably the single most mental health strategy, because when you get good sleep, your brain cleans and washes itself. And if you don't sleep, it turns off 700 health promoting.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. As always, you can email us anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com, whether you agree or whether you're wrong. There were several people that emailed yesterday, but I forget what it was. There was a common thread about, that's what it is. And I don't want to ruffle any feathers here, but a bunch of people are talking about the New York City race. And there's another guy running that's not getting too much airtime. And I'm sorry, I forget his name. But unfortunately, the overwhelming probability is that somebody on the opposite side of the aisle will win, probably either the moderate lib or the crazy lib. And so trying to deny that reality is tough and unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but that seems to be the case. That was the common theme yesterday that we got several emails on. But again, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. You can also go to tpusa.com, find out about any of the events, including the one that's happening this week that you should be going to. Glenn Tino and I and the Turning Point team are flying to Tampa tomorrow tomorrow. We've got a great episode for you tomorrow, though. Don't worry about that. It's all queued up and ready to go. And then doing the show from Tampa, the SAS, the Student Action Summit, Turning Point's one of Turning Point's flagship events. There are still tickets available. Go to SAS2025.com, especially if you can get to the Tampa area. Oh my gosh, look at the time. Hope to see you in Tampa. Come say hi if you happen to be there. I don't know if we have a theme for this. I don't know if this is a TikTok Tuesday, but I thought this video was hilarious. And I'll say this, some cultures are better than others. Don't make fun of, I guess, more specific, particular stuff in people's culture. Don't be mean on the internet is what I'm trying to say, but this is still funny. Watch this.
Even someone as white passing as me has received Indian racism online. Okay, Kumar, if her parents didn't immigrate here, she'd be sleeping in cow with no rights. The irony. Hi, Mom.
Hey.
I
So
got.
you're ready for Go ahead.
I got a racist comment. Do you want to hear it?
What is it?
If her parents did not immigrate here, she would be sleeping in cow with no rights. The irony.
You will be sleeping in what?
In cow with no rights. The irony.
Oh, okay.
Is that true?
How? What does that mean?
They're saying if I was still in India with you, we would be sleeping with cows in, but you didn't have cows in your house, right?
We did have cows in our house. So big deal.
I have to go.
Yeah.
Again, rude comments on the internet. Not, be more civil than that. But also, we didn't have cows in the house, right? Oh yeah, we did. Some cultures are better than others. That's, I think, the main thing that I'm trying to display here. Some cultures have weird customs that we don't want to have here in the United States of America. There's so many people that talk about the whole racial makeup and skin color. Nobody cares about that. Come to the United States, work hard, learn the language, assimilate to the culture, and everything will be fine. That's what we want to have happen. But when you're saying, these countries are the same as you, it doesn't matter where you live, all cultures are the same. No, they're not. Some customs, some cultures are better than others, as indicated by that poor young woman who would have been apparently living with cows in her house, according to her mother live on the internet. Too funny. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. We'll see you tomorrow, but also SAS2025.com, one of the best events of the year if you're in the Tampa area. And again, if you show up to the event, I expect, I was going to say a handshake and a hug. I don't like hugs. So a handshake would do just fine. So we'll see you in Tampa. Have a great rest of the show. Charlie's going to take us out. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
Right now, there is a high-profile cabinet meeting occurring between President Donald Trump and, you can call it, the board of directors of the federal government. We're going to post it in its entirety on our YouTube channel and on our social media page. But we're going to cover other stuff because we got to work for a living around here. So just a reminder, we have our Student Action Summit that will be coming up this Friday. That is SAS2025.com. Right now, Pete Hegseth is talking. Pete Hegseth is speaking right now on national TV, and Pete Hegseth will be there at the Student Action Summit this Friday. Kristi Noem opened up the cabinet meeting. So you have the first two people that spoke at the cabinet meeting that are going to be at our event this Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Tampa, Florida. In addition, we have Greg Gutfeld. In addition, we have Laura Ingraham. We have Megyn Kelly. We have Tucker Carlson. We have Donald Trump Jr. We have Tom Homan. We have Riley Gaines. We have Brandon Tatum. We have a whole debate we're doing between Josh Hammer and Dave Smith, all about Israel. We have breakout sessions. We have an exhibitor hall that will blow you away. Find your future husband. Find your future wife. Find your future career. SAS2025.com. That is this Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There's still some tickets that are remaining. That is in Tampa, Florida this weekend. It is going to be a monumental, game-changing event, potentially life-changing. SAS2025.com. Yesterday, we made some news, and it's very interesting. We made some news as we reported on this program that there was a push below the surface to try and sneak in amnesty after the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now, mind you, a lot of people covered this yesterday, but no one called us a liar. Do you notice that? No one said that we were lying. Instead, we had Jim Banks, we had Mike Lee, we had Eric Schmidt all come out and affirm and say no amnesty. In addition, we had Byron Donalds come on our program on this show and say, yep, Charlie, I'm hearing the very same rumors. In fact, I received a phone call from a top senator yesterday while I was actually in the gym, and he said, a guy that I know, and he says, Charlie, I saw your tweet, saw your show. All I'm going to say is that there are some conversations out there. How did you know? That was his question. I said, well, we have very good sources here. And he assured me that it was not going to be amnesty. Now, in that conversation, many other conversations, I have an idea of what potentially could be proposed, and we're going to try to flush it out. We're going to explain it. But very important, though. The Secretary of Agriculture, and a friend of mine, I've known her for well over a decade, Brooke Rollins, who's a good person, came out today and she said declaratively no amnesty. She came out today and she said there will be no amnesty. The mass deportations will continue, but in a strategic way. Brooke Rollins deserves credit for this because she's going to get a lot of heat from the agricultural lobby. She's going to get a lot of heat from the farm lobby. So good for you, Brooke Rollins, for saying this. Let's play cut 296.
I think we'll probably hear a little bit more about this today, and the conversations will continue. But I can't underscore enough, there will be no amnesty. The mass deportations continue, but in a strategic way, and we move the workforce towards automation and 100% American participation, which, again, with 34 million people, able-bodied adults on Medicaid, we should be able to do that fairly quickly.
Now, strategic way is understandable, but we also must keep the heat on, which means that, look, if there are some farms that have engaged with illegals for the last 10 years, they got to go. However, there's a process which is like, we're going to give you 20-day warning, 15-day warning. You have to scale back. You have to be able to find American labor or find legal immigrant labor if necessary. And again, that whole legal H-2B visa, I'm a little skeptical of that. I think that whole thing's a little bit of a scam. By the way, of all the different places that we need to do deportations, there are places that are just glaring in front of us where, yes, we can work the farms, but there are places that are currently displacing Americans that want a lot of other jobs in this country. We have a legal immigration system, which, by the way, I think we need a full pause on because we have way too many people in this country, but they should not be here in the first place. And it's been this amazing last 24 hours to witness major senators, major lawmakers come out and affirm exactly what we have been saying on this program. And to reiterate saying, Charlie, you're right, there is a push for this. Now, I want to now articulate what some people are proposing as the solution. Because right now we have a declarative statement. President Trump's not standing for amnesty. Brooke Rollins not standing for amnesty. But this is a little bit of a word game. It's going to be a little bit of semantics. So let me tell you what will likely be a proposal that will be shot out there. And the word, let me be very clear. The word amnesty is dead. But the essence of amnesty very well might not be dead. I'm just going to be honest. We have killed the word amnesty. No one's using the word amnesty. We have just completely just buried the word amnesty. It is so unpopular, no one's ever going to use it. But the spirit of amnesty is still very much alive in Washington, D.C. Not from Brooke and not from President Trump. I think that they are standing firm with their base, but that does not mean that there will be a 1-2-3 combo move. And just this morning, I got a text message that reiterates this. Good guy, owns a hotel and some other stuff. He says, Charlie, I can't find workers and I can't run my hotel. I mean, there's going to be a kind of a red alert, kind of 10 out of 10, DEFCON 1 crisis that will be communicated from the corporate class saying that we need a bunch of illegals. We can't keep our businesses open. So that's going to be the opening salvo. Let me tell you what is going to happen is that you're going to see a narrative in the next couple of months at some way, because, they're distracted right now. And by the way, the stuff in Texas is just terrible. You're going to see a narrative. And when you see one of these synthetic counterfeit narratives, that's why the Charlie Kirk Show, what we do here in this program, is so important. We are pre-bunking and we are preparing you for what is coming next. Is there will be, all of a sudden, front page Wall Street Journal, front page New York Times. It'll be so concocted. It'll be so synthetic. You'll be like, this seems fake, because we're pre-bunking it. And it'll basically say massive amounts of businesses can't find workers because of Trump's mass deportation. So that will be the prerequisite. And it might happen this summer. Don't be shocked if they're saying summer vacations are being put in jeopardy by Trump's mass deportations. So that is the leading argument. It'll come from the corporate class.
Helicopters. It was actually dangerous. A lot of helicopters up there, but they were real pros, and they were responsible for pulling out a lot of people. And we got them there fast, and Texas had some good ones too. But the response has been incredible, and the fact that we got along so well, I don't know. I don't even think that's a political thing, but we got along so well, and it was so unified. I think a lot of lives have been saved. That could have been as bad as it was, and you could have lost double or triple. This thing was just really horrible. Well, congratulations on a great job, and appreciate it. I know you're going down. I'll be going down on Friday with First Lady. We'll be taking a trip, and we don't want to get in anyone's way, because that's what happens. The president goes and everyone's around focused on. I don't want anyone to focus on us. But it's possible they could have somebody saved still. There's a lot of areas. It's a big area, and it's probably unlikely at this point. But there could be. They're thinking there could be the possibility. But what a tragic situation. A good job, and we'll see you on Friday, and we'll finish out the day here. I think you've been reading a lot about. It's a terrible topic when you talk about financial after this, but we have a big country and we've been doing very well. The tariffs, as you know, are starting to come in at record levels. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in to our country. We never did that before. We're not used to it. We only have tariffs going out. We only adhered to the rules of other nations who charged us tremendous tariffs because we were led by stupid people or people without any business sense. And I'd like to ask God, you could maybe talk a little bit about how well we're doing with regard to the money coming in. And the big money will start coming in on August 1st. I think that was made clear today by the letters that were sent out yesterday and today. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. We will have taken in about $100 billion in tariff income thus far this year, and that's with the tariffs, the major tariffs not having started till the second quarter. So we could expect that that could be well over $300 billion by the end of the year. We don't agree with CBO scoring, but for those who do, the CBO scored tariff income over the next 10 years at $2.8 trillion, which we think is probably low. And, sir, under your leadership, we're witnessing.
And they gave us no credit during this last little, the great, big, beautiful bill. I always use the word great. I add that to it because it really is what it is. It's never been anything like it, actually. And I want to thank all the Republicans that voted for it. And I want to, scold the Democrats because they're voting for tax cuts. They're voting for no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and many, many other things far more important than that. Great health care. And frankly, every Democrat should lose their election because it was purely political to vote. They were told not to vote for it. So think of it. We got 218-2. And then with the Senate, we had 50-3. Democrats didn't vote at all. Not one positive vote with all of the good things in there. Economic development money, tremendous border money. Now you're loaded up on the border. And I don't think we're going to need so much of it because we had zero come in last month, so I'm not sure how much of it we want to spend. You may think about that. You may actually think about saving a lot of money because the wall's been largely built and it obviously worked, but you may want to think about that. But so I think it's incredible when I watch the Democrats and they have standard lines like they had Russia, Russia, Russia. They had the laptop from hell. It all came from Russia. They make things up and they go with it and they feed it to you people in many cases. And they said, here's our line. And I hear the new line is death. Oh, it's death. Everyone's going to die. There's nothing to do with that. In fact, we're saving our country. Death is from allowing 25 million people into our country, of which 3 or 4 are stone cold, hard criminals. 11,888 are murderers, many of them committing more than one murder. That's death, and the Democrats did that. Joe Biden did that by allowing people to come in here just totally unchecked, unvetted, open borders, open borders. The whole world was dumped into our country from prisons, from
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honored to be with you as always here live from the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio, your gateway to democratized finance. That is Bitcoin.com. Right now, there is a high-profile cabinet meeting occurring between President Donald Trump and, you can call it, the board of directors of the federal government. We're going to post it in its entirety on our YouTube channel and on our social media page. But we're going to cover other stuff because we got to work for a living around here. So just a reminder, we have our Student Action Summit that will be coming up this Friday. That is SAS2025.com. Right now, Pete Hegseth is talking. Pete Hegseth is speaking right now on national TV, and Pete Hegseth will be there at the Student Action Summit this Friday. Kristi Noem opened up the cabinet meeting. So you have the first two people that spoke at the cabinet meeting that are going to be at our event this Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Tampa, Florida. In addition, we have Greg Gutfeld. In addition, we have Laura Ingraham. We have Megyn Kelly. We have Tucker Carlson. We have Donald Trump Jr. We have Tom Homan. We have Riley Gaines. We have Brandon Tatum. We have a whole debate we're doing between Josh Hammer and Dave Smith, all about Israel. We have breakout sessions. We have an exhibitor hall that will blow you away. Find your future husband. Find your future wife. Find your future career. SAS2025.com. That is this Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There's still some tickets that are remaining. That is in Tampa, Florida this weekend. It is going to be a monumental, game-changing event, potentially life-changing. SAS2025.com. Yesterday, we made some news, and it's very interesting. We made some news as we reported on this program that there was a push below the surface to try and sneak in amnesty after the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now, mind you, a lot of people covered this yesterday, but no one called us a liar. Do you notice that? No one said that we were lying. Instead, we had Jim Banks, we had Mike Lee, we had Eric Schmidt all come out and affirm and say no amnesty. In addition, we had Byron Donalds come on our program on this show and say, yep, Charlie, I'm hearing the very same rumors. In fact, I received a phone call from a top senator yesterday while I was actually in the gym, and he said, a guy that I know, and he says, Charlie, I saw your tweet, saw your show. All I'm going to say is that there are some conversations out there. How did you know? That was his question. I said, well, we have very good sources here. And he assured me that it was not going to be amnesty. Now, in that conversation, many other conversations, I have an idea of what potentially could be proposed, and we're going to try to flush it out. We're going to explain it. But very important, though. The Secretary of Agriculture, and a friend of mine, I've known her for well over a decade, Brooke Rollins, who's a good person, came out today and she said declaratively no amnesty. She came out today and she said there will be no amnesty. The mass deportations will continue, but in a strategic way. Brooke Rollins deserves credit for this because she's going to get a lot of heat from the agricultural lobby. She's going to get a lot of heat from the farm lobby. So good for you, Brooke Rollins, for saying this. Let's play cut 296.
I think we'll probably hear a little bit more about this today, and the conversations will continue. But I can't underscore enough, there will be no amnesty. The mass deportations continue, but in a strategic way, and we move the workforce towards automation and 100% American participation, which, again, with 34 million people, able-bodied adults on Medicaid, we should be able to do that fairly quickly.
Now, strategic way is understandable, but we also must keep the heat on, which means that, look, if there are some farms that have engaged with illegals for the last 10 years, they got to go. However, there's a process which is like, we're going to give you 20-day warning, 15-day warning. You have to scale back. You have to be able to find American labor or find legal immigrant labor if necessary. And again, that whole legal H-2B visa, I'm a little skeptical of that. I think that whole thing's a little bit of a scam. By the way, of all the different places that we need to do deportations, there are places that are just glaring in front of us where, yes, we can work the farms, but there are places that are currently displacing Americans that want a lot of other jobs in this country. We have a legal immigration system, which, by the way, I think we need a full pause on because we have way too many people in this country, but they should not be here in the first place. And it's been this amazing last 24 hours to witness major senators, major lawmakers come out and affirm exactly what we have been saying on this program. And to reiterate, saying, Charlie, you're right, there is a push for this. Now, I want to now articulate what some people are proposing as the solution. Because right now we have a declarative statement. President Trump's not standing for amnesty. Brooke Rollins not standing for amnesty. But this is a little bit of a word game. It's going to be a little bit of semantics. So let me tell you what will likely be a proposal that will be shot out there. And the word, let me be very clear. The word amnesty is dead. But the essence of amnesty very well might not be dead. I'm just going to be honest. We have killed the word amnesty. No one's using the word amnesty. We have just completely just buried the word amnesty. It is so unpopular, no one's ever going to use it. But the spirit of amnesty is still very much alive in Washington, D.C. Not from Brooke and not from President Trump. I think that they are standing firm with their base, but that does not mean that there will be a 1-2-3 combo move. And just this morning, I got a text message that reiterates this. Good guy, owns a hotel and some other stuff. He says, Charlie, I can't find workers and I can't run my hotel. I mean, there's going to be a kind of a red alert, kind of 10 out of 10, DEFCON 1 crisis that will be communicated from the corporate class saying that we need a bunch of illegals. We can't keep our businesses open. So that's going to be the opening salvo. Let me tell you what is going to happen is that you're going to see a narrative in the next couple of months at some way, because, you know, they're distracted right now. And by the way, the stuff in Texas is just terrible. You're going to see a narrative. And when you see one of these synthetic counterfeit narratives, that's why the Charlie Kirk Show, what we do here in this program, is so important. We are pre-bunking and we are preparing you for what is coming next. Is there will be, all of a sudden, front page Wall Street Journal, front page New York Times. It'll be so concocted. It'll be so synthetic. You're like, this seems fake, because we're pre-bunking it. And it'll basically say massive amounts of businesses can't find workers because of Trump's mass deportation. So that will be the prerequisite. And it might happen this summer. Don't be shocked if they're saying summer vacations are being put in jeopardy by Trump's mass deportations. So that is the leading argument. It'll come from the corporate class. It'll come from you can't enjoy your leisure because of mass deportations for maids and for cooks and for janitors. So that will be the opening salvo. And they're going to say crops are rotting in the field. And then they'll say, because of this, here is what their proposal will be. And I don't have a lot of time to build this out in this segment, but in the next segment, I'm going to tell you what it is. So then someone will say this, because I heard it from a lawmaker yesterday. And he wasn't even saying he supported it. He said, well, this is what some people are discussing on the Hill. And it's the following. And then I will tell you why it is seemingly reasonable, but it's a catastrophically bad idea. Remember, the left will always exploit an alleged emergency. If we do not have sweeping quasi-amnesty, we'll starve and our businesses will collapse. Remember, during COVID, if we don't lock down the schools, kids are going to die. I'm sorry, I don't believe you anymore when you come to these incredibly hyperbolic emergency type signals. So what is it that they will propose? And I want you to stew on this during the break, and then I'm going to tell you why it might sound fractionally reasonable, but it would be catastrophic. And it's this. Illegals that have been here for more than 10 years, they have committed no crimes. We should give them a pathway to legal residency, not citizenship. Let me repeat it again. This is likely what someone is going to propose. It's not amnesty, Charlie, but illegals that have been here for 10 years, committed no crimes, we should give them a pathway to legal residency. I want you to think about that during the break, and then I am going to give a response, and one that you might not expect. Z-Factor, if you guys want to get better sleep, I think we all know one person who, when their head hits the pillow at night, they're out. And I am quite jealous because of it. Let me tell you guys about Z-Factor. Z-Factor is an amazing way that you guys can get out of sleep, get better sleep, and get out of insomnia. Go to 1-800-4-RELIEF. Defeat insomnia with Relief Factor. That is 1-800-4-RELIEF. ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. I use it every night with great results. My body feels so much better, and people say thank you. That's what Charlotte says. So give Z-Factor a try. I had a great night's sleep last night. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Relax your mind, fall asleep quicker, and sleep soundly with Z-Factor. Go to ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com. Illegals that have been here for 10 years, committed no crimes, should we give them a pathway to legal residency? We'll be right back.
We get a lot of thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want to sanction him? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to?
I'm looking at it. Yeah, no, I'm looking. The Senate is passing and passed a very, very tough sanctions bill. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Can you sign that?
It's an optional bill. It's totally at my option. They pass it totally at my option, and to terminate totally at my option. And I'm looking at it very strongly.
Yesterday, you said
the Council of Economic Advisors released a new report saying that imported goods have actually decreased in price from December.
I know, it's not
well, my question is,
with the tariffs.
Well, the Fed chairman keeps saying that tariffs are going to cause price increases.
Are
the prices just not
chairman of the Fed?
Yes, exactly.
Well, you do a better job than him.
Thank you. Are the prices just not passed through yet?
No, I think what's happening is everything's evening out. You know, when we charge, see what people don't understand, the other countries have been charged, almost every country charges us tariffs. We had deficits with everybody for years, for decades. And we were like this big monolith that made bad deals with everybody. We rebuilt South Korea. We stayed there. It's okay. We rebuilt it, and we stayed there.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. So we're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. I think every reasonable member of our common sense movement could potentially at least say, you know what, I see it. You've been here for 15 years. You've worked as a chef. Okay. Now, hold on. Now, first of all, I principally don't share that view, but I understand if you do. However, let me just repeat again what someone is likely to propose. Illegals that have been here for 10 years, committed no crimes, they should be given a pathway to legal residency, not citizenship. Okay, so I want you to think about this in 3 different steps. Number 1, we do not know how many illegals are in America, and there is no record whatsoever of when they came in. The Democrats are not wrong about something. They are undocumented. We have no documentation whatsoever. Therefore, there's a great mystery around their status. So if someone has been here 16 years or someone has been here for 6 months, how do you define this? The 1986 amnesty was like this. 3 million people got it, way more than were expected. People were still claiming that amnesty within the past decade. So the 86 amnesty lasted many more years. You can still claim it, by the way, as long as you argue you did agricultural labor in 1985. So basically, you're expanding a window that as long as you're willing to lie, you can get some form of amnesty. Now, here's the key, though. Here's the kicker. That's important. But the more important one that will end this proposal, and it should make it DOA. So therefore, since we do not know when illegals came in, if ICE, for example, has their hands on an MS-13 gang member who has not necessarily committed crimes, but he needs to go, all that MS-13 gang member needs to do is say, nope, you can't deport me. I've been here for 10 years. And that person then gets put into a 3 to 5 year court process. This would effectively end all deportations immediately in our country. All of them. What I'm saying, though, is that it sounds good. Illegals that have been here for 10 years, no crimes, pathway to legal residency. Every single illegal, every bad hombre would say, well, I've been here for 10 years. And they might be lying, but what they're doing is more intentional, is that they're going to delay the process and short circuit all deportations in real time. This basically, another way of thinking about this is they would use the asylum scam model, where our asylum system is a total scam. So they know that if you go to the southern border and say the magic words, hocus pocus, you're able to then, abracadabra, you're able to stay in the country. So what this proposal, and again, it's not an official proposal, it's still in the ether, but we need to kill it now, early. What it would be able to do is that every illegal would, in real time, as soon as an ICE officer comes up to them, the ICE officer would not be able to lay hands on them. They'd say, nope, I've been here for 10 years. I've been here for 10 years. Sorry. And the ICE officer could say, nope, I have to have a court date. And that court date would be 5 to 7 years, 3 to 5 to 7 years. It would stop all deportations in real time. So if you think about it, it's so smart from the open borders lobby. So I want you to think about it as a open borders zealot. So an open borders zealot, they want every single one of these people to stay. They want the great replacement. They know that Trump has momentum on mass deportations. They know that people voted for it. And they know that all of a sudden that we have the one big beautiful bill. So if you were an open borders zealot, how do you then keep these tens of millions of people in the country? How do you keep these tens of millions of people in the country? You keep them by having just a rhetorical and a linguistic tool basically a way that stops all deportation in real time. You would end all deportations with this. And so then what the open borders designer and architect would do is to have this ridiculous loophole, the same way our asylum system has allowed millions of people in a country that should not be there, and we can't deport them. And they do it on the good intentions of MAGA. The good intentions that a lot of common sense people, they say, you know, you've been here for 17 years. So it's using our good heart against us. And isn't this the pattern of how they have changed America by mass migration? We have big hearts. We're compassionate. So they would weaponize the compassion. And you would then have 20 million people. Every time someone would try to be deported, they'd say, all they would have to do is be instructed and say, I've been here for more than a decade. And even if you know they are lying, it would take 5 years to adjudicate that lie. Therefore, short-circuiting our entire mass deportation agenda. We'll be right back.
If you want to drop extra pounds, boost energy levels, or reduce swelling in your legs and feet, you're going to love these two American-made health supplements I'm getting ready to tell you about. First up is Liver Health Formula. Fat deposits in the liver can really pile on the pounds and make you feel tired. Liver Health Formula helps reduce those fat deposits with nutrients like artichoke extract and milk thistle. In a customer survey, almost 60% of the people who were surveyed reported better weight management and 87% reported more energy. Next up is lymph system support. The natural ingredients in lymph system support help gently flush extra fluid and toxins out of your body. That can help reduce swelling in the legs and feet. Right now, for a limited time only, you can get 35% off of liver health formula and lymph system support. That, along with all 45 plus health supplements that Pure Health Research has to offer. All you have to do is head over to purehealthresearch.com and use the coupon code KIRK at checkout. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Texas officials are out with an update on the still developing situation in the Lone Star State following this weekend's deadly flooding. The death toll continues to rise and has now reached more than 100 people. However, first responders are still working and holding out hope of finding survivors.
As of 8 a.m. Central Time, 87 deceased have been recovered in Kirk County, including 56 adults and 30 children. Identification is pending for 19 adults and 7 children, with 1 additional person still unidentified. At present, 5 Camp Mystic campers and 1 counselor still remain unaccounted for. We ask private boats to stay off the Guadalupe River to allow search and rescue teams to operate without any interference.
President Trump is scheduled to visit the devastation later this week, likely on Friday, so as to not distract from the ongoing recovery efforts. In the meantime, questions are being asked about weather warnings, leading up to the downpours that caused the flooding and why some of the kids' summer camps that were affected didn't evacuate ahead of the flooding. RAV's chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn actually took those questions directly to the White House, and the White House says that the warnings were in place and that all agencies were properly staffed. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the bitcoin.com studio. Right now, over 7.5 million American businesses are thriving on TikTok. We reach billions and billions of people on TikTok. Businesses that employ over 28 million people. But behind the stats is stories that matter. Like Dan O's Seasoning from Kentucky, who used TikTok to reach new customers to grow from a one-man show to a team of 45 people. Or Arizona Taco King in Arizona, able to employ over 28 people and pay them well thanks to foot traffic TikTok brought in. Or She Mechanic in Georgia, who expanded her auto shop and hired new employees with the support she found on TikTok. Their success brings more jobs, support for families, and stronger local economies. Because when small businesses thrive on TikTok, so do the economies around them and the communities. We reach really hundreds of millions of people, and we have billions of views at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Portions of our program are brought to you in part by TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is Senator Eric Schmidt. Now, Senator, I promise you that I will not mention what happened on Sunday night. It was a glorious night in many different ways, but I know you were watching too. I was texting you. Oh, that's a beautiful song, isn't it? I think it's Go Cubs Go. See, I knew you were going to do something.
I got it. This is my shield, my David Freese shield.
I was going to say, is that Mark McGuire?
It's David Freese, the hero of the 2011 World Series. I had to have some kind of protection. I knew you were going to come at me with this nonsense.
No, listen. It's a long season, and once baseball is fun again this summer. It's just been, when the Cubs are good, baseball is better. I know that you disagree down in Busch Stadium, but 11-0. I was like, what am I watching?
That was rough.
That was rough. Senator, great to see you. A lot happening here. You chimed in yesterday, and you agreed with what we said about no amnesty. I got a call from another U.S. senator saying, Charlie, there are some discussions about this. Again, informal still, kind of rumor mill. What are you hearing? What is the kind of chatter in the U.S. Senate?
So what's interesting is I got back to Missouri after the big, beautiful bill. And so I kind of tried to unplug a little bit. So I'm flying literally after the show. I'm catching a flight. And so I'm going to check into this. I would just be shocked, honestly. There's just no way you can go from campaigning one of the two big issues, and you did too. I spent a lot of time with them on the campaign trail. I mean, he talked about obviously inflation and then migration, and you meet mass migration with mass deportations. In the big, beautiful bill, front loads now money to finish the wall, build detention beds, have, a lot more ICE agents to go do this thing. I can't believe that we would consider mass amnesty at this point. So I'm going to check into it. I'm glad you sort of raised the alarm bell on this, but as I tweeted out on the meme, my offer is this: nothing. There's just no way we can go down this road right now. So
yeah, it's not going to happen. Period. End of story. And that's why we have to try to pre-bunk this, and we need to try and flush it out early, because it would be a red line coalition killer. And it's coming out of nowhere. I totally agree. Again, I don't do this lightly, but we had Byron Donalds on the show yesterday.
No, I trust you on it. If that's what you're hearing, there's something to it. We just got to make sure that we nip it in the bud.
So the big, beautiful bill passed. It's a phenomenal and significant achievement. And now we are seeing ambushes of ICE agents across the country. I want to play some of this here. We have not covered this nearly as much as we should. But let's go to this one here. This is 308. Fox reports that 10 suspects have been arrested and charged with attempted murder after a violent attack on ICE and Border Patrol agents. Play cut 308, please.
As we told you earlier, a police officer was shot in the neck. So here are the 10 suspects. They are all charged with attempted murder. And of course, it's just one of several recent attacks on ICE and Border Patrol agents and facilities. And Senator Markwayne Mullin spoke to us about it last hour. Watch.
It's not surprising when you have the Democrats that are out there constantly villainizing the ICE agents, actually leading the charge towards obstruction and getting in their way and not treating them with respect as true law enforcement. This is going to continue to happen, and the Democrats should be held responsible that have been villainizing the ICE agents for the last, 3 months, 4 months?
Senator, what's going on here?
Yeah, I think this is, sadly, this is a natural progression, Charlie, from this issue was squarely in front of the voters in November. They voted for President Trump for deportations. This issue's been in front of the courts now, and Trump, by and large, is winning these court battles to move forward with deportations. And so now the radical left is moving to the next tactic, which is violence. And you've got Democrat senators, you've got other folks who are encouraging this kind of really dangerous sort of resistance movement. These are law enforcement officers that risk their lives to uphold the laws of the United States of America. And the fact is, the American people want deportations. Every last one of them, every last illegal immigrant that's here, that's what people, if you look at the polling, Charlie, that's what people are supportive of.
Completely.
And so these ICE agents are just doing their jobs. And you've got this report in Axios that some Democrat sources now are saying their base wants to confront this with more, sort of vigor, and maybe somebody needs to be shot kind of thing. And this is just from the Axios piece. It's crazy. It's totally crazy. And what's amazing, too, is this level of intensity you don't see for American citizens. It's sort of like with Ukraine. A lot of those on the left, they're way more interested in defending the borders of some other country than they are of our own. It's really strange. It's part Trump derangement syndrome. It's part kind of, I think, this globalist mentality that everybody deserves to be here. And America is no different than any other place, and we should just let everybody in and have access to communities and taxpayer-funded services. It's ridiculous. So I think this is our time to prove that we are truly a sovereign country, that we're not going to be intimidated, that we put this money up, we're going to hire more people, we're going to deport more people, and there's nothing the left can do to stop it. They lost an election over it. They're losing in court over it. The people are with us. And every Democrat should be condemning the kind of violence that we're seeing with these, assaults that we saw, these ambushes. And sadly, I hope that we've seen the last of it. But given the rhetoric, I'm not so sure we have.
I want to reinforce what you're saying here, which is the American people overwhelmingly support mass deportation of all illegal immigrants. And this is what's very important, is that the American ruling class, they are physically and culturally disconnected from the consequences of mass migration. But the middle class, they have to go see emergency rooms overrun. They see their public schools overrun. They see their infrastructure overrun. They also just see a changing body politic. This is 250. It's a very powerful clip from CNN. Play cut 250.
Deport all immigrants who are here illegally. 55% of the New York Times. Marquette, 64%. CBS News, 57%. ABC News with a slightly different question, 56%. So what you're seeing essentially here is a very clear indication that a majority of Americans, in fact, when they're asked this blunt question, which I believe gets at the underlying feelings, do in fact want to deport all immigrants who are here illegally. There's no arguing with these different numbers because they're all essentially the same across 4 different pollsters.
Senator, 4 different pollsters, and that is after all the media's attacks on ICE and their slandering of everything happening. Your reaction, Senator?
Yeah, I think we're playing offense now. We've got the high ground on this, and we can't lose the moment. This is a sort of a cultural issue now. People are connecting the dots, Charlie. Sort of what happened in this sort of post-Cold War mentality, this globalist vision of what could be, is that these NGOs were funded. They fuel censorship in Europe. They fuel mass migration into this country. And you had good jobs that were shipped overseas to cheaper labor. And so you have Americans who were left behind and all that. And then you have the importation then of mass migration of low-wage workers to take the jobs that were left. And people now see it. They reject it. They don't want that to be America moving forward. And that's part of the reason why people support this. They also feel like Americans have big hearts and are of goodwill, but they also believe that a country is defined by its borders. And I think what you saw in the last administration were a bunch of left-wing radicals that were writing white papers suddenly were in charge and had access in the Oval Office, and they couldn't believe their luck and the power that they had. And they literally just threw open the border. So you got 15 to 20 million people in short order coming to communities. Again, to your point, taxpayer-funded resources, school districts, hospitals, and so when we talk about the big, beautiful bill in Medicaid, the Democrats wanted to act like all these, and their media allies, all these people are going to lose coverage. Literally, the only people who are going to lose Medicaid coverage are illegal immigrants and able-bodied adults with no kids who choose not to work. That's it. That's the truth. And so when people are when individuals with disabilities or pregnant moms or poor kids can't get a doctor's appointment, you know exactly why they can't. Is because the social state here run by the Democrats have extended this to people who don't deserve to get those benefits. And that's part of the battle that's raging on. But I do think we're winning the argument, and we got to continue to press forward. And I think the next step, now that we've secured the border effectively, is to remove the people who are here illegally. You start with the worst of the worst, but you can't stop there because people are tired of it. They're tired of being taken advantage of.
What do we need to do, last question here, to prevent the Chinese Communist Party from purchasing farmland? I know this is something that you've cared a lot about. I want to make sure we get this in. Under no means should we allow Chinese Communist Party oligarchs to buy single-family homes or let alone farms in our country. And I look at these young kids that are trying to buy homes in Scottsdale, and they're getting priced out by either private equity or by Chinese Communist Party purchasers. Your thoughts, Senator?
Yeah, we have to change the way we view communist China. This isn't some trading partner that we want to have, get cheap goods from. This is the 21st century, Charlie, will be defined by who wins this great powers competition, United States of America or communist China. They are a country that has concentration camps. They are building islands that are fully weaponized. They have hypersonic missiles. They would love to infiltrate our country, control supply chains, even here at home. That's their play on farmland. And by the way, it is worth noting that drone attack that you saw in Russia from the Ukrainians, we are naive not to think that we have vulnerabilities. And we better recognize that China will take full advantage of any vulnerability if it's ever go time. And we have to treat them like that.
Senator, keep up the great work. Thank you so much. And safe journeys to D.C. And you just got to tell your colleagues, no amnesty. And by the way, also, none of this like, oh, illegals have been here for 10 years. And I just want to just get your ear on this really quick. We don't know how many illegals there are. We don't know how long they've been here. And therefore, if that's the new criteria, all someone would have to do that even there are 6 months is say they're here for 10 years. And it would literally short circuit all deportations. Think about the asylum scam on steroids. So even if someone says, well, it's not citizenship, it's a loophole that would be able to stop the entire deportation agenda. So just kind of keep that
Charlie,
in mind.
one other thing,
please.
One thing that we should do, we have an expedited removal process in statute. but that's only for 2 years. And so I've actually got legislation to expand that beyond the 2 years, so you can actually move for deportations quicker. So don't just limit it to 2 years, include a larger category of people and go beyond 2 years, because quite frankly, what Biden did at the beginning of his term, which was criminal, is now 4 or 5 years ago. So we should expand that as well.
Totally agree. Senator, thank you. And be our voice fighting up against amnesty. And I have to do a better job of saying your title. Senator Eric Schmidt from Missouri, because we're on radio, 250 radio stations across the country. Senator, thank you so much.
All right, brother. Thanks, Charlie.
Keep up the great work. Let's go, Cubs, go. Oh, he heard it. Yeah, he's heard it. There it is. We got it in time. Yeah, get him up. 11-0. What was I watching, a football game or something? That's brutal. What do we got, guys? ReliefFactor.com. 100% drug-free Relief Factor. Knee pain, back pain, joint pain. I'll tell you more about Relief Factor. Let's just have that beautiful song as the outro. Can we have that as the beautiful outro? No. We'll be right back.
They got the power, they got the speed.
Has been purchased. So this is a massive national security issue. The press conference this morning included 3 of our greatest governors as well, Sarah Sanders from Arkansas, Jim Pillen from Nebraska, and Bill Lee from Tennessee. The states have begun taking a leadership role to ban the purchasing of China farmland. Obviously, Congress needs to step up and catch up, and we're going to be working alongside of them as well. We had some of our members, great members of Congress there, but it is time, and I think that this morning was symbolic of many things. The first, of this administration working every day to effectuate President Trump's leadership and unequivocal support of America first. But second, just how close we are as a cabinet. I don't know in any other administration that you'd have 4 cabinet members at the USDA on a Tuesday morning when it's about 110 degrees outside with the sun beating down on us talking about, sir, your vision. So I think it was a great day. It was just the start. There's an executive order coming and some other things coming behind that. But protecting America's farms isn't just about protecting our farmers. It's also about national security. So that's what we discussed this morning.
I do want to say that I think we have had a really good relationship with China lately. And we're getting along with them very well. They've been
What do we have, guys? Okay, ReliefFactor.com. Check it out right now. Living with everyday aches and pains is having a voice that says, no, you can't do that. No, you don't go play your favorite sport. No, you better sit this one out. It's no way to live. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can get you back to living life on your terms, one where you say yes a lot more. Go to relieffactor.com, whether it's back, neck, joint muscles, or whatever it might be. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Less than $1 a day. Just go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. That is relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Okay, I do want to cover this Mexican City story, but I'm going to do that next hour because we do have the Russia-Ukraine clip here. So yesterday, President Donald Trump had a dinner with Bibi Netanyahu and was asked about more arms to Ukraine. He broke some news saying that he was going to supply more armaments to the Ukrainian cause. Play cut 322. We do not have 322. Okay, so I guess I'm looking at something different. So I'll just tell you what he said. So President Donald Trump basically said, we are going to send more arms to Ukraine, and that he's not happy with Vladimir Putin. Now, you have to wonder, President Trump is very frustrated with Putin. I personally, this is my own kind of through line and continuity. Obviously, I support the president 100%. He knows stuff that I don't know. I don't love the idea of sending arms to Ukraine. That's just a difference of opinion. People can disagree. Maybe it's a time to regain leverage against Putin. I can understand that in the art of the deal. So I can understand that to a certain extent. But further funding a kinetic conflict against Russia and the Russian Federation is not our fight, not our conflict. And honestly, we have to be consistent. We were against it with Biden. Why would we be for it now? Unless it gets us to a peace settlement. Let's go to 322, please.
Are you planning to send more weapons to Ukraine?
We're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now. They're getting hit very hard. We're going to have to send more weapons. Yeah, defensive weapons primarily, but they're getting hit very, very hard. So many people are dying in that mess.
So let me tell you probably Putin's calculation here, and this would be the defense of President Trump. Even though I'm not thrilled about it, I think that it's time to cut off the funding of this war and make these sides fight for themselves. I've said that entire time, and I'm going to be consistent on that. But if I were to defend President Trump, because I think first of all, he's usually right on this stuff on foreign policy. What President Donald Trump is saying here is basically Putin smells weakness, and if there is no sign of strength from the West behind Ukraine, Putin will just continue to march forward. Now, it's a very interesting thing. I was sitting with a senior official from the State Department this last weekend, and I was picking his brain. I said, isn't Russia suffering major losses? He said, oh, yeah, Russia is suffering huge casualties, massive. So I asked the question, I said, well, then why isn't Putin feeling any domestic political pressure to end the war? And he said, that's a great question. So basically, and I was educated on this last weekend, is that Putin, very smart, very sinister, has divided Russia into effectively two countries. There is Moscow and St. Petersburg, which is the wealthier parts, the very wealthy industrial parts of Russia. And then there's the rest of Russia, basically all rural Russia, which is very, very poor, basically second or third world poor. So what Putin has done is when he does conscriptions, he hasn't actually done a draft since the breakout of the war. Instead, what he does, because a draft would be very politically unpopular, what he does is he goes to the rural areas and he offers a ridiculously high signing bonus, more than what anyone would make in a year in these very poor areas. So these young men sign up for this signing bonus. And the cannon fodder basically comes from places like Chechnya and Dagestan in the Muslim regions. And Putin has not touched like a single person, a single young man from Moscow or St. Petersburg. Because if he were to start to try to do a draft in Moscow and St. Petersburg, he would have a major political problem on his hands. If all of a sudden that the more wealthy, educated, like the teachers and the professors and the engineers in Moscow and St. Petersburg, if their sons were going to go die, this war would be over very quickly. The children of people who could not bring down his government are the ones that are getting torched. And that was a real aha moment for me, because Look, Russia historically does well with a war of attrition, but Moscow is a first world city. It's a very wealthy city. It's not, again, Russia is not necessarily wealthy like America, but understand this is kind of like a Russian version of the fortunate son. And that is why Putin is able to continue. The fact that he's losing thousands of people a week, he is staying away from the quote unquote sons of the Russian ruling class. And he has bought at a very, like, let's just say, high price, the lives of cannon fodder from the rural areas. We'll explain more at a different time. Second hour coming up.
more people are learning about living healthier and losing weight, not just pounds, and they're doing so by tuning into our Energized Health segments with John Jubilee. Hi, everyone. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you being here with us. Allow me to introduce you to a couple that not only tuned into John Jubilee, but also jumped right in.
But I have lost 53 pounds since we started.
Okay, my weight change was 17 pounds. I'm melting away. Well, the cool thing is we are 86 inches closer together. We tell everybody it has brought us together, but not just physically, spiritually as well.
Oh, absolutely.
John Jubilee joining us again this morning on how your health truly impacts everything else in your life. John, good to see you.
Great to see you, Terrence.
So let's start there. Health really is the key. It's the foundation. Everything else emanates from it.
Well, it really does, Terrence. You see that couple, and yeah, you know, they lost almost 100 pounds of fat. They lost 86 inches. So it brought them closer together physically, literally physically, 86 inches closer. That's funny that she said that, right? But notice then she immediately said, and we're closer together spiritually. And why does that happen? Well, it's because when we're struggling, when we're broken, or we've got those things holding us back physically, we can't be who we're really supposed to be spiritually or mentally either. We can't show up for our spouse because we can't even show up for ourselves. And so it all just starts with taking that first step of saying, okay, what's in my hand? What can I control? Well, you know what? I can choose to do a scientific health protocol that for sure is going to take care of my physical side. And then at Energized Health, to my knowledge, we're the only all-encompassing, science-backed, medically approved program that deals with all three, with the spirit, the soul, and the body.
And I'm glad you brought up, and you kind of touched on relationships, because there are studies out there that basically say when someone doesn't feel well physically or emotionally, they tend to create distance in their marriages, their friendships, and their other family dynamic relationships. Talk about that.
Yeah, well, Terrence, it's a natural thing. I mean, we don't really think about it, but it's true for all of us. And so, you know, let's just take a migraine headache. If you have a migraine headache, well, you know, can you be loving to your spouse? Can you even listen to what they're saying, let alone try to meet their needs? Well, of course not. Why? Because you're debilitated. All you're thinking about is, I want this headache to go away. Or if you have joint pain, you don't realize it, but subconsciously, all you're thinking is, I'm in pain. I want this pain to go away. You know, there's a saying, Terrence, that, you know, a person with perfect health has 100 dreams, but a person with poor health has one dream. They just want to be healthy. And that's the power of our health. Like, if we don't have our health, it becomes the all-encompassing thing, and all we think about is, I want to feel better, I feel bad, I want to feel better, I feel bad. We can't really show up in relationships for our children, for our grandchildren, for our spouse. But if health is the thing to go focus on first, and Terrence, I can go to the highest authority on the planet, you know, which is God's word in the Holy Bible. He said, beloved, I wish above all things, it's in the Bible, I wish above all things that you be in health. Because God knew if we didn't have our health, we can't show up for anyone in life without our health.
And that's where you come in. You're showing up to help people get healthier. Tell them how they can get in contact with you and start the program. It's about 30 seconds.
Yeah. So guys, listen, we've been helping people for 28 years, tens of thousands. This is medically approved program. And so go log on to Energized Health, ENERGIZED, energizedhealth.com. Watch the master class and schedule a free breakthrough call, and let us help you be your best.
Johnny J, John Jubilee, always good to see you, my friend. We appreciate your time. That's a quick check of your news break. We appreciate you being here with us.
said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrisley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
That is SAS2025.com. That is SAS2025.com. Joining us now from the Bitcoin.com studio is Alex Marlow. Alex is a great friend. I think we should have him on every week. He's phenomenal. And I think, Alex, you're coming to SAS. Is that correct?
I was just talking to producer Andrew Charlie. I'm on the main stage, and I'm going to be working on my speech today. So anyone, you can email me, aloha@alexmarlow.com if you want to. If you have any specific requests, greatest hit, something new. But anyway, it is the event of the year. I can't wait to be there. And the list is probably the best guest list I've ever seen. So congrats to you on that.
Well, it's an amazing lineup, and the numbers that we're getting of people, considering that President Trump and J.D. Vance are not going to be at this one, which is fine. I mean, they're busy. You can't get them at all. But the fact that we're going to have 6,000-7,000 people, I mean, we don't know the final number until the end because people just start pouring in. We got Hegseth, we got Kristi Noem, we have Greg Gutfeld, we have Laura Ingraham, we have Megyn Kelly. It's really something. Alex, yesterday we were kind of in the center of some news where we were reporting on verified rumors that were circling around about amnesty. Byron Donalds confirmed those here on this program. And secondly, I had a very high-ranking senator call yesterday afternoon and say, Charlie, your sources are very good. How did you know this? And so, Alex, you're uniquely positioned to talk about this. And I want to just do a little history lesson. You guys at Breitbart have kind of been the vanguard of stopping prior amnesty pushes. Most notably, you guys at Breitbart were the most responsible for stopping the amnesty push of the Gang of Eight, and also the one that Nancy Pelosi was pushing while President Trump was in office. Kind of walk our audience through how you've been through these amnesty fights before and why this is really nothing new out of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, thank you. This is something that Washington, D.C. has always wanted to do, is to give amnesty for illegal aliens. I think it would make a problem for them go away. And so all Democrats and many establishment Republicans have wanted this thing, including some people who are some of my favorites. I mean, Marco Rubio has been absolutely on fire, but he was one of the sponsors of the Gang of Eight bill. And this is definitely one that if you've not boned up on this one, definitely spend a few minutes doing this. Breitbart's the best resource around. If you use our search engine, you can catch up. But overall, this is a major compromise by both political parties to try to get through amnesty for as many illegal aliens as they possibly could, basically save for violent criminals, that they would get to stay here and have a pathway to citizenship. Not just that they get to stay, kind of, we have a de facto amnesty now and that we don't do enough deportations. Trump is ramping that up, but literally put them on a pathway to citizenship, which in turn creates through chain migration, which is one of Stephen Miller's the issues that he's been on for over a decade, that this is one of the big threats that we have, is that each illegal alien tends to bring in more. Both political parties, shockingly, were for this as of just about a decade ago, and it has been a pretty rapid I would say, pivot for the Republicans to be the anti-amnesty party, but there are underlying sources within the party that would like to see more amnesty because, first of all, it would legitimize their decades of past desires for amnesty, which will make them feel good. Second of all, it drives the wages down of working class Americans, which would boost their stocks a little bit. Third of all, it's not ugly. This is one thing that Republicans don't get, is that we've been uncomfortable winning ugly. We would rather lose gracefully. This is part of our character, and it does not work. And Donald Trump is aware of this, and he's fought against it. But there is still this pull to, well, we can't win ugly. If this doesn't look good, then we can't do it. And overall, this would just be the lifeline for the Democrat Party if this ever happened. And this is a hill to die on if there ever was one. There can be no amnesties. Everyone must go.
Yes, and again, this is the red line. And to be clear, President Trump has not called for amnesty. He has not pushed for amnesty. But there have been some concerns of some people, of things that have been said by, at rallies. And I think part of it, again, I'll defend the president here. He does this trial balloon rhetorical poll testing. He's done this before. So you have to understand kind of the spirit of Trump. But here's today, President Donald Trump. Actually, let's first do Brooke Rollins. Brooke Rollins came out, and I've known Brooke for a while, and I'm glad she came out and clarified this. Let's play cut 296.
I think we'll probably hear a little bit more about this today, and the conversations will continue. But I can't underscore enough, there will be no amnesty. The mass deportations continue, but in a strategic way, and we move the workforce towards automation and 100% American participation, which, again, with 34 million people, able-bodied adults on Medicaid, we should be able to do that fairly quickly.
And then additionally, President Donald Trump, breaking news, I think we have the tape. We could play it in a second. He just said, quote, "We are not talking amnesty." So it's been thrown down. However, we need to make sure the spirit of amnesty does not live, Alex, right? Not just the word of amnesty.
Yeah, I think that's right. And Rollins is very important here because she's in charge of the farmland in this country. And a lot of the case that is made for amnesties is that who's going to work the farms if we do not allow for everyone to stay who's an illegal alien. So for her to come out and say, we are no longer supporting this, we're not interested in this, no way, full stop, is big. She's one of the most important people in this conversation. And of course, the most important person is Trump. And Trump, I think, is sympathetic to the fact that some working class jobs, particularly in places like the hospitality industry, in many corners of the country, particularly blue states, have relied on illegal alien labor for the past several decades. It was one of these things that we've normalized it, but we shouldn't have, Charlie. And this is where people like me and you come in, because we're the ones to say that there is a path forward for America where we don't normalize lawlessness and we don't incentivize people from all over the world to come here thinking they can get a free pass if they just slip in through the back door. That's not any way to run a country. Donald Trump knows this in his core, and I think ultimately he's not going to want to do any amnesties on his watch because they haven't gone well. Reagan did one, and he gets completely crushed online for it, and deservedly so.
Yeah, we have 2 minutes remaining. Just remind our audience, you live in California. How catastrophic was the 1986 Simpson-Mazzoli Act?
Yeah, it changed the state for the worse, and it's never come back from it. Charlie, I talk about this quite a bit, that this was what informed me to become a conservative, was largely seeing how the attitude towards illegal aliens in this country was so passé. We just allowed for everyone to be here, and we just accepted the lawlessness, the filth that can come with it, the underbellies of the cities that would develop because of it. And in the meantime, it created permanent political class of Democrats so that Republicans had it was an impossibility for us to get any foothold at all, much less control the state. But we couldn't even get a foothold in the state, and all of it was because the Democrats were the party of illegal aliens, which would jack up their numbers at an amazing rate in terms of who could vote, and their children would vote. They'd vote for Democrats. It would create a bloated welfare state, and all of the bad things that happened in the state really started with that principle. First error, the original sin of this state was allowing amnesty and the open border, and I'll never be convinced otherwise.
Look, and here is the kicker. Here is what no one else wants to talk about. This is a short-term problem. The Democrats and the open border zealots are lying to you. In 10 years, largely this will not be a problem because of automation and robotics. And because of that, the only other argument is to try to change the political makeup of the country. And remember, we have consensus to mass deport. In 10 years, this will not be a workforce problem. And that is why they are so worried. This is like amnesty's last gasp. This is the open border last gasp to get the economic argument done, because that window is closing. It's basically a decade, and that clock is crunching down. Alex, stay right there. I want to tell you guys about Alan Jackson Ministries. That is Alan Jackson Ministries. It's great. We are honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries, and today I want to tell you about a book by Pastor Alan that I want you to read. It's called God Bless America Again. It tells the truth about our history, how our nation was formed on biblical principles, and the importance of protecting our Judeo-Christian foundations as we move forward. God has given us an assignment to bring our faith into our world today, and here's the catch. It starts with focusing on our own attitudes. When you take time to understand how God has consistently blessed America, pouring his grace and mercy on us over and over again, it will give you hope for days ahead. We cannot afford to forget our past. Go to God Bless America Again and sharpen your perspective on what it means to bring God's truth into our nation today. Go to God Bless America Again. That is God Bless America Again. AlanJackson.com/Charlie for free shipping on God Bless America Again. AlanJackson.com/Charlie. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and get your tickets to the upcoming Bonanza, the Jubilee, SAS2025.com. Be right back.
A 12-day war that ended with an American operation that we're the only country in the world that could have done. Hopefully, pretty soon, a peace deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia. The entire Middle East and the infrastructure of it has the potential now to change because of Syria and Lebanon, and it hasn't even been 6 months.
Sure.
It hasn't even been 6 months, so it's a great testament to your leadership in this thing.
Well, thank you very much, and you've done a fantastic job. Could I just ask Linda, she's involved in so much, she's so talented and so good, and she's working on a couple of little things like Harvard, who was given $5.5 billion over a short period of time. We caught him on that one. That's crazy, but you're working on so much. You want to bring education back to the States. How are you doing?
Well, absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. I think on the big, beautiful bill, what we saw, with school choice, this finally on a national basis at the state level, but there are opportunities now for scholarships more and more often for kids who are attending schools. It's going to be a big turnaround. I think one of the biggest accomplishments we had over the past week was the University of Pennsylvania with the Title IX ruling that Leah Thomas was stripped of her title.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. President Donald Trump is now at 90 minutes of his cabinet meeting. I can't remember a singular cabinet meeting that Joe Biden did that was more than just a photo op. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. It is the Bitcoin.com studio. Alex, I believe, we've talked about this before, the future of America goes through its cities, including the reclamation of Los Angeles. Walk our audience through what happened yesterday in MacArthur Park, which, of course, is known to be filled with MS-13 activity, and what Mayor Karen Bass did.
Yeah, I think the first thing to talk about is the history of what's going on, what the Trump administration is doing, and the reaction out here, which is all grandstanding. MacArthur Park, it is an immigration raid took place against criminals and trafficking. That's what's going on there. That's what they want to do. And remember, the Democrats in this state, both the city and at the state level, do not want immigrations and customs enforced. They are against ICE. They want to defund ICE. That's the whole attitude in the state. Karen Bass was supposed to attend the 6-month anniversary of the Palisades fire. There's a big event, a lot of speeches, people talking about how to clean up this city. And instead, she was basically rallying for illegal alien criminals in this park. But the thing about this park, this is not a particularly nice place. The parks in L.A. are ruined anyway. They're mostly for homeless people, as they are, as Charlie, you point out, in these major cities, which are really kind of a window into our dystopian future if we let the left run the country. All these parks just become homeless dens. There's a lot of fentanyl abuse there. They talk about being a zombie park because there's all these people kind of moving around like in a zombie-like state from drugs. There's tents that pop up. And this is a city that spends more money on homelessness than firefighting. And you see they're terrible at both. So basically, the illegal migrants are the top priority of the city, then the homeless, barely. And then the residents are last in line. Gavin Newsom, the governor of the state, is currently in South Carolina. What do you think he's doing there, Charlie? He's running for president. He doesn't care about any of this stuff. And so he's spending $40 billion to take on Trump, constantly fighting Trump, and yet we can't clean up this basic stuff. Trump has done an amazing job in L.A. in the aftermath of the fires. The EPA, the Army Corps of Engineers, the debris removal was rapid. It took place very quickly. It was all federal. The state did nothing. The local governments did nothing. There's been no insurance reform to help families. Local governments have done nothing to improve the permitting process to make rebuilding easy. And in the meantime, all these officials are out there writing for illegal alien criminals. It is a true disgrace, and it's on us as broadcasters to get this out there so the public understands this is what Democrats have wrought.
And just like a very simple breakdown of the social compact, if we can't enjoy our parks, are we really a country? It's like a very basic question.
It's another one, Charlie, where me growing up in blue areas, it helped me a lot because I went to UC Berkeley, which is known for People's Park. And People's Park was where all the free speech protests, or a lot of them, would take place. And there was discussion of putting up a parking lot on People's Park in Berkeley. And they didn't. They left it as a park, and the park was unusable for normal people, unusable for families, unusable for college students. And it became a homeless drug den, and everyone was comfortable with it. No one talked about it. We just all sleepwalk in a trance past People's Park from the dorms on our way to campus, as if that was preferable to a parking lot. A parking lot would have been better, which is sad to say. I love parks. I'm an outdoor guy. I love to touch grass. It's one of the best piece of advice you can give people. But one of these things that happens in these major cities is that we let the parks just become homeless dens, and for some reason we've accepted it. We all hate it, but we've accepted it, and we shouldn't.
And again, another part of that, which is one of the things I speak about often, which is if you can't walk your major cities at night unattended and alone, your country is in a bad shape and things need to dramatically change. For example, I feel perfectly fine. I mean, again, I'm going to be visiting. I'll see it myself. Walking the streets of Tokyo at night. I mean, I'm going there in September, and everyone tells me that it's fine. Walk the streets of Seoul, South Korea. Walk the streets of Chicago or L.A. or San Francisco. I think that the defining characteristic of President Trump's agenda will be, can we exert dominion over the cities? We are a fake movement if we just control the rules. If we just control the rules and we don't get to the heartbeat of the cities. Your thoughts, Alex Marlow, 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, this is something I will put a marker in this. I'm looking way down the field, but LA is supposed to be hosting the Olympics allegedly in a few years. Our freeway system doesn't work. Yeah, and the World Cup. Our freeway system doesn't work. We have the worst airport in America. We have increasing crime. We have key parts of the city burned down. Our downtown is entirely unusable. It is a without charm, without character, not safe at all. People can't wait to get out of here fast enough. And we're supposed to bring the whole world, not just to represent LA, but to represent the United States of America. This should be truly unacceptable, and this should be an obsession of the Karen Basses and the Gavin Newsoms of the world. As far as I can tell, they're not interested at all.
Alex Marlow, excellent work as always. Deeply appreciate it. Plug your book really quick and remind people you'll be at SAS.
Thank you, Charlie. Breaking the Law coming out in a few weeks. I can't wait to talk to you about it when it comes out. My latest investigation into the lawfare against President Trump, trying to get justice for President Trump. We've just completely dropped this issue, and we shouldn't have. And the Alex Marlow Show on the wherever you get your Salem podcasts.
Alex Marlow, thanks so much. Dr. J. Bhattacharya with a major announcement next.
Want to drop extra pounds, boost energy levels, or reduce swelling in your legs and feet, you're going to love these 2 American-made health supplements I'm getting ready to tell you about. First up is Liver Health Formula. Fat deposits in the liver can really pile on the pounds and make you feel tired. Liver Health Formula helps reduce those fat deposits with nutrients like artichoke extract and milk thistle. In a customer survey, almost 60% of the people who were surveyed reported better weight management, and 87% 30% reported more energy. Next up is lymph system support. The natural ingredients in lymph system support help gently flush extra fluid and toxins out of your body. That can help reduce swelling in the legs and feet. Right now, for a limited time only, you can get 35% off of liver health formula and lymph system support. That, along with all 45 plus health supplements that Pure Health Research has to offer. All you have to do is head over to purehealthresearch.com and use the coupon code KIRK at checkout. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Texas officials are out with an update on the still developing situation in the Lone Star State following this weekend's deadly flooding. The death toll continues to rise and has now reached more than 100 people. However, first responders are still working and holding out hope of finding survivors.
As of 8 a.m. Central Time, 87 deceased have been recovered in Kirk County, including 56 adults and 30 children. Identification is pending for 19 adults and 7 children, with 1 additional person still unidentified. At present, 5 Camp Mystic campers and 1 counselor still remain unaccounted for. We ask private boats to stay off the Guadalupe River to allow search and rescue teams to operate without any interference.
President Trump is scheduled to visit the devastation later this week, likely on Friday, so as to not distract from the ongoing recovery efforts. In the meantime, questions are being asked about weather warnings, leading up to the downpours that caused the flooding, and why some of the kids' summer camps that were affected didn't evacuate ahead of the flooding. RAV's chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn actually took those questions directly to the White House, and the White House says that the warnings were in place and that all agencies were properly staffed. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Speaking the truth, no one else has the guts to say. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, I want to tell you about Patriot Mobile. I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here is the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile's been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting the causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. This is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Call 972-PATRIOT today, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie and use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. Patriotmobile.com/Charlie, 972-PATRIOT, and make the switch today. We got some exclusive breaking news today, and it is from a great man, Director of NIH, JJ Bhattacharya. Director, great to see you. Thank you for taking the time. I know you have an announcement to share with the audience here. Please, the floor is yours. It's very important. It's not going to make the front page of the New York Times, but it shows how the administration is focused on real results that benefit the taxpayer and science. Please, Director Bhattacharya.
Charlie, thank you for having me on the show and for giving me the floor to make this announcement. So one of the things that's sort of a little-known secret about scientific publishing is that when taxpayers pay for research, and they do, that through the National Institute of Health, lots of great discoveries are made. You publish it in a scientific journal. And everyone has these ideas about scientific journals as if they're as ways like, clean places where people can convey scientific ideas to other scientists. They're peer-reviewed. They vet truth. And some of that is true, but a lot of times the economics of the publishing of the publishing work for the publishing industry is actually not so clean. And in particular, what happens, we just made an announcement a couple of weeks ago, essentially saying that when an NIH-funded scientist publishes a paper in a scientific journal, that paper needs to be available to the entire public for free without any paywall. That happened, a couple of weeks ago. We put that in place. Actually, I think it was July 1st. We put that in place. A lot of the industry, some of the industry, responded by essentially by telling the scientists, that they're going to charge the scientists for the privilege of publishing science in their journals. Think about that. I'm an author, I'm a scientist author, and I publish I do some great advance funded by taxpayers. I go to a scientific journal. The scientific journal then charges me up to sometimes $13,000. Springer Nature is a particular bad actor on this. $13,000. Well, what happens then is the taxpayers are then charged for that $13,000 fee for the privilege of publishing in the scientific journals. It costs them nothing, Charlie, to put it on the web. I mean, it's a very, very cheap thing. They don't even pay peer reviewers. So what we're doing is we are announced a policy that in fiscal year 26 that we're going to limit the amount of money that the NIH is willing to pay to scientific journals for having the scientific publications paid for by taxpayers available for free to taxpayers. Taxpayers have already paid for it. There's no good reason for scientific journals to charge twice. And that's a big deal. A lot of the sort of predatory practices in scientific journals that take advantage of researchers, we're finally addressing that, and we're sort of making the sort of like publication process more in line with the interests of taxpayers and with the scientific community. It's going to be weirdly controversial in the scientific community, in sort of the narrow world of science. But I think for American taxpayers, it is a big deal. It's a big step because it says we are taking seriously the dollars that you entrust us with, making sure we spend it on science, not on exorbitant publication fees that don't produce any good for anybody.
Well, yeah, and so, for example, I know that you guys have had your eyes on many of these publisher companies, one of which is a company, Springer Nature, which is a foreign company. And correct me if I'm wrong, but they charge as much as $13,000 per article for immediate open access, while also collecting substantial subscription fees from the government agency. But then they also receive more than $2 million annually in subscription fees from the NIH, in addition to the tens of millions more through exclusive article processing charges, or APCs. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's double dipping by companies like Springer Nature?
It entirely. It certainly feels like it, probably, and you've described it exactly right. So what happens is, so NIH employs a lot of excellent scientists, right? So scientists need to have access to the journals so they can read the journals and see what fellow scientists are doing and have discovered. So the NIH pays Springer Nature, Elsevier, another big player in this industry. The industry is a duopoly. I mean, they basically, the reason why it's such a mess is because it is a duopoly. It's not a competitive industry. And then a few other smaller publishers, including like university presses, a contract that says, okay, we would like to have access for our scientists to the stuff that's in your journals, right? That makes sense. Like that, library fees have been around for a long time, and that makes sense to do that. You want to have access to these journals for the scientists that are doing their work, because that's how they do their work, is by sharing information.
Absolutely.
What doesn't make sense, Charlie, is charging scientists for publishing in the journal exorbitant amounts of money just for the right for the public to see the papers without a paywall. That's double dipping, in my view, and I agree with your characterization of it. You absolutely nailed it. And the amount of money on that is way, way more than the library fees. Really, the big way that these journals take advantage of their duopoly power, the duopoly, because there's really two big players in this industry. There's Springer Nature, just as you said, and then another company called Elsevier. Those two companies basically set the terms for a lot of the scientific journals, and they sort of monopolize. It's part like one of the reasons why it was so difficult to get the word out about what scientists were actually saying during COVID, because they had such monopoly power over scientific publishing. It's really not a healthy situation for science to be in, where you rely on a duopoly publishing industry. I don't know what much I can do about that, but I can tell you there's no reason for taxpayers to pay twice. And taxpayers ought to have a right to see the product of the science that they fund without having to do a paywall.
Again, this is so important. Yeah, and the paywall. So I want you now to talk about how this helps public health. Because yes, it's great on the taxpayer side. This will saves tens of millions of dollars, maybe hundreds standards, I don't know how much money this will spend. So that's a win, and the president should be happy. But let's say that we have another emerging public health concern. And by the way, you were phenomenal on COVID, by the way, Dr. Bhattacharya. A-team, I think you were Barrington Declaration, you challenged lockdowns, you were phenomenal. And I remember it and I notice it, so I just want to make sure you know that. But let's say another public health concern is emerging. How would this way of doing open source, transparent publishing help public health more than the paywall model?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the problem during the pandemic was this sense that there is something called the science, like and a relatively small number of like clergy in science, I mean, effective clergy in science, get to decide what's true and false, right? So you have to wear a mask or else you're going to spread COVID. The vaccine stops you from spreading COVID, so vaccine mandates are a good idea. We should close schools for years because that's the only way to stop COVID. All that stuff was false, Charlie. And there was a lot of literature, scientific literature published, eventually published, that showed that that was false. If you open up the access to the journals so that the public in large can see what the scientific debates are actually happening, it makes it much more difficult for a small number of high-profile scientists to dominate the conversation. You can point and say, well, look,
that's the kicker. Everyone, look, I just want to interrupt, just repeat that. We know what, we saw this during COVID when people like Birx or Fauci. So please finish that point. So profound.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key thing is that science is actually fundamentally democratic, right? Even though I'm the NIH director now, Charlie, honestly, I'm going to have ideas that are wrong. I absolutely will. And what I want is for scientists to be able to correct me. And scientists, the way we do that is we publish papers that say, this idea, we don't generally go after people, we go after ideas. This idea is not right. Here's what the evidence says, right? And that fundamentally is an act of freedom. If you allow people to have access to those information, those data, immediately upon publication, you make it much harder for a small number of scientific elite to determine what's true and false. Instead, you have the data telling you what's true and false. You have the scientific debate telling you what's true and false. That's why. But as you started, your opening was exactly right, Charlie. It seems like this is a secondary issue, but to me, it's absolutely fundamental to how our democracy functions. We have to essentially democratize access to science. We have to make science not the domain of a small number of people, but something that's accessible to everybody. Now, of course, people have different scientific ideas, and some people are better at science than other people, and it's fine, but that's not the question. The question is, can you have this debate? Can you have a discussion? Can you see what the data actually show? Or are you going to have a situation where a few people can dominate the scientific discussion, dominate what's available to the public? And I think we're moving toward policies where the science becomes more of what it's always meant to be. A science is supposed to promote freedom, not suppress it. But as we saw during the pandemic, was the opposite.
And that's right. It was, unfortunately and tragically, science became a tool of totalitarianism. When science, properly understood, which is understanding the natural world and how we interface with it, should be a tool of liberation and of flourishing and of the betterment of humanity, where science was used to actually suppress liberty and to suppress agency and to suppress freedom. I put science in air quotes because it wasn't about trusting the science, it was about trusting the scientists that they like. So now if there's a heterodox journal that wants to be introduced, for example, saying lockdowns are no good, this you call the duopoly. We only have a minute and a half remaining. I'd love to keep you, Doctor. Basically, what would this, I suppose I asked this question previously. Let me rephrase it in this way. We know science as liberating knowledge. It should not be a closed-off racket. What would this possibly do now to change these incumbent major corporate publishing actors? Because I believe you say that you're going to have a cap on allowable publication costs. What do you expect in response to this?
Well, I expect that these journals, the duopolists, essentially will lose some of their market power. A lot of the market power has to do with the fact that they essentially bully scientists into paying large fees and essentially end up bullying us. Actually, Charlie, it's interesting because the private foundations, the Gates foundations, are not allowing these kind of charges to be paid at all. Or limiting the charges also. For the longest time, essentially, these journals, these like Springer Nature, have said okay and given a better deal to private foundations than they have to American taxpayers. So I expect that there's going to have to be some more actions taken, but ultimately, endpoint will be essentially a more democratic science, democratic in the small d sense, right? More science that's like open and free, where people can have real, honest scientific discussions about the data, rather than having a few big actors get to dominate the field the way it has. That's the ultimate end game.
Dr. J. Bhattacharya, stay right there. I'd love to have another segment. Just talk about generally how NIH is going and the changes you're making. Again, the news is moving so fast. We lived under all that tyranny during COVID, and I got to be honest, what you guys are doing at HHS has been one of the most results-driven. I mean, NHS is in the kind of the tree of that stuff. Results-driven parts of the federal government. Stay right there, Dr. J. Bhattacharya. Donewithdebt.com. If you guys have debt, listen carefully. A lot of you guys probably do. Unfortunately, there's a faster, smarter way to get out of debt. It's called Done with Debt, and they're not like other debt relief companies. They don't push loans or bankruptcy on you. Done with Debt are legendary negotiators who go head-to-head with your credit card or loan companies. They have one goal: to drastically reduce or eliminate your debt altogether. And unlike those others, Done with Debt moves lightning fast. Most clients see more money in their pocket month one, but a word to the wise: hurry, because some of their brilliant debt erasing strategies are time-sensitive. Do not make another bill payment until you talk with a Done with Debt strategist. It's free. Visit donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com, donewithdebt.com. So check it out right now, donewithdebt.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. The brilliant and brave Dr. J. Bhattacharya continues after the break.
Will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. We have our Student Action Summit coming up this weekend. It's amazing. We have Pete Hegseth, we have Kristi Noem, we have Donald Trump Jr., Tucker Carlson, Greg Gutfeld, Laura Ingraham, Steve Bannon, Riley Gaines, Megyn Kelly. There's never been a lineup like this. It's going to be the event of the summer. Please go to Cut 51.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrisley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. With us is Dr. J. Bhattacharya, live from the Bitcoin.com studio, director of NIH. And we all remember during COVID, who was your equivalent head of NIH during all the COVID nonsense?
It was Dr. Francis Collins.
Oh,
he was, yeah.
Yeah, no good on a lot of things. Unfortunately, because he was really good on creation and God many years prior. So, Doctor, let me ask you, since taking the job, what has been one of the most surprising things that you have learned, and what are the major tasks that you are endeavoring to solve as director of NIH?
Well, probably the most challenging thing has been to try to focus the NIH on the priorities of making America healthy again. What that means to me is, if you look back, Charlie, since 2012, there's been no increase in life expectancy in this country. Yeah, that's not true of Europe. It's a major scandal sitting in front of us, and no one ever talked about it. We basically have had flat life expectancy, high rates of chronic disease, including diabetes, including cancer, including obesity, a whole host of of conditions that really have gone unaddressed. And it's especially working class people and others who've felt the brunt of it. And the NIH's mission is to advance the health and well-being of the American people, to advance the health and longevity of the American people. So the most shocking thing to me was essentially there are parts of, I love that mission. That's why I love the NIH. That's why I agreed to be a director of the NIH, because I think that mission is really important. And I think science can do a lot to help achieve that mission. But I think there have been parts of the mission of the NIH, of the actual mission of the NIH, which have been sort of adulterated. Like a lot of it turned out, at least some parts of the NIH were focused on DEI objectives, essentially to try to achieve sort of social justice for something that the science isn't really well equipped to achieve. Instead of saying, okay, what health problems do minority populations have, and how can we address them? Like it turns out to be problems that everyone has, high rates of obesity, untreated hypertension, diabetes, heart disease. All of these problems need to get addressed in ways that really address the problem. Instead, it was like, a lot of the portfolio were focused on sort of DEI kinds of objectives that were remote from advancing the health of people. And so I've worked, and this happened even before I got in, after President Trump took office. We've worked to try to focus the NIH on real health priorities that matter to people. We want advances that improve the health of everybody, no matter what your race, color, it doesn't matter. If you have a health problem, the NIH ought to be studying ways to help you, not trying to achieve social justice. That's something we're not capable of. That's something that that's beyond me. I just want to simply do science that advances the health of every single American, and I think that's enough.
And also, aren't there only 20 universities that get all the funding? If we're serious, shouldn't there be more of a decentralization and a meritocracy around who gets NIH funding?
Yeah, something like the top 20 universities get something like 60 or 70% of all the NIH funding. And so what you end up is essentially like scientific groupthink. I taught at Stanford University for many, many years. It's a great university. Don't get me wrong. I love the place. But there are great scientists all across the country. And the NIH kind of contributes to this groupthink by concentrating where the money that we give goes. Now, of course, when the way the NIH gives grants out, we solicit grant ideas, research ideas from researchers around the country. They give us their ideas, and there's a big competition to say which ideas are best. The problem is that the fixed cost support, the money we give to universities so they can have the lab space and all that, we tie it to having excellent scientists already at the place that can win grants. But it's kind of it sets up this circular system. In order to have excellent scientists, you have to have excellent facilities. In order to have excellent support for those excellent facilities, you have to have excellent scientists. It's a sort of a vicious circle which guarantees that excellent scientists outside of the top 20 universities will have a much more difficult time of getting their excellent ideas funded. So that's something I'm looking into how to fix. We really do need to address that because it's bad for science to have a few concentrated places get all the funding or so much of the funding, and you get scientific groupthink as a result. You saw that again during COVID.
Without a doubt. Well, Doctor, I just want to say on behalf of our audience, thank you for your great work. And anytime there's breaking news, you can come here. And I can rest easy that if there's another pathogen on the horizon, that you will approach it with real science, that with real prudence, and use the scientific method to restore trust and to also uplift humanity. Doctor, thank you so much. We have your back. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. Everybody, I want to encourage you guys to get tickets to the Student Action Summit. But let me just say one other thing on Dr. J. Bhattacharya and that whole team. Bobby Kennedy and the Maha movement, love them or hate them, they have done what they said they were going to do. There's a lot of coalition angst on foreign policy, sometimes in immigration. But I'll be honest, the coalition that has been battle-tested and held together the most of all the coalitions is Maha. It's really something to study and to behold. Maha is holding strong and doing what they said they would do. See you guys tomorrow.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is
Search and rescue operations are entering the 5th day in Central Texas as the death toll tops 100 from Friday's flash flood. More than 24 people remain missing, among them 10 campers and 1 camp counselor from Camp Mystic, the all-girls camp in Kerr County. President Trump says he will visit the area on Friday.
Elon Musk announcing the formation of a new political party.
From the president on Truth Social saying, quote, "I'm saddened to watch Elon Musk go completely off the rails, essentially becoming a train wreck over the past 5 weeks."
According to DHS, assaults on immigration enforcement officers are up almost 700% when compared to the same time last year.
The ambush in Alvarado, Texas, which appears to be the most coordinated of all the recent attacks on ICE. That attack began with at least 10 people all shooting fireworks at the Prairie Detention Center. Around 10 minutes later, 1 or 2 of them broke off from the main group and began spray painting the facility and vehicles parked there. A police officer arrived responding to a 911 call, and at that point, one of the group, who had apparently hidden in trees near the facility, opened fire, hitting the officer in the neck, while another attacker, also across the street, fired dozens of rounds at officers. 10 people have now been charged with attempted murder.
There will be no amnesty. The mass deportations continue, but in a strategic way, and we move the workforce towards automation and 100% American participation, which again, with 34 million people, able-bodied adults on Medicaid, we should be able to do that fairly quickly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live in Washington, D.C. Today, of course, is July 8th, 2025, Anno Domini. And once again, we are told now, all the way from the heights of the United States Attorney General, that the Epstein case is closed. There's no more information on Jeffrey Epstein. Why do you guys keep asking about Jeffrey Epstein? She says that we don't need to hear about Jeffrey Epstein ever again. You know what this sounds like? I'm going to tell you exactly what this sounds like. Pam Bondi sounds like Hillary Clinton right now, saying, at this point, what does it even matter, when she was talking about Benghazi? All right? This is not how you treat the American people. This is not how you treat basic communications. This is not how you treat your voters and your supporters. And certainly, by the way, myself personally, I feel very angry, upset, used, every word you want to know, from having gone to the White House and receiving this binder full of baloney that was completely publicly available information already that we were told was new information on Epstein. It wasn't. We were told that more information was coming. There wasn't. You claimed that you had the list on your desk. You didn't. And none of it came out. And now when people have the obvious response of asking a question about it, you get in their faces and you tell them to stop asking. No, you sound like Hillary Clinton right now. And this isn't what you promised the American people. But I'll tell you someone, since we are here, and yesterday we did a huge push regarding amnesty. And I'll tell you someone that does sound good right now, and that's Secretary Brooke Rollins. Because Secretary Brooke Rollins got up there, and what did she say? Well, she came out and she said there will be no amnesty, and the mass deportations will continue. And go and look at that incredible ICE raid, the sweep that went through MacArthur Park there in Los Angeles, California, the largest sanctuary city on the West Coast, an absolute hub of MS-13 activity. That's exactly what we want from the Ag Secretary, from the entire administration. There will be no amnesty. They are all going home. They're going home. You can't stay here anymore. It's done. It's all done. And to all the people out there in big ag world with the Monsantos and the GMOs and the rest of it, I'm sorry, but you're either going to have to hire American or go out of business. Because frankly, I don't care. Cut all the subsidies to anyone who's using an illegal alien. Cut them tomorrow. I'll be right back. Jack Posobiec.
means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, here we are back. Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Folks, did you know that in the last 6 weeks, 86 million AT&T users had their name, address, and social security numbers leaked? But that the CCP is harvesting massive volumes of America's personal data to train DeepSeek and other AI systems? Well, when you're online doing the work like I am, you need digital camouflage. And that's why I've partnered with our newest show sponsor, Patriot Protect. Let me tell you about them. Patriot Protect removes your personal data from the internet. And a guy like me, this is absolutely necessary. So whether you're talking Google, Amazon, Apple, your personal data will be wiped so that scammers and cyber criminals and, yes, swatters, like the ones who tried to come after my family, they will not and cannot find your data, and you can take back your security and privacy. Once Patriot Protect scans and scrubs your personal information, they'll continuously monitor your info to make sure every new instance or personal data breach is eliminated immediately. I'm talking 24/7 protection for the cost of keeping the porch lights on. The only thing worse than getting hacked is knowing that you could have stopped it and didn't take action when you could have. So go to patriotprotect.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 15% off a yearly subscription. That's patriotprotect.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 15% off a yearly subscription. patriotprotect.com/POSO. All right, folks, very excited to bring on now our next guest. Folks, we've got the great Congressman Byron Donalds from the great state of Florida joining us now. Congressman, how are you?
Doing good. How you doing?
Now, Congressman, I have to ask, do we have an exact count on the number of alligators that are there at Alligator Alcatraz? Do they need to be taken care of, or is it kind of a fluctuation? How does that work exactly?
Look, to be honest with you, man, we have no real idea how many gators are out there. But I think the thing that most people don't know is the pythons. There's a python infestation out there, and there's significantly more pythons than there are alligators. No doubt about it.
Wait, so this is actually, it's so funny you mention that, because this is something I'm a guy from the Philadelphia area. You and I have talked about that before, but I used to go down to Florida quite a bit. Disney World, we had some family that lived down there, and pythons when I was a kid were not a thing. But this is like a new thing in the Everglades. I've just been reading about this, right? They're like an invasive species.
Oh, very real. Totally invasive. Their population growth is something we can't even track. Like we simply can't track how many pythons are out there. I think like one python can have 200 eggs at any given time. The birth cycle is very fast. I mean, it is a real thing. I didn't think we were going to talk about pythons per se, but we're here. Pythons, right, as we understand it, the pythons are actually taking out other wildlife in the glades. They're just eating it. There's that many. So we have guys out there that go hunt python. That's what they will do. They'll go out and take people on python hunts right now.
I'm not even going to lie. I totally went down the python rabbit hole the other day, and I found this python hunting Instagram, and I was going all the way in. So I don't know, maybe there's something there. You take the python hunters, but then you clean up one swamp, but then you go to DC and clean up, I don't know, or I guess Tallahassee in your case. Maybe there's something there. I'm not sure, but I had no idea how bad it had gotten.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, maybe we need some pythons in DC, probably keep people out of there.
Okay, I see. Put the shoe on the other foot a little bit there. There you go. Well, when it comes down to it, though, Congressman, when we look at everything that Florida has done and the way that the Florida delegation, everyone have put together this new program regarding illegal aliens, I've heard from the liberals, I've heard from reporters, they say, oh, America doesn't want this, America doesn't support it. And yet I look at the polls, and every single poll that's coming up has been deportations, deportations, deportations. Even in states like Florida, California, Texas, states that are closer to the border, states that are closer to the South, Southern Hemisphere, they want all of this. What kind of response are you seeing from your constituents and the people of Florida regarding this?
I think people are happy that the state of Florida is taking this very seriously to the extent that the new facility was set up to help deport criminal illegal aliens and a lot of the people that Joe Biden let in over the last 4 years. I mean, that's what's overwhelmed every city in the country. That's where all the crime has come from, not in total, but definitely in part. And so I think people will just want to see action happen quickly. They don't want to see political statements that don't go anywhere. They want to see this stuff get done. That's why, I know there was a lot of people who were concerned about the spending side of the one big beautiful bill, and I'm concerned about the spending side. But at the end of the day, we had to get Tom Homan and Kristi Noem $150 billion in order to start these deportations and have the manpower, the bed space, and the logistical capabilities to start that mission. And it's going to be an arduous mission. It's going to take several years. We're going to have to be consistent about it. And I think on a broader level, when you talk about the need for deportations, it's a real conversation about what is immigration going to be in the United States. Are we going to be haphazard how we have been the last 30 years, depending on if it's Democrats in control or Republicans in control? Or are we finally going to say we're going to have secure borders? We're going to have one pathway in. You comply with the pathway in, or you're not allowed to come into the United States. And I think that if we are consistent with immigration policy overall and securing the border, then the American people might be open to talk about visas. And I stress only then might they be open to talking about it. So we have to be consistent. The American people are demanding no less. A lot of people can't stay here. They can't stay here and just think that they can live in our, go to our hospitals, get a welfare, work in the shadows, and think that's going to support the American way of life and the things that the American people want to see happen in the United States. It's just not happening. We can't allow that to continue. So there have to be deportations, and we're going to follow through.
And by the way, that's one of the things that whenever I go out and talk about this to people, I always bring up that it seems that people say they look at it and they say, oh, it's this almost a romantic description of, oh, they're coming from such hardship and they're coming to the United States and we've got to help them. And, think of the poem on the foot of the Statue of Liberty, and et cetera, et cetera. But then I say, what about the people who live here? What about the people that are actually in our cities and in our towns and trying to go out for these jobs and trying to actually go out there, trying to buy a home if you're a first-time homeowner, if you're trying to have to compete, you have to compete for space. How about when my kid needs stitches, I don't want to have to wait for 3 hours in the ER. And people just don't talk about it. They just don't talk about the massive stress this 10+ million people is putting on all of our systems. And by the way, that affects you if you're working class, it affects you if you're middle class, and it certainly benefits you if you're in that top 1%.
Well, I'll give you one example, and you touched on it a little. Education. So let's take a look at the last 4 years. 4 years ago, COVID, in a lot of blue states, definitely blue cities, kids were kept out of the classroom for almost 2 years. So they weren't allowed in the classroom. So American children were already falling behind. Then Joe Biden let in, last count, 1.4 million children just children, let them into the United States. Well, where do you think those kids were? A lot of them were in American classrooms spread all across the United States. So now you have a kid in an American classroom who doesn't speak English, who by any metric is 2 to 4 grade levels behind at age. And they're in the same classroom with an American student who was already kept out of the classroom for 2 years. So that kid's already behind. You brought in an immigrant child who's further behind, putting more strain on that school system. And so what happens? American kids who are poor, white, black, Hispanic, they're not even having full access to the resources they need to catch up, because we're now having to allocate resources to children who were allowed into the country by Joe Biden through illegal immigration. Like, that's really how dastardly this stuff is. And to your point, I think the left wants to promote this romantic view of people trying to come into the country and better themselves. But the reality is the drug cartels were making $12 billion a year trafficking people into the United States. You had NGOs who were profiting, who were literally profiting in terms of getting more government largesse to help support illegal immigration on both sides of the border, both in the United States and south of the border. And who was suffering the most? Working class people in America.
Absolutely. Congressman, quick break. I'd love to hold you over there because this is just such an important conversation. Congressman Byron Donalds right here with us, Human Events Daily. Be right back.
About influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, here we are back. Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. We're on with Congressman Byron Donalds, and we're talking about this issue of illegal immigration and the fact that President Trump's big, beautiful bill has just been passed. I was there at the White House when it was signed on the 4th of July. How fitting was that? The stealth bombers flew over us. I was on War Room at the time because we were live, and I was there with my wife, my two boys, and we're all looking up, seeing how great they were. And of course, Tanya Tay, she goes, now, which ones are the bombers? I said, they're the big ones, baby. Those are the big ones. And I say, there's only so much mansplaining that I can do, especially when I'm live on air. But, you know, it was a great day. But I wanted to get Congressman Byron Donalds on here because you were one of the chief, I would say, just quarterbacks for this thing all the way through its passage and the importance of that. And I get, by the way, I'm totally with all the people who say we need to do something about spending. I'm totally open. I think that's a serious argument. I think that's a serious concern. The issue for me is that if we don't do something about the mass invasion, 10 million plus, some people are saying it's 20 maybe, I don't know. But the point being is if we don't do something about that first, that'll destroy all of our systems well before any of the debt does.
Yeah, I think you're right. We had to deliver. We were going to deliver. It's actually interesting through this whole process. In the House, we were, dealing with this for really about 7 to 10 months to get ready for the president signing the bill and doing all the work. The border stuff was really not even up for debate. Like, no members challenged it. There was no real hard debates on what we were going to do when it came to securing the southern border and giving the president the resources that he needs. So that was the easy part. Where it really got tough was spending. And I'll tell you, even though as Republicans, it was universal, we were going to secure the border and do what needed to be done to begin deportations out of the United States, because that has to happen. It's just the way it is. The spending piece is of real concern. We have a ticking time bomb, if you will, and that's called the bond markets. What it is costing the United States to borrow money, the cost of those borrowings continue to rise because not just of the amount of debt that we have, but it's how reckless our deficits are. And so even though one big beautiful bill is done and we got that to the president's desk, he signed it. I watched the ceremony from home. It was a great ceremony. There's a lot more work that we have to do in Washington. We got to get long-term deficits under control. And what the reason why reconciliation is really helpful in that is because you don't have to even deal with the Democrats. I'll tell you right now, if it weren't for 10 members of the House and a handful of senators, we would have cut significantly more spending. We absolutely would have. Because if we continue to borrow money at this velocity, it will begin to increase the cost of capital for every American. And when I say cost of capital, what I mean is what it costs you to borrow money for a home, what it costs you to borrow money for a car, credit card rates. If you're a small business, your working capital lines of credit, what it costs for you to borrow money for equipment, etc. The costs will go up on that, and that begins to create an almost insurmountable burden on the quality of life and also on purchasing power in the United States. And at the end of the day, when you're talking economics, it's really about the purchasing power for individuals. How far does their dollar go? How many goods or services can they buy with that dollar? And if the cost of our debt continues to ride, it will have an upward pressure on frankly, the quality of life, and it will decrease purchasing power in the United States. So we have to get serious in Washington. Glad we got the president's agenda through. We had to get that done. But spending is a long-term issue. We're going to have to start peeling back that onion, and it's going to take time. Rome wasn't built in a day. It's going to take time for us to do it, but we have to be committed to it.
No, that's exactly right. And this is the same issue that Japan ran into. They call it the lost decade, when their spending just completely blew past their debt to GDP ratio. And so people go back in the 1980s and they said, wow, Japan's growth was so huge. And everybody said Japan was going to overtake everybody. And they're crushing us in the car market. Obviously, President Trump talks about that all the time with what they were able to do with their manufacturers. This is how we got Toyota and Honda and all the rest of it. But then what happened? Their debt got so high that I actually just pulled it as you were speaking. So their current debt to GDP ratio, even today, even after they brought it down, it's still 250%. Ours, while it's high, it's one of the high. Ours is still top 10. Ours is 125. Theirs is 250. So this is something that, as you said, Congressman, it's something that if it gets out of hand once, it's going to take a really long time to be able to tame that. And I did like a CPAC Japan, last year, and I remember it's you go to buy a soda and say, what do you mean this thing costs 10,000 yen to buy a soda? So what is that? That's like, it's like $3. And you realize what it does to your currency. You realize what it does to your country and your purchasing power if you run into those waters. So Japan it's a real, I think, just a case study in how this stuff can get out of control very, very quickly. And obviously something that we don't want to get into. And that's, I think, why President Trump is so focused on being able to grow the American economy through that domestic growth rather than just government spending in largesse.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely correct on that. And I'll add even more. What the Democrats were upset about in this bill was not tax policy. Because let's be very clear. the Democrats had an opportunity to unwind Donald Trump's tax policy. Nancy Pelosi was Speaker, Chuck Schumer was Senate leader, and Joe Biden was in the White House. They could have undone all of Donald Trump's tax policy. The reason why they didn't is because it's the best tax policy we've ever had. So they kept it in place. So let's move off of that, because now that's settled. Donald Trump's tax policy is the best tax policy the country's ever had. Now, when it comes to Medicaid and when it comes to SNAP, the Democrats were furious because we did this thing called work requirements. And here are the work requirements. It's 20 hours a week. 20 hours a week to either work, find a job, volunteer, or go to school. 20 hours a week, 80 hours a month. And so the Democrats were furious just by putting that in the bill. They were saying this is going to have people lose their health care and all this other stuff. But when you explain the details to the American people, they go, wait a minute. Having to go find work 20 hours a week if you're an able-bodied adult, that's not just common sense. Like, it should be 30 hours a week, quite frankly, if you really explain this stuff to the American people. The other thing that we did were eligibility checks. Most states have an error rate north of 10% in food stamps and in Medicaid, meaning there are people who are on these programs who are not eligible to be on these programs, but they're still on the programs anyway. So all we said was, well, let's make sure we have more rapid eligibility checks. You would have swore we were cutting people's arms off by doing that. No, all we're saying is if you are qualified and you are eligible to be on this program, you just have to verify that you're eligible to be on the program. And if you don't meet the eligibility, then you can't stay on.
Congressman, we got to run. I know you got a hard out. Thanks so much for being here. Where can people follow you?
Everything's at Byron Donalds. Go to my website, X, Facebook, Instagram, at Byron Donalds.
Go follow Byron Donalds. See you this weekend at Turning Point SAS.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Texas officials are out with an update on the still developing situation in the Lone Star State following this weekend's deadly flooding. The death toll continues to rise and has now reached more than 100 people. First responders are still working and holding out hope of finding survivors.
As of 8 a.m. Central Time, 87 deceased have been recovered in Kirk County, including 56 adults and 30 children. Identification is pending for 19 adults and 7 children, with 1 additional person still unidentified. At present, 5 Camp Mystic campers and 1 counselor still remain unaccounted for. We ask private boats to stay off the Guadalupe River to allow search and rescue teams to operate without any interference.
Meantime, President Trump just wrapping up a cabinet meeting, about an hour ago. Even before that meeting, however, the Secretaries of Agriculture, Defense, Homeland Security, and the Attorney General coming together to roll out a 7-pronged plan to protect America's farmlands and food sources.
American agriculture is not just about feeding our families, but about protecting our nation and standing up to foreign adversaries who are buying our farmland, stealing our research, and creating dangerous vulnerabilities in the very systems that sustain us. Reshoring and nearshoring our food and agriculture supply chain is essential for our nation's security. In coordination with the White House, the Departments of Treasury, Defense, Homeland Security, and Justice, as well as state governors, state agriculture commissioners, local, tribal, and territorial governments, today we announced the USDA's National Farm Security Action Plan.
That plan includes securing and protecting American farmland ownership. That means limiting and vetting who owns farmland around the country, especially near military bases and other critical infrastructure. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates. Now back to Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
Okay. In a world this summer. Okay, ready? On August 16th, you're invited to be a part of a national movement to revive our culture, to reawaken the heart of our nation, and to strengthen the conviction of our children. It's called See You at the Library. It's a nationwide day when hundreds of thousands of families gather at local libraries, read stories that reflect timeless values, and pray for our children and our country. At a time when truth is being challenged and families feel under pressure, this is a chance to stand together. Invite your neighbors, rally your church. Let's show up boldly in our biggest numbers yet. Find out how to get involved, and I'll see you at the library.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back at Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C., and that was an incredible announcement from our friends over at Brave Books, and we've got the person who made that announcement. Kirk Cameron joins us right now. Kirk, how are you?
Oh, so what's up, brother? Great to see you.
What's going on, man?
Hey, man, we are so excited. By the way, I love that intro with Trump. Where's Jack? Jack, where are you? Jack, it's like, where's Waldo? There he is. I see him.
There he is.
Hey, I want to see you at the library. We are coming back. We're gaining momentum. This is getting bigger and bigger. It's a national event where tens of thousands of children, together with their parents and grandparents, are meeting in the public square at public libraries. And we are taking back culture. And we're going to be doing it through prayer time, singing patriotic songs, and story time. Last year, we had 360 story hours. This year, we're hoping for 500 story hours and 50,000 people across all 50 states. It's awesome because it's grassroots. It's not paid for by rich guys or politicians. It's we the people. And we are not about a protest. We are about a movement of faith and character. And that's how we rebuild America.
Well, this is so huge, and I understand. Obviously, we did it last year. It was so incredibly popular. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but when you and I did that one last year, and we had Pastor John Amachuco there, and we had just such a huge crowd down in Northern Virginia, that was actually the very first event. So when I got up to do my brave book, The Island of Free Ice Cream, that was my son who came up and read the book with me. That was the first event that he ever spoke at publicly, outside of like the family, in his entire life. And it just goes to show you the power of brave books, the power of reading, and by the way, the power of reading in public in an event like this, because I could see how it inspired him to want to share that with the rest of the world. And he was able to do so without any fear of public speaking or anything. That was the first time, and you were right there to see it.
That was so cool to watch that. And what I love about this, Jags, is turning out to be something so much bigger than just reading books. I mean, I'm not sure the last time that many parents took their kids to a library to read books to them, but it's bigger than that. It's actually an opportunity to win back the culture as people who love God, prioritize family, and are grateful for this country. And the other side is advancing their values every single day. So if we don't stand up and fight for our values now, we won't have the freedom to live for them later, right? It's like Reagan said, if we ever forget that we're one nation under God, we'll be a nation gone under. And so we must take advantage of opportunities like this to teach our children this and get them to love the things that God loves and hate the things that he hates.
It's so simple. And by the way, the left already understands this intrinsically. This is why, and you and I have talked about this before in previous years when we've done the See at the Library event, where every library you go to, almost every library, it doesn't even matter how small your town is in some cases. Because wherever your local communist is, I always joke about this, wherever your local Marxist is, they target your library. Why? Because they understand that libraries are nodes of information, so they're nodes of influence. And when you walk in, what's the first thing you see? You see that table. And everybody knows what table I'm talking about. And you've got Ibram X. Kendi, and you've got wokeness and DEI and CRT and all this complete nonsense and gender stuff that has nothing to do with just the basics of reading, the basics of learning. But what is it? But what are they doing? It's an operation, a cultural, psychological operation where they are going to children when they're very young, when they're impressionable, and they're saying, we want you to have our culture. We want you to think this about these topics, and we are directly going in to program your children. And guess what? If you're just dropping your kids off and saying, hey, have fun at the library, well, that's the first table they're going to see, and maybe they're going to pick up one of those. And they're doing it over and over and over. So that's why I've always commended Brave Books and your work and tried to be as supportive as I possibly can. And I strongly encourage everyone to get involved with this, because you do need to take back the culture through libraries, and it's local. And guess what? There's one in every community.
That's right. And just go to seeyouatthelibrary.com and you can find the story hour that's going to take place near you. Be part of See You at the Library with tens of thousands of people all across the country. It's going to hit the news. Jack, I'm sure, is going to be talking all about it because he's going to be there. Go to seeyouatthelibrary.com, find a local library near you that's participating, or sign your library up for it. And we'll show you how to do all of it. There's the map on your screen right now, and it's just spreading and it's growing. Remember, somebody is going to capture the future for your children. And I believe it's those who lean in and do the hard work of reading stories to them when they're little. So if you and I show up and we stand with truth, love, and conviction, we can and will reshape the narrative.
It's so important, and I was floored, by the way, last year, and we saw the big one that we were doing, but then I took a minute to look at the map and I said, oh my gosh, because even as we were driving from where we lived to where this event was, we must have drove past almost a dozen of them just in, and the area where we're at, we live in the DC area, so not exactly a conservative bastion, but there are pockets of conservatives, of Christians, and just people who love America, which, by the way, isn't political at all, even though they've tried to make it political, where people are saying we want to do this and we absolutely want to be there. And guess what? If our tax dollars are going to fund those libraries, then we ought to have just as much say as what goes into them as they do. And I'm looking at the numbers here. So the goal is 500 story hours by August 16th. So August 16th, screw that down, write it down right now. And currently there's 100 events in 37 states. I want to see 50 out of 50. We're 13 more states. So if you're in, go look at the map right now. And if your state's not covered, guess what? You just became the captain for your state.
That's right. If you are sick and tired of all the negativity and you say, like, when's our team going to get off the defense, get on the offense and start putting some points on the board? Here's an opportunity for you to be one of those heroes and one of those legends that our children will take lessons from. Show up on August 16th. It's easy and it's effective. Be a part of what we're doing all the way across the nation. And sing songs, pray, and read stories on August 16th. Go to seeyouatthelibrary.com to find out how.
That's absolutely perfect. By the way, Kirk, I have to also commend you because and we were joking a little bit in the break, but prior to coming on, I was saying that, it feels like I see you all the time because we've always got you on in the house because my kids can't stop watching the adventures of Iggy and Mr. Kirk. And it's been kind of rainy weather lately. So I give them a little more lenient on the TV time when I can't, throw them outside. And my kids love it. They absolutely love it. And they love the stories. They love Iggy. And it was funny because I remember that they've had the opportunity to meet you a couple times, but I don't think they've quite put together that you're the same guy that they see in the TV. So I'm like, no, that's really him.
I know. I know the feeling. I remember the first time I met Henry Winkler, who played the Fonz in Happy Days. Wow. I lost my mind. He was my hero growing up. I didn't understand why he didn't have a leather jacket and wasn't riding a motorcycle. He could snap his fingers and two pretty girls would come over and dance with him anywhere he was. And that doesn't happen. So
that part
when kids see me now, they're wondering where Iggy is. They don't really care about Mr. Kirk. They want to know where Iggy is.
Yeah, exactly. They say, wait, where's Iggy? Shouldn't he just pop out of your pocket?
That's right. You'd think that he would. And I got to be honest with you. It's hard for me to believe that he's not real. And I hope no kids are listening to this, but that puppeteer brings him to life like you can't believe. Expressions on his lifeless face. Just look at him right there. He's so adorable and endearing. Kids absolutely fall in love with him. And I'm really happy that parents are letting their kids watch the show.
Now, what kind of response are you seeing? And tell people, by the way, if they want to get access to the show, how they can see it.
Yeah, the response has been tremendous. It's a runaway hit. You can see this several different ways. If you're a part of the Brave Books Book of the Month Club, you get free access to it. You're going to be able to see it at Angel Studio app right next to The Chosen. You're going to be able to see this at PureFlix if you have a subscription there. And you can go to their own streaming platform, Brave Plus, on your smart TV or your mobile device, Brave Plus. So it's easy to see. First few episodes are absolutely free. And then if you sign up with a subscription to any of the things I just told you about, then you get all of the seasons for free. And we've done 10 episodes in the first season. We've got the second season already locked and ready to go. And we're talking about a third season.
Well, that's just absolutely incredible. And I love watching it with, we do have Brave Plus. And what's great about Brave Plus is that people think, oh, it's just this. No, it's not just this. And we've Chef Gruel is on there, and he's been on the program as well, talking about this with us. It's just a cool show. My wife loves watching that, seeing it and seeing how, you can make healthy stuff for your family without having to break the bank or without having to go to some exotic, food suppliers or anything, just normal stuff that you can find around. But, just make different choices when you're going around the shelves. And what I also love about Brave Plus is when you do it, we do it through the subscription model. So we get the book every month, which is great. My kids are always waiting for the next one. It comes in. So they check the mailbox like you wouldn't believe because they're always waiting for the next book. And I
do too. I get them coming to my house as well.
Yeah, they can tell when they've gone a while because they know that, hey, something's late, and then I gotta get on the phone, and I'm like, Trent, what's going on, man? What's going on?
But that's right. They know the packaging because it's so unique with the characters all drawn.
I'm just telling you.
And there's a new book every month. I love how Brave Books pumps out these pro-God, pro-America books every single month, and then of course those books get read to Iggy in the middle of the episode of Iggy and Mr. Kirk, so the kids are like, they're immersed in this whole universe of values.
We got to run. We got a break coming up. But Kirk, thanks so much for stopping by. And hey, I'll see you at the library.
Okay, bro. See you there.
Rock and roll. Back, folks. Jack Posobiec.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrisley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec back live here, Human Events Daily. Now, I know that earlier on the program, I had to express my extreme displeasure with Attorney General Bondi's comments and really her attitude in attacking anyone who asks questions about Epstein. These people aren't asking questions for no reason. They're asking questions because you told them that you had the answers. No one forced you to say all of these things. You did. And you went on TV night after night after night. You invited people into the White House and acted like you had troves upon troves of information. You personally handed me a binder that said phase 1 of the Epstein files, as in there's going to be 2, 3, 4, and however many more. Now you're saying there's nothing. So don't sit there and say it's case closed when your own actions are what led to this point. Simple as that. You said this is worse than Hillary. This is worse than Hillary on Benghazi. However, I do need to talk about something very important that happened over the evening after the show ended yesterday and breaking earlier this morning, that the Department of Justice, which I completely support, by the way, completely support in terms of this, filed a criminal complaint against 10 people, an individualized Antifa cell that planned out an ambush at an ICE detention center in Texas on the 4th of July. Of course, each individual of this cell has been charged with 3 counts of attempted murder of a federal officer and 3 counts of discharging a firearm during and in relation. So at approximately 10:30 p.m., I'll just read from it. Approximately 10:37 p.m., a group of 10 to 12 people wearing all black allegedly shot up fireworks towards the center, vandalized vehicles, the facility itself, which included spray painting ICE pig on a car. And by the way, we're showing the mugshots right now. Just look at this. Look at this group. An absolute collection of mongrels. Just look at all these mongrels up there. And I tell people again and again, I wrote the entire book about Unhumans, the secret history of communist revolutions and how to crush them. And I said, this is all based in envy. It's all based in envy. People who are bitter at their lot in life, people who are bitter, who don't like the fact that they were born, who hate themselves, who hate life, who hate God, and then decide that they have to turn back against it. And by the way, there's 2 ways, okay? There's 2 ways to respond to, envy or those types of feelings, to say, I want something better for my life. There's 2 ways to respond to that. One way can be motivating, to say, hey, I was born working class, but you know what? I can see people have a better life and I'm going to work hard so I can move my way up. All right. That's the first way, motivation. The second way is look at those people, those smug Richie Riches. I'm going to tear them down. I'm going to tear down them and the society that created them. This is how you create communists. So you can be an American or you can be a communist, but you can't be both. All right. The American dream is inaccessible to communists because communism is a nightmare, but it's also a tactic. And what are the tactics? We always see them here. Attacking ICE, attacking federal agents, trying to go after them, this motley crew of mongrels, just so disgusting. Just you look at them and they're like these twisted, deformed creatures. It's unbelievable when you really look at it, and you can see the hatred and resentment just oozing out of the pores of their faces. That when this is done, and this is Alvarado, Texas, and this isn't going to stop. Defendants were dressed in black military-style clothing, on foot, additional firearms, magazines containing ammunition, radios, 12 sets of body armor were found in a search of vehicles, 2 AR-15-style rifles, ballistic vest, a helmet in the car. Look, folks, if you don't understand by now, the domestic terrorists, the street assassins, and all the rest are being activated, and you haven't been paying attention, the rise of the unhumans is here, because Democrats and the left have completely lost at the ballot box. They're losing in poll after poll. They've lost political power. So what are they turning? They're turning to feral power. They're turning to street power, because that is the way they think that they can shake down the system, and done it again and again. Luigi Maggioni and Zohran Mamdani, Kami Mamdani, are in the same city. You think that's an accident? No, it's not. It's a playbook. It's a textbook, and I've written it. It's called Unhumans. You can go to unhumansbook.com and go check it out for yourself. It came out exactly 1 year ago. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to play a short.